Chapter 2450. Damn it, Xiaohua sighed. He knew that he wasn't as eloquent as Tu Hong, but he didn't expect the difference to be so great. Tu Hong was able to erase everything with a single sentence and even incite a group of cultivators to attack him. Go, Xiaohua rolled his eyes and flung Yu Meng's corpse towards Chen Mo. Tu Hong was overjoyed when he saw that Xiaohua had actually thrown Yu Meng away. His body involuntarily flew over to catch Yu Meng. However, he stopped after a slight sway. He was very clear that he absolutely could not get close to Yu Meng right now. Otherwise, everything he had done would be exposed. Fellow Daoist Qian, quickly catch that corpse. This old man has a clear conscience. I still have to report this matter to the city lord. Tu Hong shouted anxiously. Oh, Chen Mo saw a corpse flying towards him. It looked exactly the same as Dui Qiming, who was not far from him. He couldn't help but mutter in his heart. He had the heart to not accept it, but Tu Hong said it again. He could only wave his hand and that corpse changed direction and flew towards Dui Qiming. Qiming, keep this. Yes, Dui Qiming was shocked when she saw the other her flying towards her. Under the moonlight, her face was as white as snow. Wasn't that the real her? In an instant, Dui Qiming was enlightened. Her face was as white as a sheet. All her previous emotions were blown away by fear. She had already thought it through. This Tu Hong must be like what Qin Jian had said. He must have such a plan. Otherwise, he wouldn't have favored an unknown disciple of the Imperial Lightning Sect. When Dui Qiming caught Yu Meng's corpse, Xiaohua laughed wildly in the sky. I have never thought of winning against cultivators like you. Your eloquence is definitely one of the best spiritual artifacts in the Dawn Rain continent. Today I am here to give Tu Hong a big gift. As he spoke, Xiaohua clapped his hand and took out an unremarkable storage pouch. Quick. Xiaohua formed a sword seal with his hand, and from within the storage pouch, 7 ice-cold and slightly red sword lights flew out in succession. That light red sword light flew into the air like a dancing dragon. With a whistling sound, it surrounded Tu Hong, who was several zhang away from Xiaohua. Tu Hong was obviously shocked by the sword formation. The 7 rays of sword light landed in the shape of the Big Dipper. Although the 7 rays of sword light did not move in the slightest, the tip of the sword was pointing at his body. The cold intent from the tip of the sword firmly froze him in place. An indescribable fear and trepidation rose from the bottom of Tu Hong's heart. This truly made him feel incredulous. He was a golden core cultivator. His Dao heart was much stronger than that of Foundation Establishment and Qi Refining cultivators. Therefore, it was impossible for an illusory swordsman to affect his Dao heart. Quick. Xiaohua saw Tu Hong's face gradually turn pale, and many Jindan cultivators' magic treasures and other items whizzed out. He knew that with such a big commotion in Tu Hong's residence, Shuiyu Jinren could definitely appear at any time. Since he could not expose Tu Hong's scheme, he could only kill him. If he didn't use the wishful staff, Xiaohua could only place his hopes on the 7 stars Great Array. As Xiaohua activated the Great Array, a powerful restrictive force was born from the 7 stars Great Array, firmly trapping Tu Hong. Tu Hong's deathly pale face turned dark red. The 3 rhombus magic treasure that was previously suspended in midair also fell into his hands. The 3-colored brilliance on the magic treasure was abnormally bright, protecting Tu Hong. However, the 3-colored brilliance was distorted like smoke, which was enough to show the strength of the 7 stars Great Array's confinement power. I'm afraid it won't work. Xiaohua's control of the 7 stars Great Array was not as smooth as that of a swordsman. He did not dare to reveal his Dao sect cultivation, so he could not help but sigh. He knew that he had the heart but was powerless. Thinking about this, Xiaohua's figure flew into the Great Array. He wanted to take advantage of this moment to make a final gamble. Seeing Xiaohua rushing over, Tu Hong was also greatly alarmed. Stretching out his hand, a spirit talisman appeared in his hand. Exerting a little force, the spirit talisman shattered, and an unparalleled ice intent rushed into the air. Shuiyu Jinren. Xiaohua groaned. He knew that the talisman in Tu Hong's hand was from the Snow Region Sage. The nascent soul cultivators of the Sky Patrol City would be here in a moment. Moreover, Qing Bai and the others had already taken out their magic treasures. Numerous rays of light of various colors were also attacking Xiaohua from above. The powerful force had already pierced through the air and into Xiaohua's skin. Forget it, Xiaohua waved his hand and was about to drive the sword pouch back into the 7 flying swords to prepare to escape. But at this moment, Tu Hong, who was inside the 3-colored light barrier, suddenly went crazy. He stretched out his hand and tore off his Taoist robe, revealing his naked body. His body was full of scars, but these scars were covered by thick black hair at the same time. What can you vengeful spirits do to me? This old man is going to kill all of you. So what? You are the disciples of the Sky Patrol City. Your life and death are no longer up to you. Using you as bait is only right. But just as Tu Hong said a few words, he crawled in the air and cried, Yu Meng, I'm sorry. Oh no, spare me, I'll be a sitting cow in my next life. Oh my God. Is this guy crazy? Xiao Hua was stunned and the sword in his hand also stopped. At this time, Tu Hong could no longer resist the horror in his heart. That was the power of karma of tens of thousands of vengeful spirits. After all, it was not something a golden core cultivator could resist. Tu Hong had lost his Dao heart. His eyes were immediately filled with blood, and he felt as if he was being roasted in a bloody fire. At first, he could still force himself to be calm and make some arguments, but later on he could no longer control himself and cried bitterly. Kill? Xiao Hua also came to his senses for a moment. His body suddenly accelerated and he waved his hand in front of him. 64 green and red sword lights were waved from Xiao Hua's hand, piercing towards Tu Hong from 64 directions. At first glance, it was simply a sea of flying swords. It was fine if the dream executioner did not appear, but Tu Hong was still crazy and seemed to be unable to control himself. Once the dream executioner appeared, it was as if a sky full of karma rushed into his heart, and he collapsed in an instant. He was completely like a mortal who had lost his mind, standing in the air blankly, his eyes lifeless, waiting to be slaughtered. Puff, 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 the dream executioner did not let Tu Hong down. With a flick of its finger, it pierced through Tu Hong's naked body, and the defensive brilliance turned into paper paste under the innate gold chi. Seeing the blood splattering and Tu Hong's death, his eyes flashed with a trace of clarity, and even a trace of gratitude and relief. Thank. Xiao Hua could even faintly hear this word in his ears. However, he only heard it. At this time, a powerful and angry divine sense swept over from outside the Sky Patrol City. Damn it, the Shui region enlightened master is here. Xiao Hua's Buddhist consciousness had always been released. How could he not know this familiar nascent soul divine sense? Withdraw. Xiao Hua's figure was inside the 7 stars great array, and he relied on the power of the array to block the magical treasures of several golden core adepts. Moreover, there were more golden core adepts coming over, and there were even nascent soul adepts who could kill him with a raise of their hands. He stretched out his hand and very familiarly put away Tu Hong's storage bag and magical treasures. Then he opened the sword pouch and put away the 7 flying swords. His figure flashed and rushed into the sky. Like a sharp sword, he broke through the defensive restriction of Tu Hong's residence, and his figure disappeared in mid-air. The moment Xiao Hua's figure disappeared, the divine sense of the Shui region enlightened master arrived. Although the divine sense missed, it continued to move forward. It even swept through the entire Tu Hong's residence and rushed into the ground of the Sky Patrol City. However, in a flash the divine sense disappeared again. After a few moments, an overwhelming pressure was emitted from somewhere in the Sky Patrol City. Then a rainbow streaked across the night sky and landed somewhere in the Sky Patrol City. The figure of the Shui region enlightened master flashed faintly in the rainbow. His entire figure was not visible and he only paused for a moment. The rainbow emitted a yellow light, and the Shui region enlightened master rushed into the ground of the Sky Patrol City. The Shui region enlightened master was really angry. He never thought that sword adepts would attack him in his Sky Patrol City, and he was careless enough to fall into their trap. Tu Hong's death was not only the death of a golden core adept, but also the loss of face of a nascent soul adept. If he did not capture the swordsman who attacked Tu Hong, how could he still have face? However, the sword essence revealed by the swordsman happened to be at the edge of his divine thought. When he discovered the talisman sent out by Tu Hong, his divine thought could only scan the Sky Patrol City. He did not even find any trace of Xiao Hua. He could only follow Xiao Hua's faint spiritual power fluctuations to find him. Xiao Hua, who was used to playing hide and seek with nascent soul adepts, would not give the Shui region enlightened master any chance. With a few wind elemental escape, a few earth elemental escape, and the demonic cultivator's concealment technique, Xiao Hua had already escaped. Rise. The Shui region enlightened master rushed out from the ground like a rainbow-colored ray of light. He suddenly flew up into the sky and stretched out his hands like an overlord lifting a cauldron. His hands emitted a milky white light. Along with the brilliance, ripples appeared and covered the entire Sky Patrol City in an instant. Whoosh! The net of light that was like a fishing net was thrown down like a thunderbolt, and it went straight to the ground. However, in just a few breaths of time, the light turned around and rushed toward the Shui region enlightened master. Wu, like the howling of a hurricane, a brilliant light danced around Sage Shui's body and completely covered him. It was like a thick cocoon of light. Go! The Shui region enlightened master shouted, and all the light turned into strands of light again and flew in all directions of the Sky Patrol City. Within the strands of light, one could vaguely see the light of plum blossoms. Damn it, nascent soul adepts are really powerful. Just as the Shui region enlightened master was using his divine sense to search the entire area, Xiaohua, who did not dare to stay in the Sky Patrol City for too long, escaped into the Imperial Thundersect Station when the Shui region enlightened master's divine sense stopped. Playing hide-and-seek with the Sky Patrol City in the Sky Patrol City would be suicidal. Chapter 2451. Let that old man from Shui have a headache. Xiaohua smiled as he appeared in the quiet room. He immediately sat down cross-legged as though nothing had happened. Tonight's encounter had really shocked him. Although he wanted to kill Tu Hong, there were so many twists and turns in the process. Even in the end, he could easily kill Tu Hong as though he was stabbing a sword. This was something he had never dreamt of. No matter what kind of gold core cultivator you are, under the negative karma of tens of thousands of vengeful spirits, you are just an ordinary person. Xiaohua's heart still had not calmed down. He even had a feeling that the feeling he had in the great array of Mount Quanjin might not be Xiao Mao or Dui Qimeng. Perhaps it was the vengeful spirits of the swordsmen and cultivators who had been killed by Tu Hong. The way of karma. It is indeed marvelous. Xiaohua thought as his mind entered the space. He saw the primordial spirit in the hand of karma. Although it was not very big, it was extremely clear. Almost every stripe could be seen. Xiaohua felt something in his heart. Without any hesitation, he threw his mind into that strand of primordial spirit. An incomparably cool feeling filled Xiaohua's mind. It was as if he was a swimming fish, as if he was that strand of light, as if he was that speck of dust in the mortal world. The brilliance of the tracing light also became increasingly brilliant. The heavenly Tao starry sky also faintly emitted rumbling sounds. Xiaohua's mind swam through the boundless ocean, through the boundless earth, through the long river of time, through the flourishing mortal world. Unlike Xiaohua, who had relieved himself of a heavy burden, the gold core cultivators in Tu Hong's residence all looked at each other. Their hearts were heavy and they did not know what to do. I only came to congratulate Tu Hong, but I just wanted to flatter the Shuiyu spiritual master. I really did not expect to encounter such a situation. Almost every cultivator felt bitter. Not only did Qin Jian break through the heavily guarded Sky Patrol City, but he also killed a mid-stage golden core cultivator. Even the Sky Patrol City Lord did not have time to save him. This is even more terrifying than Qin Jian's earlier provocation. Moreover, as the gold core cultivators pondered, they suddenly felt a wave of lingering fear. Right, how did Xiaohua kill Tu Hong? It was when the group of gold core cultivators unleashed their magic treasures and chased after Xiaohua. It was when Tu Hong completely activated his magic power, causing the life source magic treasure of the middle gold core cultivator to emit a dozen rays of light. It was when Tu Hong activated the defensive formation of the mansion in an attempt to kill Xiaohua. Xiaohua brought out a sword formation. Not to mention that Xiaohua's figure was like a ghost, chasing after Tu Hong like a shadow amidst the brilliance of the magical treasures. Not to mention that an illusory swordsman was actually able to use a sword array, and not to mention that once the sword array was activated, Tu Hong was trapped inside, and Tu Hong was unable to resist at all. Just Tu Hong's unimaginable madness when he was trapped in the sword formation was enough to strike fear into the hearts of all the cultivators. What kind of method was this? It was almost enough to kill an intermediate gold core stage cultivator with a single blow. This Qin Jian's cultivation had already far surpassed an ordinary third-grade illusory swordsman, and he was already on the verge of transforming into a sword. A group of gold core cultivators actually besieged an illusory swordsman. Now that they thought about it, they trembled with fear. If not for Qin Jian's fear of Shuiyu's sage, I'm afraid that they would have also fallen into Qin Jian's sword formation. That terrifying sword formation was simply an instant kill. The green and red flying swords were like a bladeless youth. Without any hindrance, they silently cut off a young girl's youth. Tu Hong's defensive formation was simply unable to withstand the sharpness of the flying swords. Tu Hong's ambition and infatuation were all gone with the wind in a snap of a finger. However, the gold core cultivators only felt a moment of lingering fear. Immediately after, they saw Shuiyu's sage use his magical powers to activate the formation of Shuiyu's city to search for Qin Jian. Their faces were as white as snow, and they began to feel fear in their hearts. However, although they were afraid, none of them dared to move. All of them quietly waited in the air above Tu Hong's mansion, waiting for Shuiyu's orders. Only one person's face was filled with extreme fear. Her originally slightly flushed face was now abnormally pale. This person was none other than Dui Qimeng. Shock, regret, and enlightenment alternated in her eyes. At the same time, she was extremely puzzled as she looked at the corpse in her hands that was almost identical to her. Not far away from Dui Qimeng was naturally the self-righteous Chen Mo. His face was extremely awkward. Even though Tu Hong didn't admit it until his death, didn't that mean that Qin Jian wasn't lying? Since Tu Hong was preparing to take Dui Qimeng's soul, then what kind of role did he play? If this matter was known by others, how would he face himself? Sure enough, in the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the dazzling brilliance above Shuiyu's city gradually disappeared. This brilliance had already attracted countless cultivators to fly out from their resting places to see what was happening. However, the pressure of Shuiyu's sage covered the entire Shuiyu's city. They only poked their heads out and then lost interest. They obediently stayed in their resting places, not daring to move. When Shuiyu's figure disappeared, the pressure was also completely gone. The disciples of Shuiyu had already appeared in groups, patrolling the streets of Shuiyu's city. Even some gold core disciples of Shuiyu's city flew into the air with strange expressions on their faces. They urged their disciples to search for Qin Jian while they dealt with cultivators that ordinary disciples could not deal with. As for Shuiyu's sage, he turned into a rainbow and landed beside the pagoda. With a slight grasp of his hand, the entire pagoda was lifted up by him. With a rumbling sound, the pagoda fell down and the array formation was also destroyed, revealing the space where the crystal coffin was originally. But at this time, besides Lan Xian's corpse, there was nothing else. There was no trace of her at all. Shuiyu waved his hand and Lan Xian's corpse flew into the air. Shuiyu narrowed his eyes and looked at it for a moment. Then he waved his hand again and Tu Hong's corpse also flew over, joining Lan Xian's corpse. After a moment, Shuiyu waved his sleeve and the two corpses fell into the dust. Then he looked at the crowd of gold core cultivators, who were trembling with fear. What is going on here? Shuiyu finally spoke. This was the first time Shuiyu had spoken since returning to Shuiyu's city. His voice was filled with anger. Qing Bai Yunqin and the others looked at each other, not daring to speak. This was Tu Hong's scandal. Who knew what Shuiyu's plan was? If he heard this, then whoever dared to speak would be the first to die? Seeing that no one dared to speak, Shuiyu grinned and said, "It seems that this old man, Senior, this is what happened." A soft and clear voice sounded out. It was Dui Qimeng who was still holding onto Yu Meng's corpse. Shuiyu's eyes flashed with a fierce light, as if he wanted to dig out a piece of Dui Qimeng's flesh. Of course, this was under the condition that he didn't understand the reason behind it. When he heard Dui Qimeng narrate the whole story without leaving out a single detail, his gaze was as sharp as a sword. It was as if he wanted to stab Dui Qimeng and Tu Hong with 64 fatal sword scars. Dui Qimeng remained calm in the face of the Snow Domain Enlightened Master's undisguised killing intent. She bowed gracefully and said, "This junior is an unlucky person. I was originally in love with my Imperial Lightning Sect's disciple, Cui Hongshan. However, Cui Hongshan followed me to Mt. Quanjin and was buried in the array. At that time, this junior's heart was like dying embers and I didn't want to give myself to anyone else. However, this junior took into account that Senior Tu Hong had contributed greatly to my Dao sect and killed thousands of Huan country swordsmen at Golden Spring Mountain. This junior took revenge for Cui Hongshan and fulfilled this junior's wish. Thus, this junior agreed to perform the dual cultivation ceremony with Senior Tuesday. Tonight's matter was too sudden. This junior doesn't know if this matter is true. However, looking at Yu Meng in this junior's hands, this junior is filled with sorrow. Although she is already dead, Tu Hong racked his brains for her and used unscrupulous means to resurrect her. But what about this junior? I am all alone with no one to rely on. I can't even find Cui Hongshan's corpse. Senior Tu Hong's actions may be disgraceful or heinous in the eyes of others, but in the eyes of this junior and other female cultivators, he is a true lover. To be honest, even if this matter is true, this junior doesn't have any resentment. This junior doesn't resent Tu Hong. Actually, if he had directly told this junior about this matter, this junior wouldn't have hesitated to agree. Because this junior's heart is already dead and gone with Cui Hongshan. Rather than letting this junior's body wither away with my heart, this junior would rather give Tu Hong a living Yu Meng. Thus, this junior earnestly requests that this junior be allowed to bury Yu Meng's corpse together with Tu Hong. This junior also requests that senior's disciples bury this junior at Golden Spring Mountain. Even if this junior can't be buried together with Chui Hongshan, this junior wants to look at Chui Hongshan's corpse as I sleep. Hiss, the group of Golden Core cultivators couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when they heard Dui Qiming's words. They thought that the one who hated Tu Hong the most was Dui Qiming. Who would have thought that Dui Qiming didn't hate Tu Hong at all and treated this matter as nothing? This was simply inconceivable. This simply didn't make any sense. The group of Golden Core cultivators were all flabbergasted as a saying appeared in their minds: a woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. There were also female cultivators among the Golden Core cultivators, and Qingbai was one of them. She was also moved when she heard this, but when she saw Shui Yu's thoughtful expression, a trace of hope appeared in her heart. She didn't dare to say anything in fear of angering Shui Yu. "Little girl, is this true?" Shui Yu said coldly. "Sigh." Dui Qiming smiled bitterly. "This junior's heart is withered. Senior, please take this Yu Meng away and this junior will go find Chui Hongshan." Dui Qiming waved her hand and Yu Meng's corpse flew into the air. With a flip of her hand, her jade-like palm hit her own forehead as she called out, Chui Hongshan, this concubine is coming for you." Chapter 2452. Humph. Just as Dui Qiming's hand was about to hit her own forehead, Perfected Shui sneered. Dui Qiming's hand froze in mid-air. "Your Chui Lang is in the Imperial Lightning Sect's encampment. How are you going to find him if you're dead?" Perfected Shui waved his sleeves and Yu Meng's corpse flew back. "Bury Yu Meng's corpse together with Tu Hong's corpse. Then you can go find your Chui Lang. This old man does not want to see you in Sky Patrol City ever again." "What? Chui Lang? He's still alive?" Dui Qiming could not believe her ears. She was completely stunned. Of course, in her heart, there was a flash of hope. However, Sage Shui no longer paid any attention to her. His figure gradually turned into a ray of light, and a cold voice was transmitted into the ears of the Golden Core cultivators. "Tu Hong was killed by Qin Jian. You all saw it with your own eyes. We Dao sect cultivators have one more blood feud. You all must do your best to kill Qin Jian. Furthermore, even if Tu Hong made a mistake in the matter at Jinshan Quan, he should have done 60% of the work. This old man does not want to hear any rumors. Do you understand?" "Yes, we understand." Everyone was overjoyed and bowed in unison. Before they could get up, Perfected Shui had already flown away. There was no trace of him at all. "We were lucky." Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They looked at each other and nodded slightly. Without any greetings, they flew into the meeting hall. "Senior Uncle Qian." Seeing that Qian Mo was about to fly away, Dui Qiming called out anxiously. "What's the matter?" Qian Mo turned around indifferently. "Oh, nothing." Dui Qiming saw Qian Mo's expression and immediately understood that he must know that Chui Hongshan had returned to Sky Patrol City. However, he had always seen her. Why didn't he say anything earlier? Since he did not say anything earlier, how could she ask him now? "This disciple would like senior uncle to change Tu Hong's trusted subordinate to come over so that I can carry out Perfected Shui's orders properly." Dui Qiming thought quickly and said respectfully. This old man understands." Qian Mo nodded slightly. "You did well. Since it's an order from Perfected Shui, we will naturally do it well. Just you wait." With that, Qian Mo turned around and flew away, leaving Dui Qiming behind. Tu Hong's corpse fell beside the ruins of the pagoda. Looking at this imposing man, Dui Qiming couldn't feel any resentment. What she said to the Snow Region sage was the truth. She knew that if she was in his shoes, she might have made the same choice. Placing Yu Meng's corpse beside Tu Hong, Dui Qiming had a strange feeling in her heart. It was as if she was lying there, and a peaceful feeling filled her heart. Hiss, Dui Qiming's heart immediately went on alert. Why do I have such a feeling? Who was this Yu Meng? How could she look exactly like me? Don't tell me. Thinking up to this point, Dui Qiming sighed again. Sigh, even if Yu Meng is related to me in some way, I'm afraid I can't investigate it. Shui Yu's spiritual master made it clear that I can't come to Sky Patrol City in the future, and I can't investigate Yu Meng's origins. Otherwise Chui Lang and I will have to worry about our lives. Immediately Dui Qiming's heart was filled with joy. Chui Lang, he really survived? Junior brother Xiao is really a god. I don't know how they managed to escape the spirit howl array under Xiao Hua's protection. Unlike Dui Qi Meng's surprise, Shuiyu's figure landed in the city lord's mansion. In the huge palace, Shuiyu frowned. Qin Jian? Isn't that the swordsman on the bounty? I vaguely saw it outside the Sky Scout city just now. That guy had already fled in panic. How could he appear in Sky Patrol City? Besides, Qin Jian is only a third-grade illusory sword cultivator. How could he hide from my eyes and ears? However, the sword wounds on Lan Xian and Tu Hong's bodies are real. That sword array can't be used by a swordsman. Could it be that a swordsman broke into my Sky Patrol City? It's just that even if it's a swordsman, it's impossible for him to disappear under my nose. Thinking of this, Shuiyu's eyelids twitched. Yes, a swordsman's attack power was obviously stronger than a nascent soul cultivator. But this was Sky Patrol City. Within the array, Shuiyu was confident that he could kill a swordsman. This was also the reason why Huan Country swordsman did not dare to invade Sky Patrol City. But today this, Qin Jian, was actually able to escape the pursuit of a nascent soul cultivator, and he did not dare to fight with a nascent soul cultivator. This was extremely abnormal. At this moment, Shuiyu raised his eyebrows as if he had thought of something. With a wave of his hand, a spirit talisman flew out of the hall. Not long after, Jin Kang and Fang Lengbai came together. Both of them had a grim expression, and when they saw Shuiyu's face, they became even more panicked. Jin Kang bowed and said, "My lord, I've been unworthy. I've searched for a long time, but I couldn't find the swordsman's whereabouts at all. I couldn't even find a trace of him. A group of disciples patrolled the entire place, but we couldn't find any strange swordsman at all." Fang Lengbai hurriedly reported. If even I can't find him, what can you find?" Shuiyu waved his hand and said coldly, "I just wanted to see if that scoundrel could have left any clues that I could easily overlook." "Yes, I understand." Both of them heaved a sigh of relief. "I called you here to ask you some questions." Shuiyu hesitated for a moment, then said, "Among the disciples who entered Sky Patrol City over the past month, were there any strange people?" "I've already made a list of those who entered and left Sky Patrol City, as well as those who used the teleportation formation. Please have a look, my lord." Fang Lengbai was already prepared. He clapped his hands and took out a jade slip and handed it to Shuiyu. Shuiyu took it, glanced at it and asked again, "Did you find anything strange?" "Okay, I'll let you know." Fang Lengbai smiled bitterly. "I've already looked through it and there were no abnormalities. They were all disciples of various sects, and the disciples on duty in Sky Patrol City were at most at the early stage of the Gold Core realm." Take a closer look and see if any of these disciples were impersonated by the swordsman." Shuiyu nodded. "At the same time, see if there were any abnormalities outside Sky Patrol City." "Yes, I understand." Fang Lengbai bowed and replied. "By the way, Jin Kang, has Heavenly Demon Sect done anything recently?" Shuiyu suddenly asked. "Heavenly Demon Sect?" Jin Kang was slightly stunned, then shook his head and said, "Since the Sword Principle battle, Heavenly Demon Sect seemed to have disappeared without a trace. I haven't received any news from them for a long time." Chapter 2453. "Yes, send more people to find out more about the Heavenly Demon Sect." Shuiyu Master's face flashed with anger. "Yes, I understand. It's all my fault." Jin King hurriedly bowed and apologized. Shuiyu Master waved his sleeves and said, "It's not your fault. Now that the Sword Principle battle has made my Sky Patrol City anxious, who would care about the Heavenly Demon Sect?" "What do you mean?" Fang Lengbai took the opportunity to ask. "To tell you the truth, although the swordsman looks like Qin Jian, his escape technique is very good. He can avoid the magic treasure of a golden core cultivator. He seems to know the escape technique of the Huan Country's bird cultivator. Qin Jian is a swordsman of the Huan Country, so it's possible that he knows the escape technique of the bird cultivator. However, there seems to be traces of a demon cultivator in his disguise. If I'm not wrong, it's very likely that the Heavenly Demon Sect is using the name of a sword cultivator to kill my Sky Patrol City's disciples. This will further stir up the conflict between the Taoist sect and the sword cultivators." "You're wise." Fang Lengbai and Jin Kang were really impressed and replied respectfully. However, they did not know how Shuiyu Master could determine that it was not Qin Jian. However, this old man is a little puzzled. Although there were traces of the Sky Demon Sect's actions during the sword battle, the various Tao sect sects had also instantly accepted the challenge. Now that the battle has already reached its climax, Why is the Sky Demon sect taking the risk of being killed by this old man to stir up trouble again? Aren't they afraid of being exposed? I don't know. Jean King answered honestly. After I find out the whereabouts of the Heavenly Demon sect, I'll ask you to make a decision. Yes. Shuiyu Master nodded and then asked, do you know about Tu Hong? This. Jean King and Fang Lingbai felt very awkward. It was impossible for them not to know about it. Although the Golden Core cultivators were warned by the Shuiyu Daoist, they had already discussed it and made an oath to never reveal a word about it. But what about the disciples of the Sky Patrol City? How could Jean Kang and Fang Lingbai not have any confidence among them? However, they also knew that Shuiyu Master had warned them. Now that Shuiyu Master asked about it, how could they answer? Rumors stop with the wise. Shuiyu Sage looked at the sky outside the palace and said, the sky is about to brighten. A new day is about to begin. Let bygones be bygones. After that, Sage Shuiyu closed his eyes and ignored the two of them. Yes, I understand. Jean Kang and Fang Lingbai's heart trembled. They knew that the matter about Tu Hong had been classified as a rumor. Everything about Tu Hong would be forgotten by the Sky Patrol City as the sun rose. They bowed and carefully retreated. The rising sun chased away the darkness, but where did the darkness go? Under the tree? Under the eaves? In the paddy fields? Or in people's hearts? No one could say for sure, but even if the sun left, darkness would still come. In this world, light and darkness were always alternating. No one knew whether it was the light that drove away the darkness or the darkness that drove away the light. Everyone in Sky Patrol City knew that when the first ray of sunlight shone on Sky Patrol City, the entire city was in an uproar. Not boiling with joy. It was the boiling of anger, the boiling of rage, the boiling of fear, the boiling of fear. Tu Hong, the rising gold core cultivator of Sky Patrol City, was a disciple of Sky Patrol City who was considered to be as famous as the City Lord of Sky Patrol City. For several years, Sky Patrol City had been proud of him as a hero in the war between Dao cultivators. He was also the hero who led Sky Patrol City into the meeting hall of Yanxi Mansion. He was also the planner of several battles with sword cultivators in the past few years. Last night, sword cultivator Qin Jian broke into Sky Patrol City to assassinate him. No one doubted the source of this news because last night, the pressure of a nascent soul realm cultivator had covered the entire Sky Patrol City. Every cultivator, even those who were hiding in the quiet rooms, could clearly feel the anger of Shuiyu Sage. What could make a nascent soul cultivator so angry? Last night everyone guessed for a long time. They only received this shocking news when the night was over. Other than this, what else could it be? How did Qin Jian sneak into Sky Patrol City? How did Qin Jian kill Tu Hong? What about Tu Hong's dual cultivation ceremony? The Golden Core cultivators gathered at Tu Hong's residence to congratulate him. What are they doing? How did Qin Jian escape the pursuit of Sage Shuiyu? Is Sky Patrol City still safe? All sorts of questions and guesses came out from the mouths of the cultivators. All sorts of stories were passed from the mouths of cultivators to the ears of other cultivators, and from these cultivators to the ears of the other cultivators. There were more and more questions and guesses. There were more and more boring things that aroused people's curiosity. Then the real truth would never be known. The so-called secrets and secrets of this world were all like this. Especially those Golden Core cultivators who were suspected to have gone to Tu Hong's residence last night. They were not afraid of what had happened last night. When they talked about the assassination attempt on Tu Hong, they did not hide anything at all. They described it word by word, and the indignation they felt towards sword cultivators in their words made one feel that it was too much to count. This seemed to be different from what they had imagined. Almost every curious cultivator asked themselves the same question. Should they be afraid of something that would damage the reputation of the Celestial Sentinel City and the true master of the Shuiyu? They should be evasive. Of course, this doubt only lasted for a moment. Everyone was attracted by the strange sword formation and Qin Jian's unpredictable means. In the entire Sky Patrol City, whether it was the encampment of the various sects, the tea houses or the various shops, everyone was talking about the battle between Qin Jian and Tu Hong. Moreover, a group of cultivators who did not participate in the battle were unprecedentedly angry. Since Qin Jian could break into Sky Patrol City to assassinate Tu Hong, why couldn't the cultivators break into Huan country to assassinate Qin Jian? All kinds of arrangements and schemes were brewing. Qin Jian had become the enemy of all cultivators. If they did not kill Qin Jian, the cultivators would be disgraced. Hearing the news from the disciples of Sky Patrol City, Jean Kang and Fang Lingbai's faces relaxed. This was the result they wanted. As long as the matter of Tu Hong and Yu Meng was forgotten, so what if they exaggerated the power of sword cultivators? What about Sky Patrol City's reputation and Sage Shuiyu's reputation? They had already lost it last night, so there was no need to look for it today. Unlike the uproar in Sky Patrol City and the heated discussion in the Imperial Thundersect's encampment, Cui Hongshan was scratching his head anxiously in the quiet room of the Imperial Thundersect's first team. It was rare for him to be worried about Xiao Hua. This worry appeared after Sage Shuiyu released his coercion last night. The coercion of a nascent soul cultivator with the help of the Sky Patrol City's large formation could not be resisted by the Imperial Thundersect's encampment. Sage Shuiyu's anger was reflected in every cultivator's heart through the coercion, and Cui Hongshan was no exception. He was probably the only person in Sky Patrol City who knew the reason for Sage Shuiyu's anger. This Xiao Hua. What did he do? How did he make Sage Shuiyu so angry? Cui Hongshan's heart was beating like a drum. He was uneasy, afraid that at any moment, the disciples of Sky Patrol City would break in from outside the quiet room and capture him. I only asked him to ask about Qiming's thoughts. Why did it cause so much trouble? For a moment, Cui Hongshan felt a little regretful. He felt that he should not have let Xiao Hua go to Du Hong's residence. Not only did he disrupt Dui Qiming's happiness, but he also brought trouble to himself. This regret, as well as his worry for Xiao Hua, continued to haunt him. Only when the sky brightened and he heard some whispers outside the quiet room did Cui Hongshan sigh. He stood up and walked out of the quiet room. Sure enough, in the hall, Zhen Minghui and the others had already gathered together and were discussing in low voices. Captain Cui. Seeing Cui Hongshan come out, Zhen Minghui and the others bowed. Although the 6 of them had made progress, Cui Hongshan's progress was the greatest. His cultivation was already the leader of the group. In addition to everyone's praise, Zhen Minghui and the others had already regarded Cui Hongshan as the captain of the first team. Yes, Cui Hongshan nodded slightly and asked, "Are you talking about the coercion last night?" Yes. Zhen Minghui's face was full of envy. That was the coercion of a nascent soul cultivator. Even in the quiet room I could clearly feel it. Under that vast coercion I really felt that I was an ant. Yes. Zhen Hu jumped up and said excitedly, "Last night I was comprehending the cultivation method, but that coercion suddenly came, almost without any gap. I was almost scared out of my wits. If it weren't for the fact that all my senior brothers were resting, I would have definitely run out at that time. It was really too scary." Seeing that Zhen Minghui and the others were fearless because of their ignorance, Cui Hongshan suddenly felt that not knowing anything was such a blissful thing. That's right, I was thinking the same thing. At that time, I really wanted to come out of the quiet room to take a look. But I was afraid that if something really happened and angered a nascent soul cultivator. Bai Sugu also said embarrassedly. At that moment, the restriction outside the hall suddenly fluctuated. Although the fluctuation was not very obvious, Cui Hongshan's heart suddenly tightened. However, when he saw the person who came in, he couldn't help but be wild with joy. An indescribable surprise welled up in his heart, and an inexplicable sadness filled his chest. "Qimeng." Cui Hongshan called out softly. He took 2 steps forward and stopped again. "Cui Hongshan, you're still alive." Dui Qiming's face was still somewhat pale, but there was still disbelief. The moment she saw Cui Hongshan, her strong will collapsed and she almost flew into Cui Hongshan's arms. Chapter 2454. This. Cui Hongshan was extremely hesitant when he felt the familiar scent rushing into his nose. His arms were stiff. Although Dui Qiming was his previous lover, she should be Tu Hong's dual cultivation partner now, right? Why did she suddenly come here? While Cui Hongshan was confused, he suddenly thought of the anger of Shuiyu's perfected being last night. An unparalleled shock drowned him like a wave. Xiao Hua, this guy didn't kill Tu Hong, right? Cui Lang. Dui Qiming's tear-stained face was hidden in Cui Hongshan's embrace. She had already vaguely sensed Cui Hongshan's abnormality. Thump. Cui Hongshan's heart skipped a beat. It was like thunder in a storm. How can I know so much at this time? I have to pretend that I don't know anything. Cui Hongshan screamed in his heart, but his expression had already attracted the attention of Chen Mo, who was following behind Dui Qiming. "Martial nephew Cui, your complexion doesn't look too good. What happened?" Chen Mo frowned and asked. Cui Hongshan's eyes were a little panicked. He forced a smile and said apologetically, "Martial Uncle Chen, what happened? Qiming isn't Qiming at Sky Thunder Peak?" Why did she suddenly appear in Sky Patrol City? This disciple is really shocked. This disciple has been yearning to see her day and night. When she suddenly appeared, this disciple thought that this was a dream. As he spoke, Cui Hongshan lifted his stiff arm and stretched out his fingers to pinch his other arm. Ouch. Even Cui Hongshan himself cried out. Idiot. Of course this isn't a dream. Dui Qiming said bitterly as she touched the bruises on Cui Hongshan's arm. Oh, I see. Qian Mo nodded slightly and didn't pursue the matter. He turned to look at Zhen Minghui and the rest and said coldly, Did you all feel the nascent soul suppression last night? Yes, we were discussing it. Zhen Minghui was a little puzzled. He bowed and said, Hehe, you actually waited until now to discuss it. You all are quite shrewd. Qian Mo nodded. In this case this old man can rest assured. Remember, the dignity of a nascent soul cultivator cannot be challenged. Sometimes not knowing is better than knowing. Not pursuing the matter is wiser than not knowing. This? Zhen Minghui and the others looked at each other, then at Cui Hongshan. Cui Hongshan didn't dare to reveal any flaws as he looked at Qian Mo in confusion. Qian Mo didn't bother to explain. He just said lightly, You are the great heroes of my Imperial Thunder sect. The rewards from Yanxi Prefecture and the Imperial Thunder sect will be given to your sect. This old man will arrange for you to return to the Imperial Thunder sect as soon as possible. However, Sky Sentry City was in turmoil right now and it was uncertain how long it would take. If it was fast, it could take 10 days. If it was slow, it could take dozens of days. Just wait as long as you want. Besides that, all of you are in charge of controlling the restrictions here. However, it's only limited to the Imperial Lightning Sect station. You're not allowed to take a single step out of the station. Yes, disciple understands. Zhen Minghui and the others really didn't understand, but they didn't dare to ask and could only bow. Well, take care of yourself. Qian Mo turned around and left. But before he left, he didn't forget to warn, some rumors, it's better not to listen to them. Just remember, don't listen, don't believe, and don't spread. As he spoke, he glanced at Dui Qiming. Although he didn't transmit his voice, Dui Qiming almost nodded slightly. Obviously. Qian Mo felt that the arrangement with Dui Qiming was not enough, but he couldn't say anything else. Yes, disciple understands. Cui Hongshan understood and hurriedly walked 2 steps forward to send Qian Mo off. However, he only took 1 step and Qian Mo was already out of the restriction. What's going on? Zhenhua mumbled and scratched his head. Haha, it's nothing. Dui Qiming said lightly, Last night, Qin Jian, a sword cultivator, broke into the Celestial City and killed Tu Hong, who was stationed in the Celestial City. However, the Shui region spiritual master couldn't find any trace of Qin Jian. Huh? Zhen Minghui and the others were shocked. Qin Jian actually killed his way into the Celestial City? He actually killed an early-stage golden elixir cultivator on the spot? Tu Hong is already an intermediate-stage golden elixir cultivator. Dui Qiming said lightly, Qin Jian did enter Tu Hong's mansion and assassinate him personally. Oh my, this sword cultivator is really fierce. Baisugu clicked his tongue and exclaimed, This is a place where a nascent soul cultivator is stationed. He actually killed an intermediate-stage golden elixir cultivator and escaped unscathed. These swordsmen are going to... Senior brother Cui, you don't seem surprised at all? Baisugu noticed Cui Hongshan's expression while exclaiming. The shock in Cui Hongshan's heart had already passed. He smiled bitterly and held Dui Qiming's hand, saying, Do you still need to say it? I knew last night that this was not a small matter. However, I still didn't expect Senior Tu to be killed. Therefore I don't feel surprised. There are too many things to be surprised about and cherish in this world. Don't wait until you lose something before you think about it. It's already too late. After the battle at Mount Quanjin, I know what I want to protect and cherish. I've seen the love of my life. All the exclamations can only be reduced to dust and clouds. Cui Qiming. Dui Qiming's face was flushed and her heart was filled with tenderness. She only felt that her previous worries and sorrow were not in vain. This was also a chance given by the heavens to let her be with such an open-minded and loving man for the rest of her life. Hehe, congratulations Captain Cui, congratulations senior sister Dui. I'm afraid that when we return to Sky Thunder Peak, the 2 of you will be able to hold the dual cultivation ceremony? Chiu Su cupped his hands and congratulated. Upon hearing the words dual cultivation ceremony, Cui Hongshan and Dui Qiming's expressions changed greatly. Dui Qiming even looked at Cui Hongshan with some fear while Cui Hongshan was extremely embarrassed. However, Cui Hongshan quickly covered up. "Sai, let's talk about this later. Before I came to Sky Patrol City, I wanted to hold a dual cultivation ceremony with Qiming, but it was delayed by this battle. Now, I don't know if it's suitable." Hearing Cui Hongshan's words, Dui Qiming's heart was finally at ease. However, Chiu did not mind and said, "We are now the meritorious officials of the Imperial Thunder Sect. There shouldn't be any problem for the two of you to hold a dual cultivation ceremony. Senior Sister Dui Captain Chui, you must invite us to your dual cultivation ceremony." Hearing Chiu mention the dual cultivation ceremony, Cui Hongshan's heart tightened, but he could not say anything. He could only smile and say, Of course. "Where's junior brother Xiao?" Dui Qiming also wanted to change the topic, but Yumu asked curiously, "I heard from Marshal Uncle Qian that the six of you are out of danger." Don't mention junior brother Xiao." Su Qing yawned and said bleakly, "He's no longer in our Imperial Thunder Sect's first team." "Why is that?" Dui Qiming was even more surprised. Junior brother Xiao was chosen by Li Zongbao of the Utopia faction and was recruited to be his subordinate. He went to other places to hunt down sword cultivators. Zhen Minghui said enviously, "Junior brother Zhao's magic power is so strong. He will definitely make a name for himself with Li Zongbao." "Alas, Martial Uncle Xiao has done his best." By Sugu sighed. "If it weren't for him, not to mention the merits now, even before we reach Sky Patrol City we would have been killed. Yes, it's all thanks to Xiao Hua that we can live until now." Dui Qiming nodded and glanced at Cui Hongshan. "I hope he can return to Sky Patrol City safely this time." At this time, Cui Hongshan had no intention of competing with Xiao Hua. He was extremely grateful to Xiao Hua. This guy not only returned safely, but also stirred up a huge storm in Sky Patrol City. If I tell you, you will be scared to death. Cui Hongshan's mind gradually became active as he turned to Dui Qiming and said tenderly, "You can rest assured, Xiao. Xiao Hua is a blessed person. Even if Li Zongbao can't come back, he will be able to. Let's go, we will go out and have a look. It must be very lively outside." Zhen Minghui said with a smile. Dui Qiming's face changed and she said in a low voice, "You go, I won't go. I have something to tell Cui Hongshan." "That's good." Zhen Minghui waved his hand and was about to leave when he heard Dui Qiming exhort, "Junior brother Zhen, remember you can only listen to everything and never say anything. Remember. Zhen Minghui was puzzled again. When he was about to ask, Dui Qiming took Cui Hongshan's hand and the two entered the quiet room. There were some things that were awkward to say, so it was better to let others hear it. The quiet room was completely silent as Dui Qiming recounted everything that had happened to Cui Hongshan. At that time, this concubine only knew that Cui Hongshan had already died, and the sect master had also agreed to it, so this concubine had no other choice. "I can discover the oath. I have never been alone with Tu Hong in these 5 years." Seeing Dui Qiming's timid appearance and afraid that he would misunderstand her, Cui Hongshan couldn't help but feel distressed. He really wanted to tell her what he knew and let her know that even if she chose Tu Hong, as long as she was happy, he would give her his blessings even if his heart bled. However, he couldn't say it. This was not only related to Xiao Hua's safety, but also his and Dui Qiming's safety. It was also related to the safety of the Myriad Thunder Valley. After the baptism of the Dao Cultivator battle, Cui Hongshan had become more mature. The human heart in this world was far from as simple as he thought. "Cui Hongshan, you really want me to make an oath?" Dui Qiming clenched her teeth slightly. "No." Cui Hongshan gently pulled Dui Qiming into his arms and said with regret, "How could I not trust you? If you swear this oath, where will your husband put his face?" Dui Qiming couldn't help but act coquettishly. This was a release of trust. If she really made an oath, not to mention whether Cui Hongshan would believe her, her trust in Cui Hongshan would be reduced. Chapter 2455. It's all my fault. I put you in the fire pit. Cui Hongshan hugged Dui Qiming and whispered, "This is my fault, not yours. Now, my cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds, and I'm about to enter the middle stage of foundation establishment. In the future, my wife and I can live together and grow old together." Dui Qiming nodded habitually, but then she said in surprise, "You're about to enter the middle stage of foundation establishment." As she spoke, she sensed with her spell and knew that Cui Hongshan was telling the truth. She smiled like a flower and congratulated him. "Congratulations, my husband. I didn't expect that after 5 years, my husband's cultivation has surpassed mine. Your husband has surpassed your cultivation and you're still happy? Yes, the higher my husband's cultivation, the happier I am. Dui Qiming said with a smile. The two of them were affectionate for a while, but Dui Qiming didn't tell Cui Hongshan about Yu Meng. She had decided to bury this matter in the bottom of her heart. Junior brother Jin, the five of them have improved their cultivation? Dui Qiming was even more shocked as she chatted with Cui Hongshan. What about junior brother Xiao? Isn't he even more powerful? Haha, Zhenhua and Baisu Gu have both entered the foundation establishment under Xiaohua's protection. Xiaohua also joined forces with the disciples of the Utopia faction to kill many brightsword swordsmen. Cui Hongshan said excitedly, the cultivation of the six of us has improved a lot. Xiaohua can't see it in such a short time. Captain Cui, at this moment, Zhenhua's voice came from outside the quiet room. He seemed to be extremely excited. What's wrong? Cui Hongshan felt a little strange as he accompanied Dui Qiming out. He felt a little apprehensive in his heart. After all, if there wasn't anything important, Zhenhua and the others wouldn't disturb him. Even in the situation last night, they didn't make a fuss. Master's Uncle Xiao is back. Master's Uncle Xiao is back. Zhenhua pulled Cui Hongshan's sleeve and said, just now we met a disciple on patrol. Senior brother Minghui couldn't help but inquire about him. Who knew that Master's Uncle Xiao had already returned to Patrol City yesterday? He should be resting somewhere in the encampment, right? This guy came back yesterday? Why don't you come back here to rest? Cui Hongshan pretended to be surprised. Zhenhua stole a glance at Dui Qiming and whispered, Senior sister should have already told you, right? This disciple feels that she might be afraid that we would find out about what happened outside. Dui Qiming's face turned bright red. And don't mention this matter again in the future. Cui Hongshan waved his hand and smiled, Qiming, why don't you come with me to see Xiaohua? This concubine? Dui Qiming shook her head. This concubine shouldn't appear in the Imperial Thunder Sect's encampment for now. Let's talk about it after we return to the sect. And alright. It's been hard on you, Qiming? Cui Hongshan held Dui Qiming's hand and comforted her. Everything will be fine. This concubine understands. Dui Qiming nodded and watched as the two left the hall. Outside the prohibition spell, it was a sunny day. The golden sun shone brightly on Sky Patrol City as if it was eager to find out the truth of what happened last night in Sky Patrol City. Captain Cui, Zhen Minghui and the others had been waiting not far away. Their excited faces carried a trace of anger, but they were obviously burying this anger in the bottom of their hearts. Have you found the place where Xiaohua is resting? Cui Hongshan nodded slightly and asked. And it's not far away. Zhen Minghui pointed at a rather remote place over there, where two aura-refining disciples were on guard. He said in a low voice, look, in order to deceive us, even junior martial brother Xiao separated from us. Don't mention this matter in the future, don't mention it. Cui Hongshan smiled bitterly and waved his hand. Then, several people walked to the two Qi-refining disciples and cupped their hands. We're from the first team of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Xiaohua is our senior brother. Please summon Xiaohua to meet us. The first team of the Imperial Thunder Sect? The two disciples were stunned. They looked at each other and bowed. Greetings, martial uncles. And do you want to check the token? Cui Hongshan took out his token and was about to hand it to the two. There's no need. And Qi refining disciple's face turned red and hurriedly waved his hand. It's not that I don't want to let you in, but Martial Uncle Xiao has already told us yesterday that he wants to meditate and no one is to disturb him. No way. He still needs to meditate? Zhen Minghui laughed. I'm afraid you won't pass the message to him. He was now very clear that during these days when he and the others returned to Sky Patrol City, they were completely confused by the disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect and could not get any information at all. Xiaohua should be in the same situation at this time, right? Of course not. The disciple hurriedly explained, the martial uncles on duty previously had this intention, but we can't disrespect them. However, half an hour ago, there was an order to let Martial Uncle Xiao in and out. But Martial Uncle Xiao is meditating now. Even if we want to inform Martial Uncle of this order, we can't. The other disciple said with difficulty. Since you can't do it, then let me do it. Zhen Minghui was a little impolite. When he came out just now, he had already inquired about the matter clearly. They were the first team of the Imperial Thunder Sect, a meritorious team, but they were actually fooled by others. They were under house arrest in the quiet room for so long, but they still pretended to be in a good mood and intoxicated state. How could he not be angry? Yes. Seeing this, the two disciples took a step back and did not interfere. Senior brother Minghui. Cui Hongshan suddenly thought of a possibility and hurriedly stopped him. Since Xiaohua has come back, he must be safe. We don't have to be too anxious. Let's wait for him to come out by himself. Zhen Minghui raised his eyebrows thoughtfully and whispered, Captain Cui, you mean? Junior brother Zhao's cultivation is going to improve again? Yes. Cui Hongshan naturally did not think so, but he could only say so. Yes, that day when we came out of the Mount Quanjin array, our cultivation improved greatly, but Xiaohua was not particularly conspicuous. I think you must have some enlightenment after going out here, so you went into seclusion to meditate? Okay, then of course we won't disturb you. Zhen Minghui nodded and even lowered his voice for fear of disturbing the digestive tract cultivation. He said, let's go back first. We'll talk again in a few days. A few days later, the rumors in Sky Patrol City did not seem to stop. Instead, they became more and more intense. Many Golden Core cultivators came after hearing the news and formed different teams. They either discussed how to kill Qin Jian in Sky Patrol City, or they already had a plan. They used the teleportation formation or flew out of Sky Patrol City directly to Huan Country to look for a sword cultivator. Looking at the first team of the Imperial Thunder Sect, it was the same as before and did not attract much attention. This made Cui Hongshan and the others very gratified. They already knew about Dui Qiming's experience and felt deep sympathy for her. They did not want her to cause any more trouble, especially some unpleasant rumors. Furthermore, Cui Hongshan had asked Dui Qiming about it and knew that Qin Jian had killed Tu Hong with ease. He had also dodged the magical treasures of several Golden Core cultivators without suffering any injuries. Thus, he was able to put his heart at ease. On the evening of the fourth day, as usual, Cui Hongshan, Zhen Minghui and the other 5 people came to the quiet room where Xiaohua was resting. The 2 disciples on duty were already very familiar with them. They bowed from afar and said, Martial Uncle Cui, Martial Uncle Zhen, Martial Uncle Xiao, there is still no news from him. Who are they? Just when Cui Hongshan and the others were slightly disappointed and were about to leave, a light flashed not far from the next door, and 3 female disciples in the late stage of Foundation Establishment walked out from the restriction. One of the disciples in the middle stage of Foundation Establishment with slightly dark skin and a pair of triangular eyes frowned and asked coldly. Okay, Uncle Cohen knows. The Qi Refinement disciple did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly bowed. This is Captain Cui Hongshan of the Imperial Thunder Sect's first team, and the other Uncle Masters of the Shocking Thunder Palace. Hearing this, the 3 female cultivators' eyes flashed with curiosity, but there was also a trace of ridicule in this curiosity. So, you are the first team of the Imperial Thunder Sect. The late-stage Foundation Establishment female cultivator said frivolously, her white hair fluttering in the wind as she spoke. We don't dare, we are the disciples of the first team of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Cui Hongshan did not feel that there was anything wrong and walked forward with cupped hands. May I know which Thunder Palace you 3 senior sisters are from? Which Thunder Palace? We are not from the Converting Thunder Palace. The dark and skinny female cultivator from before covered her mouth and laughed. Yes. We don't have the appearance, the figure, and the innate charm of a fox. How could we be disciples of the Converting Thunder Palace? How could we join the first team of the Imperial Thunder Sect? How could we survive in the great array where tens of thousands of cultivators died? The other fair-skinned mid-stage Foundation Establishment female cultivator also mocked. Otherwise, I would be a great contributor to the Imperial Thunder Sect now, and we would also be rewarded by the sect master. That's not all. The dark and skinny female cultivator continued. How could such a person get merit when he returned to the Sky Patrol City before the Great Array was set up? Anyone with a brain would know how this merit was obtained. I can't rely on the beauty of a female cultivator to win the favor of others. Can you do it even if you take it? The fair-skinned female cultivator did not wait for the other female cultivator to finish and continued, You don't have a dual cultivation partner, so how could someone give you to a Golden Core cultivator? Stop dreaming. You. Zhen Minghui's eyes were almost burning with anger. He already understood that these 3 female cultivators were clearly mocking his thunder-controlling sect's first team. They relied on Dui Qiming's beauty to establish a relationship with Tu Hong. Because of this, they were able to survive, and because of this, they were able to obtain rewards and merits. What about me? The late-stage Foundation Establishment female cultivator who was originally covering her mouth and laughing scolded when she heard Zhen Minghui's anger. Chapter 2456. The late-stage Foundation establishment female cultivator scolded, "Don't you know how to salute a senior sister from the Earthly Thunder Palace? Can't we teach you a lesson? You Earthly Thunder Palace's male disciples look decent. How are you all spineless? So what if you die on the battlefield? You're just going to die on the battlefield. Look at you now, you're being scolded by thousands of people. If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? Since you did it in the first place, why do you care about being scolded now? Scolding you is considered light. I have to punish you on behalf of your master." As she spoke, the late-stage Foundation establishment female cultivator raised her hand, and a spell surrounded the six of them. "Senior Sister Kuan?" Cui Hongshan was shocked. "What are you doing?" Cui Hongshan struggled with all his might, but the six of them could not break free. "What am I doing?" The female cultivator raised her hand and was about to slap them. She said, "I came to Sky Patrol City yesterday and I've already heard of your filthy words. Today I'm going to thank you, senior sister." Cui Hongshan was anxious. "That's just rumors." But how could the female cultivator listen? With a wave of her hand, 6 palm shadows flew out and slapped toward Cui Hongshan and the other 5's faces. "Humph, so impressive, so ferocious, so powerful." At this moment, a cold mocking voice sounded from behind the female cultivator. Then a shadow flashed and a dozen fireballs appeared around the female cultivator. "Who?" The female cultivator was slightly stunned. The voice appeared too suddenly, and the shadow flew too fast. Her divine telekinesis did not manage to detect it. However, she only shouted that one word and immediately exclaimed, "You! How dare you!" Then her figure flew up into the sky quickly, no longer caring about Cui Hongshan and the other 5. Below her, the 2 mid-stage Foundation establishment female cultivators also flew up. Rumble, there was a deafening explosion. A dozen fireballs danced in the air, affecting everything within 100 feet. The dark-skinned female cultivator flew a little slower, but at the same time, the brilliance under her feet was extinguished, and a large piece of her Taoist robe was torn off. What's going on? The sound was too loud, and the patrolling disciples on duty had already flown over from afar. On the other side of Xiaohua's meditation room, a golden core cultivator also walked out with a frown. "Ah, Xiaohua?" With a glance, that cultivator saw Xiaohua standing firmly on the ground. He really raised both of his hands, like a hen protecting her chicks, blocking Cui Hongshan and the others behind him. "How dare you!" When the dark and skinny female cultivator saw her dark and skinny skin exposed, she couldn't help but become furious. She waved her hand and a palm of lightning shot out, attacking Xiaohua. "Humph, you want to go to the battlefield with this level of cultivation? Go back obediently and hide in the Earth Thunder Palace. Let your master teach you for another 10 years. Xiaohua sneered. His right hand slightly formed an incantation, and a foot-long earth shield appeared in front of him, blocking the thunder palm. Crackle! There was a burst of lightning and thunder. The thunder palm struck the earth shield into pieces, but in the end, it didn't break through the earth shield's defense. "Get out of the way!" A voice rang out. The gray-haired late-stage Foundation establishment female cultivator angrily rebuked. She took out a foot-long staff, and streaks of lightning flashed between the 2 ends of the staff. "What? You haven't even gone to the battlefield, and you want to use a magic weapon to deal with a disciple who just returned from the battlefield?" Xiaohua didn't seem to be afraid. He clapped his hands, and another dozen or so top-grade fireball talismans appeared in his hands. The magic power on the fireball talismans violently vibrated. It seemed that as long as he slightly urged his magic power, the dozen or so fireballs would rush out. Senior Martial Brothers, the patrolling disciple who had already hastily rushed over and cupped his hands. "Please don't use fire, please don't use violence. My Imperial Thunder sect has an extremely strict rule. If there is internal strife during the war, there will be no mercy." "Ah, and how could that be?" Xiaohua's eyes turned, and the fireball talismans disappeared. He said with a beaming smile, "I'm currently exchanging pointers with this senior martial sister Kuan. I'm using myself to teach her about the cruelty of the battlefield. How did it become an internal strife? This is absolutely not happening." Then Xiaohua turned his head and looked at the female cultivator in midair, smiling brilliantly. "Don't you think so, senior martial sister Kuan?" That female cultivator clenched her teeth. She looked at Xiaohua, then looked at the patrolling disciple, then looked at the skinny dark-skinned female cultivator who had already put on a new Taoist robe. she said coldly. When did I exchange pointers with you? Who are you? You actually dare to block I from teaching a lesson to the shameless disciples of my Imperial Thunder sect? You're really crazy. Xiaohua was somewhat speechless. He was swimming freely in the hand of karma, enjoying the leisure he hadn't had in a long time. But suddenly he sensed something in his heart, and his mind broke away from his primordial spirit. When his Buddhist awareness swept out to check, he saw Cui Hongshan and the others coming over. Seeing that he was so concerned about him, Xiaohua also felt very gratified. But then, 3 female disciples of the Earth Thunder Palace came out and actually wanted to teach Cui Hongshan and the others a lesson. When could the disciples of Myriad Thunder Valley be taught a lesson by others? Xiaohua immediately refused to do it. It was very simple. He threw out a dozen or so fireballs, and in a short while he forced 3 middle and late-stage foundation building female cultivators to lose face. The most wonderful thing was that this didn't reveal Xiaohua's cultivation level. Xiaohua was angry at that female cultivator for speaking rudely, but when he heard her words he smiled bitterly. It turned out that this female cultivator was actually a simple-minded person. She believed whatever she heard and didn't know how to be flexible in the slightest. I'm a disciple of the first team of the Imperial Thunder sect, and I'm the shameless disciple you said. Xiaohua sneered. How do you want to teach me a lesson? Then bring it on. I'd like to see if a sword cultivator on the battlefield couldn't kill us. How can we die in your hands? At this time, many disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect had been alarmed by the sound of the fireball talisman. They flew over and watched what was happening in front of them with interest. Some of them were even familiar with the 2 disciples on duty and had already inquired through voice transmission. Several disciples on duty didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They bowed and said, Senior Sister Kuan, if you want to spar, you can choose a quiet place and don't disturb others. Besides, even if you want to teach these junior brothers a lesson, you don't have to take out your magic weapon. This is the station of the Sky Patrol City, not my Sky Thunder Peak. I get angry when I see shameless people. The dignity of the Imperial Thunder sect has been tarnished by these shameless people. The female cultivator in the late stage of foundation establishment snorted coldly and put away her magic weapon. She still said bitterly, I was stopped by a friend as soon as I entered the Sky Patrol City yesterday and was ridiculed. What would you think? At that time, I thought that if there was a crack under I's feet, I would immediately escape into it. You want to escape? Do you know the 5 elements escape technique? Xiaohua said coldly, we're fighting for our lives in the Sky Patrol City. You just came to the Sky Patrol City and you haven't even seen the sword cultivators, yet you're angry at your junior brothers? What does your face count for? Could it be that it's more important than our lives? What's that? The female cultivator was stunned. Haha, the male cultivators of the Imperial Thunder sect all laughed, but the anger on their faces did not dissipate at all. Yes, the cultivators present had been in Sky Patrol City for a long time and had participated in many battles. Each of them saw their senior brothers and junior brothers lying in a pool of blood. Not only were they unable to help, but they also had to try their best to escape. At this moment, everyone understood what had happened and had some complaints about the late-stage foundation establishment Senior Sister Kuan. However, Senior Sister Kuan was a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator and a disciple of the Earth Thunder Palace, so no one dared to say anything. The dark and thin female cultivator's face showed a gentle expression. She stepped forward and pointed her finger at them. What's with your attitude? Are you still a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect? Do you really know your identity? Do you really respect your seniors? The seniors just said 1 sentence and you responded with 10 or 100 sentences. I don't know how the cultivators of the Thunder Palace educate their disciples. Hearing the cultivator mention the Thunder Quake Palace, even though he hadn't mentioned the Myriad Thunder Valley, Xiaohua was furious. At this moment, Cui Hongshan lightly pulled Xiaohua and said in a low voice, Senior brother, let little brother do it. After saying that, Cui Hongshan didn't care about Xiaohua's reaction. He walked out from behind Xiaohua and gave a long bow to the 3 female cultivators. 3 senior sisters, you are the senior sisters of the Earthly Thunder Palace. When we meet, we naturally have to be respectful. This is the respect this disciple gives to the 3 senior sisters. That's not bad. It's best to learn from your mistakes. The dark and thin female cultivator smiled and returned the bow, thinking that she had intimidated Cui Hongshan and the others. Xiaohua frowned slightly and looked at Cui Hongshan with some confusion. Then Cui Hongshan's words shocked everyone. However, this is only the respect this disciple gives to you. This respect is according to the rules of the sect. This disciple has to give it to you. However, you can only get this kind of giving respect, you absolutely cannot win it. And although I, Chui, am a Foundation Establishment disciple of the Myriad Thunder Valley, unable to obtain your respect and can only endure your insults and indiscriminate beatings, I, Chui, lead the Thunder-controlling sect's first squad and can win the respect of Yanxi Prefecture's conference hall. My Imperial Thunder sect's first squad received a mission to head to Rooster Mountain when the other Imperial Thunder sect disciples were heading here. When the other Imperial Thunder sect disciples were preparing on the Thunder boat, we fought with the Sword Cultivators. We fought a bloody battle and escaped from Rooster Mountain. When the other Imperial Thunder sect disciples were still rubbing their hands in Sky Patrol City, we had already achieved the first meritorious service for the Imperial Thunder sect. Did my Imperial Thunder sect's first squad's meritorious service come out of nowhere? Did you get it by relying on the connections you speak of? At that time, Senior Sister was probably still cultivating her body and mind in the Thunder Palace, right? Chapter 2457. Could it be that Senior Sister has never thought about it? You have the time to cultivate. Who gave you this time? Wasn't it exchanged with our lives and blood? Seems like Senior Sister doesn't have the right to say anything about us? Let's talk about the Golden Spring Mountain that Senior Sister mentioned. Does Senior Sister know about it? How was the hardships of the Imperial Thunder sect's first team in the journey to the Golden Spring Mountain? I remember that before the transportation portal, I met the leader of the Imperial Thunder sect's 10th team and we agreed to drink and chat merrily after the great battle. I wonder if that senior brother from the Heavenly Thunder Palace had returned? At this moment, a sorrowful voice cried out, "Leader Chui, my Heavenly Thunder Palace's 10th team was annihilated by sword cultivators on the way to the Spirit Stone Mine 5 years ago." Signed, that's right. Chui Hongshan lamented, back then Senior Brother Qin was so arrogant but the war was so cruel. Before he could even enter the Spirit Stone Mine, he was killed by sword cultivators. What about my Imperial Thunder sect's first team? Not only did they successfully enter the Golden Spring Mountain Spirit Stone Mine, they even saved the lives of several other sect's disciples on the way. These merits are all real. Even if I and the rest died, it cannot be erased. Did not obtain Senior Sister's respect, but I and the rest won the respect of the other Dao sects. Wow! The group of Imperial Thunder sect's disciples clapped their hands. Chui Hongshan's words seemed to have spoken their hearts. The bloody battle at the Golden Spring Mountain. Has Senior Sister seen it before? Flesh and blood splattered and lives disappeared one by one. But my Imperial Thunder sect's first team was not afraid at all. Which disciple did not kill more than 10 sword cultivators? Tens of thousands of Sky Patrol City's disciples, thousands of Dao sect's disciples, they all died in this battle. Senior Sister, can you imagine? Chui Hongshan did not give up and continued to speak passionately. I don't know what the other disciples are thinking, but I know that I have no intention of returning alive. I only know that if I can kill one more sword cultivator, my Dao sect's cultivators will be in less danger. I only want to fight to the end and leave my life and blood on the battlefield. And not to stay here and be humiliated by Senior Sister. This Chui has indeed earned merits and received the sect master's commendation, but this is not what this Chui wants. If this Chui had a choice, this Chui would rather hide in the Myriad Thunder Valley like Senior Sister, cultivate with Master, and discuss cultivation experiences with Senior Brother. This Chui was absolutely unwilling to come to this battlefield. Since I have no other choice, I can only come to Sky Patrol City. I know that on the battlefield, my cultivation is different from all the Senior Brothers here. However, my determination to kill the enemy and protect the True Path sect is the same. I am not inferior to the Senior Brothers who are in the later stage of Foundation establishment. Although I, Chui, was fortunate enough to survive the battle at Jingquan Mountain, tens of thousands of my Dao sect disciples were buried there. Of course, the lives of these disciples were not sacrificed in vain. Tens of thousands of sword cultivators were also killed. Whose contribution was this? If Senior Tu Hongtu has it, then I feel that this merit belongs to the tens of thousands of Dao sect disciples who sacrificed themselves. It belongs to us, the cultivators who are fighting for our lives. Even I, Chui, should have obtained battle merits. After all, I have already killed dozens of sword cultivators. But what about you, Senior Sister? You just arrived at Sky Patrol City, right? You haven't even been assigned a task, right? You haven't killed anyone yet, right? What qualifications do you have to take advantage of this Chui? Just for your little bit of face? Cui Hongshan questioned the three female cultivators of the Earth Thunder Palace with, "What qualifications do you have?" The three of them were flushed and wanted to defend themselves. However, when they saw the anger of the surrounding Imperial Thunder Sect disciples, the three of them felt a little uneasy. Just when everyone thought that Cui Hongshan was going to shut up, a faint blush appeared on Cui Hongshan's face. He continued, "This Cui will talk about the relationship between this Cui and Dui Qiming of the Lightning Conversion Palace. I'm sure all of you know the reason. This is also the reason why senior sister is blaming me. In fact, in this Cui's mind, there is no intention to blame Qiming at all. This Cui is just a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect in the early stage of Foundation establishment. Even if Dui Qiming dual cultivated with Senior Tu Hongtu, so what? People strive for higher places and water flows down. He is a gold core stage cultivator. He is far more helpful to Qiming than me. This Cui would rather Qiming dual cultivate with Senior Tuesday. As long as Qiming is happy, this Cui is willing to cry in the dark and shed tears of blood. However, senior sister, don't forget that the reason why Qiming agreed to Senior Tu's dual cultivation request was because of my death. She was grateful to Senior Tuesday. She thought that Senior Tu killed tens of thousands of sword cultivators in the Battle of Jingquan Mountain. She felt that Senior Tu had avenged me. Only because of this she agreed to this request. Not to mention that this request was made by Senior Shui Yu Jinren of the Imperial Thunder Palace in Yanxi Mansion. Senior sister, if Senior Tu Hongtu treats you like this, how do you feel? Do you dare to refute the decision of a nascent soul stage cultivator? Because of this, Qiming also thought that the marriage alliance with the Imperial Thunder Sect would be beneficial to the disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect, so she agreed to dual cultivate. I can even say that Dui Qiming's action was not only for me, but also for all the disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect in the Imperial Thunder Sect. Even if she made a sacrifice, it was for the sake of her fellow disciples. But what about her now? What kind of situation is she in? She doesn't dare to face this Cui, doesn't dare to face her fellow disciples. She stays alone in the quiet room, tasting the bitterness that others don't know. What is she afraid of in her heart? Isn't it your misunderstanding? What is the result? It is really not beyond her expectations. She didn't come out, but this Cui will be slapped in the face first. Senior sister of the Earth Thunder Palace, you are also a female cultivator. Don't you understand the hearts of female cultivators? Why do female cultivators have to go against other female cultivators? Moreover, Senior Tu Hong was assassinated by Qin Jian a few days ago. Now is the time for all the disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect and the Dao Sect to unite against a common enemy. This is the time for us to actively offer suggestions and pool our efforts to see if there is a better chance to kill Qin Jian. Firstly, we can avenge Senior Tu Hong, and secondly, we can restore the morale of our Dao Sect cultivators. Senior sister of the Earth Thunder Palace, let me ask you, what are you doing here? We are here to kill Qin Jian, to kill the swordsman, not to hurt our fellow disciples' hearts, and not to slap our fellow disciples' faces. If all the disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect were as narrow-minded as you, for the sake of your so-called face, you would make wild guesses without asking for the truth, inverting right and wrong, and vent your little bit of magic power and anger on the first team of the Imperial Thunder Sect, I, Cui, and the other members of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Then, for this battle, it doesn't matter if our Imperial Thunder Sect disciples don't fight, or if our Dao Sect cultivators don't fight. Boom! The Imperial Thunder Sect disciples cheered loudly. Everyone felt that Cui Hongshan's words were powerful and resonated with their hearts. Some of the disciples even bowed and said, "Junior brother Cui, so this is the truth of the matter. We were too shallow and were unfair to the junior sisters of the Imperial Thunder Sect. I apologize here. Damn it, Cui Hongshan's words are better than a song." Xiao Hua almost wanted to give Cui Hongshan a thumbs up. Xiao Hua was confident that he wouldn't be able to say Cui Hongshan's words. However, he wasn't jealous. I won't say it, but I will do it. My actions are better than a song." Just as the three Foundation Establishment Realm female cultivators from the Earth Thunder Palace were blushing and didn't know what to do, a voice coughed and said, "What are you waiting for? Why are you not cultivating in the quiet room during a battle? Why are you gathering here to watch the show? If there's nothing else, then disperse. If senior brother Chen finds out, all of you will be punished." Everyone turned their heads and saw a golden core cultivator behind them. That cultivator had actually come out a long time ago. The nearby disciples also saw him and made a clear path for him. "Greetings, Martial Uncle Kuan." A few disciples who recognized the golden core cultivator hurriedly bowed and saluted. "Forget it. Quickly disperse while senior brother Chen and the others are still unaware. When the other disciples on duty come over, I will take care of them. Yes, we understand. Everyone looked at each other and hurriedly dispersed. Martial Uncle Kun Shui. The blushing late-stage Foundation Establishment Realm female cultivator came forward to greet him with some shame and anger. She said in a low voice, "Martial Uncle, you have to give this disciple justice." This disciple boasted that he was a meritorious member of the Imperial Thunder Sect and repeatedly insulted the Earth Thunder Palace. "Shut up." Kun Shui coldly said, "This Kun has already seen your actions. You only know your own vanity and take other people's nonsense as the truth. You even want to teach a meritorious member of the Imperial Thunder Sect a lesson in front of everyone. This old man won't teach you a lesson, but you still want this old man to help the wicked?" Martial Uncle Kun, the dark and thin female cultivator, still wanted to argue. "Xiamo." Kun Shui angrily said, "If this old man's guess is correct, this was all your idea, right? How could Kun Yunhe and Kun Zi have so many connections?" Yes, this disciple knows her mistake. The dark and thin female cultivator truly lived up to her name. At this moment, Xiamo muttered in a low voice, "Since you know your mistake, hurry up and apologize to the first team of the Imperial Thunder Sect." Kun Shui scolded. Apologize to them? Are you kidding me? Not to mention Xiamo, even Kun Yun he couldn't accept it. "Martial Uncle Kun, we are senior sisters of the Earth Thunder Palace. If we apologize, where will our face go?" "You're waiting for face?" Kun Shui sneered. "Just now when you were scolding the first team, did you think about their face? Since you don't care about other people's face, then don't even think about your own face." "But this is the face of my Earth Thunder Palace, ah," Kun Zi said, feeling wronged. "But this is also the face of my Imperial Thunder Sect." Kun Shui resolutely said, "This matter has already spread out. Right now, only my Imperial Thunder Sect disciples know about it. This is the face of my Heavenly Thunder Palace. But if you don't admit your mistake and this matter spreads out, then it will be the face of my Imperial Thunder Sect." Is my Imperial Thunder Sect's face bigger or my Heavenly Thunder Palace's face bigger? If this matter is known by Senior Brother Chen Mo and Sky Thunder Peak Sect Master, do you know the consequences? Chapter 2458. Not bad, this martial uncle of the Earth Thunder Palace is quite reasonable. Xiaohua smiled and thought, this is rare even in the Imperial Thunder Sect. Humph, I must make this guy apologize. He actually dared to delay this young master's cultivation. If it weren't for them making noise outside, how could this young master be disturbed? Unfortunately, Xiaohua was wrong. Cui Hongshan stepped forward and bowed. Junior Cui Hongshan of the Thunder Palace and Myriad Thunder Valley thanks Martial Uncle Kun for upholding justice. However, this matter of apology is over. What? Kun Shui was a bit surprised. You said so much just now, wasn't it just to make Kun Yunhe apologize? Martial Uncle misunderstood Junior's meaning. Cui Hongshan smiled calmly. Junior's heart has been bitter these past few days. Senior Sister Kun poked my soft spot, so I said a few more words. Actually, this Junior is very clear that Senior Sister Kun and the others are doing this for the sake of this Junior. They are angry that this Junior doesn't strive and hate that this Junior isn't strong. If this Junior can do better, how can Senior Sister Kun and the others lose face? Therefore, Junior feels that Senior Sister Kun and the others don't need to apologize or admit their mistakes. The one at fault is the sword cultivator, not the cultivators of my sect. Ah, good. Kun Shui clapped. With a disciple like you, Myriad Thunder Valley will sooner or later become famous in my Imperial Thunder Sect. In comparison, the disciples of my Earth Thunder Palace are much more narrow-minded. Kun Yunhe and the others also looked at Cui Hongshan with interest, their eyes full of admiration. The three of them looked at each other, stepped forward and cupped their hands. Junior Brother Cui, I and the others were wrong. After listening to other people's chatter, we actually regarded a great man as a coward. I and the others were wrong, Junior Brother, please forgive us. I don't dare. Cui Hongshan hurriedly bowed. Junior is convinced by Senior Sister's urging. Junior will definitely protect Qiming and not let her be bullied by others. Good, Kun Shui smiled again. Like this, no discord, no concord. A good thing has become a bad thing. Yunhe, you and the others also follow Martial Nephew Cui to take a look and comfort Qiming. Don't let her feel disappointed. Yes, disciple understands. Please rest assured, Martial Uncle Kun. Xiamo and the others bowed respectfully. Marshal Kuan nodded slightly, flicked his sleeves and left. He didn't even look at Xiao Hua and the others. Sure enough, Kuan Yunhe and the others followed Cui Hongshan and the others to the secluded place of the thunder-controlling sect's first squad. Xiao Hua also returned the medallion of his resting place to the two aura-refining disciples and followed behind them. When they arrived in front of the restriction, several people went in. Zhen Minghui was about to call Xiao Hua, but Xiao Hua looked to the left and said in a low voice, "Senior Marshal Brother Minghui, you go in first. I have some matters to attend to." "Junior brother, where are you going?" Zhen Minghui asked anxiously. "Now that the entire Sky Patrol city is unstable, it's better to stay away from it. And this Xiao knows." Xiao Hua nodded. "However, this Xiao has some important matters to attend to, so this Xiao has no choice but to go." "All right then, junior brother Xiao, leave early and come back early," Zhen Minghui said with concern. Xiao Hua checked the medallion and left the encampment of Sky Patrol City. He went straight to the auction in Sky Patrol City. After an hour, the sky turned dark again. Xiao Hua came out of the encampment. Today was not the day of the auction. Although there were cultivators trading inside, there were very few elixirs like the Qianli pill and the Linglei pill. Xiao Hua searched for a long time but did not find anything. He originally wanted to use the token that Si Sinew gave him during the last auction, but he thought again. Of course, he gave Si Sinew spiritual herbs, so it was hard to guarantee that Sky Patrol City would not covet them. Now that he wanted to cover his tracks and wait for the limelight of the assassination of Tu Hong to pass, how could he send himself to their doorstep? It was even to the extent that Xiao Hua thought for a moment before making a prompt decision to destroy the keepsake, so as to not leave the slightest chance of it being discovered by others. Xiao Hua returned to the encampment somewhat depressed. When he entered the restriction, he saw that everyone was there. Xiao Hua looked at Dui Qiming, who was accompanying Cui Hongshan, and said with a smile, "Senior Marshal Sister Dui, you're still as elegant as ever." Cui Hongshan and the others did not dare to neglect and all stood up. Dui Qiming took half a step forward and saluted, "Many thanks for junior brother Zhao's praise." At this time Dui Qiming's face had a trace of a smile. Obviously the arrival of Kuan Yunhe and the others gave her confidence. "Oh? What about the three people from the Earth Thunder Palace?" Xiao Hua smiled and returned the salute. "They left an hour ago." Cui Hongshan said with a smile, "If it weren't for Senior Marshal Brother's help, I'm afraid I would have suffered a loss." "Senior Marshal Brother?" Hearing Cui Hongshan suddenly call Xiao Hua Senior Marshal Brother, not only Dui Qiming, but also Zhen Minghui and the others were surprised. The two of them had a grudge since they left the Imperial Thunder Sect until now. Wasn't it because of the title of Senior Marshal Brother? Even though Xiao Hua had saved Cui Hongshan several times, Cui Hongshan had never called Xiao Hua Senior Marshal Brother. Why did he suddenly call him Senior Marshal Brother now? Seeing Dui Qiming's bewildered and happy expression, Cui Hongshan laughed and said, "Actually, this Cui has been thinking about it since returning from Golden Spring Mountain. This Cui came back from the dead and understood that fame, wealth, cultivation, and competition are not as real as the affection between Senior Marshal Brother. My myriad Thunder Valley does not have many disciples, and this Cui still has a grudge with Senior Marshal Brother. What does this mean? Senior Marshal Brother Xiao became Master's disciple earlier than this Cui, so this Cui should call him Senior Marshal Brother. Of course, just because I reached Foundation establishment first, I was complacent and thought I could surpass Senior Marshal Brother. But now that I think about it, I'm really a frog at the bottom of a well. Fortunately, Senior Marshal Brother Meng did not abandon me and saved this Cui's life several times. Just now you even made a move in front of everyone and did not embarrass this Cui. If this Cui still does not call you Senior Marshal Brother, how can this Cui be a man? How can this Cui return to Myriad Thunder Valley?" "Haha, Junior Marshal Brother Cui, since you say so, then Senior Marshal Brother has nothing to say." Xiao Hua rolled his eyes and laughed. "Wait for Senior Marshal Brother to give you the benefits." Senior Marshal Brother Xiao. Zhen Minghui, Bai Sugu and the others also echoed. "Senior Marshal Brother has saved us several times. Now that your cultivation is above us, we also have to call you Senior Marshal Brother. Shouldn't we also have some benefits?" "Go away," Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, "This Xiao will accept these Junior Marshal Brothers of yours, but there are no benefits. Wait until you all become my Myriad Thunder Valley's disciples." "Marshal Uncle Xiao, you can't favor one and discriminate against the other." Zhen Hua and Bai Sugu did not change the way they addressed Xiao Hua and called out without any pressure. "Forget it. Xiao Hua scratched his head and waved his hand. He took out a dozen flying swords and said, "Feel free to choose from these flying swords." Ha! Zhen Hua and the others were overjoyed when they scanned with their divine senses. These are all flying swords of drawing sword cultivators. Martial Uncle Xiao, you're really willing to part with them? Pick 2 for each person. Xiao Hua was rarely forthright. He waved his hand and laughed. Haha, then Junior Martial Brother won't be polite. Cui Hongshan also said happily. Junior Martial Brother wanted to take it last time, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. After that, I regretted it. Hee, Xiao Hua only smiled and did not say anything. Since Cui Hongshan admitted defeat, how could he be stingy with the disciples of the Myriad Thunder Valley? After Jin Minghui and the others picked their flying swords, Xiao Hua thought for a while and took out a sword slip. He copied it and gave it to Zhen Minghui saying, "Sword cultivators' flying swords are really unique. If you all have the time, there's no harm in taking a look." Zhen Minghui received it with even more surprise. Just as he was about to take out a blank jade slip and copy it, Xiao Hua said to Cui Hongshan and Dui Qiming, "You too, although this Xiao is going out, this Xiao has something to tell you." "Yes, we will listen to Senior Martial Brother Zhao's instructions." Dui Qiming also followed Cui Hongshan's greeting and replied respectfully. Zhen Minghui knew that this was a matter of the Myriad Thunder Valley and did not follow. He only copied the jade slip in the quiet room and waited for them to return. Who would have thought that he would wait for more than 10 days? Xiao Hua took Cui Hongshan and Dui Qiming out and went straight to the pill refining cave. Cui Hongshan and Dui Qiming did not understand, but they still followed behind Xiao Hua. When they reached the entrance of the cave, Cui Hongshan whispered, "Senior Martial Brother, why did you bring Junior Martial Brother here?" "Hehe, naturally there are benefits for you." Xiao Hua pretended to be mysterious and said, "Can flying swords count as benefits?" "Yes." Cui Hongshan glanced at Dui Qiming. Both of them did not understand and their eyes were full of doubts. Xiao Hua clapped his hand and took out the city guard Chang Shu's message talisman. He clapped his hand and it flew out. At this time, a disciple of the Sky Patrol City came out of the pill refining cave and shouted impatiently, "Are you looking for someone? Or do you want to use the pill refining room? How can you casually send a message talisman here? Don't you know the rules of this pill refining cave?" Xiao Hua saw that this Sky Patrol City disciple's face was exactly the same as Chang Shu's. He ignored him and just stood there with his hands behind his back. "I'm talking to you." The disciple was a little angry. "This is an important place for refining pills. If you have nothing to do, don't stand here." "Fellow Taoist." Cui Hongshan could not help but speak. He hurriedly stepped forward and cupped his hands. "We are disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect. We want to come to the pill refining cave to refine pills. May I know how to do it?" With that, Cui Hongshan clapped his hand and took out his token. You can refine pills?" The Sky Patrol City disciple almost laughed out loud. He looked at Cui Hongshan, who was only in the early stage of foundation establishment, and even looked at Xiao Hua and Dui Qiming. No matter how he looked at them, they did not look like alchemists who could refine pills. Hee, Cui Hongshan looked at Xiao Hua, who was still silent and was a little confused. He could only smile apologetically. "Whether I can refine pills or not is my business. May I ask fellow Taoist how to use the pill refining cave?" "My Sky Patrol City's pill refining cave is a quiet place, not a place to do those dirty things. If fellow Taoist has such plans, it's better to go somewhere else." The disciple was not polite and refused flatly. "You." Cui Hongshan was a little angry. "Today this Cui is going to use the pill refining cave. This is a spirit stone. Ignore him." Xiao Hua also felt a little awkward in his heart. He should have talked to this disciple of the Sky Patrol City in a pleasant manner, but after the unpleasant experience with Chang Shu last time, he did not have much of a good impression of the Sky Patrol City disciples. Moreover, he did not even put a gold core stage cultivator in his eyes, so how could he lower his head and smile at this early stage foundation establishment stage disciple? However, this disciple was even more disgusted than Chang Shu. Chapter 2459. Let's wait for Chang Shu. Xiao Hua said coldly. "Oh, so the 3 of you are here for senior brother Chang Shu." What stunned Xiao Hua was that when the disciple heard Chang Shu's name, his face immediately changed, and his smile was brighter than the sun in the sky. "Why didn't you say so earlier? At this time there are many empty alchemy rooms, how many do you want?" While they were talking, A disciple of the Sky Patrol City hurriedly flew out of the alchemy cave. It was Chang Shu, who Xiaohua had seen before. "Captain Chang, why did you come in person?" "I'm making arrangements for your old friend." When the disciple saw Chang Shu, he immediately said flatteringly, "Well, fellow Xiao is a good friend of mine, so I can't not come in person. If you have nothing to do, you can go and rest first." Chang Shu nodded with a smile. "Yes, Captain Chang." The disciple respectfully saluted and said, "Captain Chang, if you need anything, please let me know." Immediately, the disciple tactfully saluted Xiaohua and the other two and left. Looking at the disciple's face that changed in an instant, Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was afraid that he would never be able to learn this kind of magical power in his lifetime. But then, his heart trembled again and he thought to himself, "A real man knows when to yield and when to stand tall? Wasn't I the same when I was a rogue cultivator? Why can't I put down my face now?" Of course, this was Xiaohua's small sigh. Chang Shu's laughter sounded in his ears. "Fellow Xiao, we haven't seen each other for several years. Back then, this Chang had seen your medallion of commendation, and thought that you had really perished at Golden Spring Mountain. When I received your message just now, I was truly surprised. This Chang was just saying, with Dao friend Zhao's cultivation, how could he have perished?" "Haha, fellow Chang, you must be joking." Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, "I was just lucky." Then he said straightforwardly, "They are my junior brother and junior sister. I want to use the alchemy cave, please make it convenient for me." Seeing that Xiaohua didn't introduce the names of the two people, Chang Shu tactfully didn't ask and said with a smile, "This is my duty, you don't have to be polite." With that, Chang Shu took out a jade slip and looked at it before saying, "It's still the same as before. There aren't many people using the Imperial Thunder Sect's pill refining cave. Fellow Daoist Xiao, please follow me." As Xiaohua and the others entered the concoction cave, Cui Hongshan and Dui Qiming became even more confused. Would Xiaohua know how to do it? Even if he did, why drag the two of them along? If it was something important, he could have said it in the quiet room. Why did he have to come to the pill refining cave? "Fellow Daoist Xiao, this is what fellow Daoist used last time. May I know if it is possible?" This time, Chang Shu personally opened the alchemy room's restriction and asked with a smile. "Hee, of course." Xiaohua clapped his hands, took out some spirit stones and handed them over to Chang Shu. He then said to Cui Hongshan and Dui Qiming, "You guys go in first and wait." "Yes, senior brother." The two of them obeyed and went in. Xiaohua looked left and right, then said in a low voice, "This Xiao has something to ask." "Fellow Daoist Xiao, please speak." Chang Shu wasn't surprised. If Xiaohua didn't have anything special, how could he possibly call him out? "Does the Washing Flower sect have a female disciple in the pill refining cave?" "This?" Chang Shu was somewhat hesitant. "Hee, that female cultivator is this Xiao's dual cultivation partner." Xiaohua didn't hide it. This Xiao instructed her to come. If there are no mishaps, she should be in the pill refining cave 5 days ago. Haha, Chang Shu laughed. "Fellow Daoist Xiao, you really have some tricks up your sleeve. That Washing Flower sect's fairy Hongxia is extremely beautiful. When this Chang Shu saw her that day, she was like a celestial being. So she is fellow Daoist Zhao's partner. What a perfect match." Xiaohua rubbed his hands. "Where is she now?" "She is." Chang Shu transmitted his voice and took out a light red communication talisman. This communication talisman can be sent at the entrance. She can receive it from inside. After speaking, Chang Shu's face also revealed an ambiguous smile. "Many thanks, fellow Daoist Chang." Xiaohua was overjoyed. He clapped his hands, took out 2 flying swords and stuffed them into Chang Shu's hands. He said with a smile, "This Xiao picked them up in Huan country. I will give them to fellow Daoist Chang as a memento." Fellow Daoist Xiao is too polite. Chang Shu originally wanted to decline, but with a sweep of his divine perception, he knew that these were the flying swords of a drawing sword swordsman. How could he bear to push them away? He reached out to receive them, looked around and said in a low voice, "Since that is the case, this Chang Shu won't be polite. Fellow Daoist Xiao, please continue with your work. If there is anything else, please send a message to this Chang Shu." After speaking, he cupped his hands and left. He didn't even want the spirit stones. As the ancients say, it is easier to become an official if you have connections in the imperial court. These words are really true. Xiaohua turned around and entered the alchemy room with a smile. Inside the alchemy room, Cui Hongshan and Dui Qiming were holding hands and looking at the furnishings inside. When they saw Xiaohua enter, they walked over and asked curiously, Senior brother, why did you come here? Hehe, Qiming, just now the 3 people from the Earth Thunder Palace came. Do you think their attitudes were sincere? Xiaohua didn't answer, but instead asked Dui Qiming. Senior brother. Cui Hongshan was greatly alarmed and said anxiously, they already apologized. Senior brother, don't be ruthless. DSK, do I have to? Xiaohua curled his lips. Is your senior brother so unreasonable? Hehe, their attitudes can still be considered sincere. Dui Qiming smiled and said, however, they are disciples of the Earth Thunder Palace after all. I don't think it's a sincere apology. And junior sister is extremely right. Xiaohua nodded. They are disciples of the Earth Thunder Palace, but because of that Golden Core Master's prestige, they were forced to come and apologize. According to their nature, it's still not necessarily true. This is also because senior brother's divine ability is amazing. They had no choice but to come. Cui Hongshan said with emotion. What? You saw through it? Xiaohua said with a smile. This Xiao asked you to come here today for this matter. This matter? What matter? Cui Hongshan and Dui Qiming looked at each other, somewhat puzzled. Xiaohua clapped his hands and took out 2 jade slips. He handed them over and said, take a look first. Yes. The 2 took the slips and immersed their divine senses. After a moment of looking, pleasant surprise appeared on their faces. Especially Dui Qiming, who cried out in disbelief, is this real? Hehe, of course it's real. Cui Hongshan said with a smile. This is the betrothal gift my myriad Thunder Valley wants to give you. Immediately Cui Hongshan turned and said, Senior brother, you mean? That's right, now is the time. Xiaohua waved his hand and took out 10% of the Thunder Beast's inner cores. This item has long been with me. I originally wanted to wait until we returned to the myriad Thunder Valley, but now you have to leave first. Although eldest senior brother has experience, he may not be able to take care of you. It's better for me to work a little harder. Many thanks, senior brother. Cui Hongshan beamed from ear to ear. Dui Qiming was also happy. Her chest heaved up and down as if she was abnormally excited. However, a trace of hesitation flitted across her face very quickly before disappearing. And take a look at this secret art first. Xiaohua had not seen it before and said with a smile, I'll give you 1 day. If you don't know, feel free to ask me. With that, Xiaohua turned and left while muttering in his heart, since junior brother is so infatuated with Dui Qiming, it seems like Dui Qiming is also interested in junior brother. However, there are too many temptations in this world. Who knows how many unforeseen events will occur after returning to the Imperial Thunder Sect from Sky Patrol City. Will Dui Qiming's master change his previous decision because of Tu Hong's matter? This young master will cook the rice first and let Dui Lei Palace taste the sweetness of this thunder core. If this can't keep Dui Qiming's heart and make her master give up, then don't blame this young master for being ruthless in the future. No matter how much this young master has eaten, this young master will spit it out. Senior brother, where are you going? Cui Hongshan thought Xiaohua would stay in the cave. Naturally, this elder brother has a good place to go. Xiaohua smiled mysteriously and left. Senior brother Xiao is so strange. After Xiaohua left for a while, Dui Qiming whispered, what is he going to do? How would this husband know what he's going to do? This husband only knows that my wife, you should hurry and comprehend the secret technique. We only have a day's time. When senior brother returns, he will have to consume the thunder core. At that time, if you don't understand, there will be a big problem. Isn't there still senior brother? What is this concubine afraid of? Dui Qiming smiled. Although she said that, Dui Qiming didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly immersed her divine sense into the jade slip to comprehend the secret technique. Xiaohua went to deal with Fairy Hongxia and sent the tidal beads away before returning to Cui Hongshan and Dui Qiming's cave. The 2 had been waiting anxiously for a long time. Senior brother Xiao, it's been a day and a night. This younger brother thought something happened. Cui Hongshan said happily when he saw Xiaohua enter. So long. Xiaohua was slightly stunned and thought, it seems like it was just a moment ago. However, he still smiled and said, this older brother was afraid that you didn't comprehend enough, so I left more time for you. How is your comprehension of the secret technique? Yes, senior brother knows. Dui Qiming smiled and said, this secret technique is originally my Imperial Thunder Sect's secret technique. Although there are some obscure parts inside, since senior brother Xiang can comprehend it, this concubine and Cui Qiming can also comprehend it. Clearly, Cui Hongshan had already told Dui Qiming about Xiang Zhili. Good. Xiao Hua clapped and said, since junior sister Dui already knows about eldest senior brother's matter, you must also know the consequences of using the Thunder Core. This older brother won't repeat it. Yes, this concubine understands. Dui Qiming's face was red as she whispered. Junior brother Cui, do you have a dual cultivation technique? Xiao Hua suddenly thought of something and asked abruptly. No. This younger brother doesn't have such a dirty thing. Cui Hongshan was stunned and said, when this younger brother was in the Cui family, the clansmen never let this younger brother come into contact with such things. They only said that when it came to dual cultivation, this younger brother would naturally understand. This younger brother also didn't think about it when this younger brother came to Myriad Thunder Valley. How sad. Xiao Hua curled his lips and turned to look at Dui Qiming. Dui Qiming's face was red and she didn't say a word. It was very obvious that this female disciple of Imperial Thunder Sect also didn't have any experience in this area. I'll be a good person to the end. Xiao Hua sighed and clapped his hands, taking out 2 pink jade slips. He gave one to each person and said, in the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Cui Hongshan and Dui Qiming received them somewhat shyly and looked at them with flushed faces. After waiting for the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Xiao Hua saw that both of them had received the jade slips. Xiao Hua then handed the token to Cui Hongshan and said very thought-provoking, and this is the token for the refining room. Once you've taken the core, this older brother will go out. You can decide when you want to go out. Even Cui Hongshan's face was awkward as he smiled apologetically and said, yes, this younger brother understands. However, he really felt sweet in his heart. Following this senior brother Xiao, who was extremely displeasing to the eye, really brought about a lot of good things. Immediately, Dui Qiming and Cui Hongshan sat opposite each other. Xiao Hua gave each of them a portion of the lightning beast's core, and he released a trace of Buddhist awareness. Cui Hongshan glanced at Dui Qiming and clapped his hands. The lightning beast's core hit his chest, and with a flash of lightning, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the cave gathered like a swarm of bees. Following the flash of lightning on Cui Hongshan's chest, it entered Cui Hongshan's body. Rise, Xiao Hua watched as the lightning beast's core gradually turned into a ball of lightning. Just as it entered Cui Hongshan's body, there was still half of the core that hadn't transformed. His heart unconsciously moved, and with a pull of his hands, a thick bolt of lightning appeared in midair and accurately hit that half of the core. With a crackling sound, the lightning was sucked into the core, and the core completely turned into lightning. When the thumb-sized lightning entered Cui Hongshan's body, Cui Hongshan's entire body trembled. From inside to outside, every inch of his skin flashed with a trace of lightning. Cui Hongshan's face revealed an extremely painful expression. Seeing this scene, Xiao Hua naturally knew that the lightning was tempering the body, and didn't find it strange. However, at this time, his Buddhist awareness discovered a trace of abnormality. Most of the lightning actually rushed into the blood vessels. Xiao Hua's Buddhist awareness went deeper, and he saw the lightning wrapped around the blood vessels near the skin, quickly rushing into Cui Hongshan's body, and converging towards his heart meridian. And where the lightning passed through the blood vessels, a faint dark red color gradually overflowed along the blood vessels. When the lightning entered Cui Hongshan's heart meridian, with a loud kacha sound, Cui Hongshan's heart meridian suddenly emitted a thick dark red color. This dark red color quickly rushed along the heart meridian to the blood vessels, and then overflowed out of the body. GG, a few weak chirps sounded, and that dark red color transformed outside of Cui Hongshan's body, gradually condensing into a 1 chi tall skylark celestial body. Excellent. Seeing this, how could Xiao Hua not know the whole story? This lightning beast's core actually stimulated Cui Hongshan's true blood vessels, and formed the skylark celestial body. At the side, Dui Qiming was also very happy, and a strange light flashed in her eyes. After the skylark celestial body appeared, from Cui Hongshan's heart meridian, a faint purple lightning that was much smaller than the eye of a needle was born, and slowly entered Cui Hongshan's meridians. At this time, Cui Hongshan's heart technique was still circulating. Every time the lightning passed through an inch of meridian, a trace of lightning would be born from the meridian, and enter the lightning. As the lightning circulated in the meridian, the lightning became increasingly stronger. This looks very similar to the avalanche at Jingquan Mountain. Xiao Hua used his Buddhist awareness to observe, and suddenly the scene of the avalanche that day appeared in his mind. The snowflakes grew from small to large, from weak to strong, and even formed a large avalanche. If I want to condense the lightning beast's core in my body, I still have to control the speed of this avalanche. Xiaohua nodded slightly, but then he frowned. How can I control this speed? It seems that the secret technique did not explain it. Seeing that the lightning ball was getting bigger and bigger, and Cui Hongshan had no way to control it, Xiaohua was a little bewildered. If this continues, Cui Hongshan's meridian and even his body will not be able to support it. How does eldest senior brother control it? Ah! Xiaohua suddenly laughed secretly and hurriedly turned his head and said, Junior sister Dui, you should quickly consume it too. Now. Dui Qiming was stunned, but she did not dare to refute. She immediately clapped her hands, and silently recited the secret technique in her heart. Similarly, several lightning bolts were produced and landed on Dui Qiming's chest. Although it was not convenient for Xiaohua to use his Buddhist awareness to observe, he still pulled. 2 lightning bolts fell, and the lightning beast's core that Dui Qiming had only refined to 40% turned into lightning bolts. Only then did he turn his head to look at Cui Hongshan again. At this time, Cui Hongshan's body was surrounded by lightning bolts, and the lightning bolts were constantly rotating from top to bottom, and then from bottom to top. His face gradually turned dark red. The Skylark's Dharma body was also covered by lightning bolts, and its appearance gradually became clearer. After another hour, the lightning bolts around Cui Hongshan's body had stabilized, and the lightning bolts in his meridians had also completed a cycle, and landed on his lower dantian. Inside his dantian, there were also waves of lightning bolts slowly forming, and they gathered on top of the lightning bolts that were starting to stagnate. Seeing this, Xiaohua's eyes revealed a gratified expression. He was clear in his heart that although Cui Hongshan was currently only at the early stage of foundation establishment, the lightning bolts formed from the lightning beast's core would definitely affect his core formation in the future. If there were no accidents, his gold core cultivation would definitely be expected. At this time, Cui Hongshan's meridians emitted a thunderous sound, and a strong yang qi was produced from the lightning beast's core, quickly rushing into his meridians. Cui Hongshan's body began to swell and his face turned red. Wait a moment. Xiaohua looked at Cui Hongshan's bloodshot eyes, and with a wave of his hand, a spell landed on Cui Hongshan's dantian, imprisoning the lightning beast's core that was emitting yang qi. A lightning beast's core will attract the yin and yang qi due to the lightning beast's physique. If it's a male and female lightning beast's core, even if it attracts the yin and yang qi, it can be neutralized by the yin and yang qi in the art of alchemy. Just like when I injected the male and female lightning beast cores into the phoenix celestial body. Xiaohua secretly thought while observing, it seems, apart from the phoenix celestial body, this young master has also done this before. There was no mistake as long as the 2 cores are the same. Great. Xiaohua waved his hand and removed the restriction in Cui Hongshan's dantian, then he wiped Cui Hongshan's body and took out the token. His figure flashed and he rushed to the door of the pill room. He opened the restriction and threw the token in with a flip of his hand. He laughed heartily and said, after a long drought, it's the night of the bridal chamber. This Xiao will take his leave, haha, no need to send me off. Xiaohua withdrew from the alchemy room and watched as the restrictions on the alchemy room slowly closed. Only then did he feel relieved and fly towards the other alchemy rooms. He secretly smiled and said, Junior brother, do your best. This is all your senior brother can do for you. The rest is up to you. Chirp, the Skylark celestial body's cry faintly sounded in the alchemy cave, and it was also abnormally excited. It seemed to be responding to Xiaohua's thoughts. You're back so soon? When Xiaohua returned to the alchemy cave, he and Fairy Hongxia were in. Fairy Hongxia had not finished refining the mist bead, and she asked in surprise. My wife is here, how could I let my wife wait for so long? Xiaohua said with a smile. Hee, thank you for your concern, my husband. Fairy Hongxia said unhappily, who was it that made me wait for so long these few days? That. Xiaohua scratched his head, looked left and right, and shouted very angrily, Who was it that didn't have tender feelings for the fairer sex? Chapter 2460. Che, Fairy Hongxia also learned Xiaohua's catchphrase and said disdainfully, is there a need to look? Isn't it you? Ah, Xiaohua laughed loudly, enjoying this warmth. Looking at the mist-tied pearl in Fairy Hongxia's hand, he laughed, how is it? Is this betrothal gift of your husband good? Fairy Hongxia nodded, This mist-tide pearl is a magic treasure that this concubine uses. The Xiantian primordial water inside is even more precious. If this concubine refines it properly, it can definitely compete with a golden core cultivator. As long as my wife likes it. Xiaohua was immensely proud. Unfortunately, Fairy Hongxia's tone changed and said regretfully, "But if you want to use it as a betrothal gift, it's still far from enough." "It can't be?" Xiaohua curled his lips. "My wife, don't ask for too much. If you anger your husband, be careful that your husband doesn't want you." "Ah, you dare." Fairy Hongxia glared at him unceremoniously. "If you dare to not want this concubine will chase after the 9 heavens and the 9 underworlds to capture you back." "All right," Xiaohua stretched out his hands and smiled. "Just based on my wife's words, your husband won't go anywhere. I'll wait for you here." "Ehe." Fairy Hongxia stuck out her tongue and threw herself into Xiaohua's arms. She snuggled against Xiaohua's chest. After a while she said, "To be honest, husband, you really want to go to the same place as me. If you succeed, master can't refuse to agree to our matter." "Where?" Xiaohua was slightly stunned, somewhat puzzled. "My husband, this concubine will speak the truth. Don't be angry." Fairy Hongxia looked into Xiaohua's eyes and said seriously. "Speak." Xiaohua waved his hand without a care. "If you have something to say, then say it. See how magnanimous your husband is." "It's like this." Fairy Hongxia hesitated for a moment and said tentatively, "Actually, this concubine came to Sky Patrol City this time because I miss you. However, this is not what I said to my master." "Aha, I knew it." Xiaohua laughed heartily and kissed the side of Fairy Hongxia's peach-red cheeks. It was precisely where that little black mole was located. "When you told your husband was just muttering. How could you possibly mention your husband to your master? So, it was hidden here." "Husband, please don't blame me." Fairy Hongxia was a little embarrassed. "Of course I know of my husband's magical powers. However, my husband's cultivation level is indeed a little low. If my husband is in the later stage of foundation establishment, I can report this to my master." "Haha, isn't it just cultivation? That's really easy." After saying that, Xiaohua dispersed the secret technique and released his pressure. "Husband has already reached the peak of the late stage of foundation establishment?" Fairy Hongxia was truly wild with joy. "My husband is truly a genius that is hard to come by in 10,000 years in my Xiaoyu continent." "Ehe, this isn't much." Xiaohua immediately used a secret technique to conceal his cultivation realm. "Husband, you don't have to be like this all the time, right?" Fairy Hongxia said, feeling both angry and amused at the same time. "I think it's pretty good." Xiaohua said with a smile, "Taking people by surprise, I'm used to it." Fairy Hongxia also had a defeated look on her face as she shook her head and said, "My husband is already a Jindan cultivator who is about to condense his Jindan. This kind of thinking is really too a rogue cultivator. Forget it, let's not talk about this." Xiaohua of course could not be too straightforward. He waved his hand and said, "My wife, aren't you also in the later stage of foundation establishment? Your cultivation speed is not too far off from mine." "Ehe, my cultivation speed is indeed faster." Fairy Hongxia pursed her lips and said, "Even compared to Senior Li Zongbao, I don't think I'm inferior. However, this concubine's actions are nothing." "There's someone even more powerful?" Xiaohua was a little surprised. "Yes, that Yun Jiechong seems to have entered the later stage of foundation establishment. Even if he hasn't, he's already at the peak of the middle stage of foundation establishment." Fairy Hongxia said, "He has already been taken in by another Jindan cultivator." Xiaohua laughed and said, "Now that the bloodline of the cultivation families has shown its power, I'm afraid it's not just the two of you, right?" "That's right." Fairy Hongxia nodded and said, "Master said so too. Because the spiritual energy of heaven and earth has gradually changed, the true bloodline of the cultivation families has also been correspondingly stimulated. The cultivation speed of the disciples of the cultivation families has greatly increased. Yun Jiechong and I are nothing, but I heard that a disciple of a family has cultivated from Qi refining level 10 to Jindan in just a few decades." "Huh? How is that possible?" Xiaohua was shocked. "From Qi refining to Jindan? How can it be so simple? This is also a secret of my Huanhua sect. I don't know if it's true or not." Fairy Hongxia shook her head and said, "However, even if it's not Jindan, it's still quite powerful and can be compared with my husband." Don't compare with your husband." Xiaohua sighed and said, Your husband has never thought of himself as a genius. My husband is a genius in my eyes. Fairy Hongxia smiled charmingly. That's right, your cultivation has improved so much. Is it your master? Xiaohua asked. She is also of the Kai family bloodline like you. She should be very powerful, right? Fairy Hongxia's face darkened when she heard this. She shook her head slightly and said, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth has changed quite a bit. Our Huanhua sect's method of selecting disciples is no longer suitable. The masters are currently looking for a suitable method. Furthermore, for disciples who are already a qi refining and foundation establishment, like me who can stimulate my bloodline, it's still fine. The other disciples are simply not suitable for the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and their cultivation stagnates. Especially for masters above Jindan realm, it's even more difficult. My master has not improved much in the past few decades. If she doesn't have any opportunities, I'm afraid. Sigh, everyone's opportunities are different. Let's just leave it to fate. Xiaohua sighed and pointed at Chao Mengzhu. This magic treasure belonged to a Jindan master of my Imperial Thunder sect. In order to find primordial water, she even lost her life, let alone cultivate. Now that we're alive and well, it's already good enough that we can cultivate. That's right. Fairy Hongxia clapped her hands and said in realization, this primordial water is useful for water-type physiques. Maybe Master can use it to break through. Hehe, it's best if it's useful. Xiaohua laughed. There's a lot of primordial water in this Chao Mengzhu. Oh, that's right, this is a cultivation technique for Jindan realm. Take it as a reference. Alright. Fairy Hongxia knew that Xiaohua did not have a water-type physique, so she took it without hesitation. With this primordial water, your master won't disagree, right? Xiaohua said with a smile. When Fairy Hongxia heard this, she smiled and said, perhaps. However, even if it's possible, my husband will still have to accompany me. Actually, on the surface, I'm here for the Dao Cultivator battle in Sentry City. In fact, my master has given me a mission. It's to find my Kai family's ancestral hall near Million Meng Mountain. What? Your Kai family's ancestral hall? Xiaohua was surprised. When you just reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment, you said that you wanted to return to Qin Yang's Kai family and enter the ancestral hall? What? Now that you're in the late stage of foundation establishment, why haven't you entered the ancestral hall? Fairy Hongxia smiled bitterly. Yes, I thought it would be a simple matter, but I didn't expect it to be so troublesome. Fairy Hongxia then explained the ins and outs of the matter. It turned out that ever since she had parted with Xiaohua, Fairy Hongxia had paid a visit to Kai Qin. Kai Qin was naturally delighted and immediately sent Fairy Hongxia back to Qin just like how Yun Guichong had returned to her clan. Unexpectedly, although Qin Yang's Kai family rarely treated a mid-stage foundation establishment disciple of Huanhua sect well, they were not as generous as Su Yenyun's family. Not only did they not take out the icy wind cultivation technique, they also did not allow Fairy Hongxia to enter the ancestral hall. They only said that Fairy Hongxia was already a disciple of Huanhua sect and was not qualified to enter the ancestral hall. Moreover, Fairy Hongxia was from Luyang's Kai family, which was just a small branch of Qin Yang's Kai family. Fairy Hongxia could have forced her way in, but if she did, she would end up like Kai Qin. Therefore, she could only return to Huanhua sect dejectedly. Of course, Kai Qin was very angry about Qin Yang's Kai family's seclusion. However, she was also helpless. After all, she had already betrayed the Kai family and could no longer take half a step back. However, Kai Qin did not give up. She tried her best to find a way to enter the ancestral hall of the Kai clan of Qin Yang. A few years ago, Kai Qin heard an incredible rumor from an elder of an aristocratic clan who was on good terms with the Kai clan. The Kai clan of Qin Yang was not originally located in Qin Yang, but somewhere in the Huan Kingdom, near the millions of Ming Mountains. It was because of the pressure from sword cultivators and soul cultivators that the entire clan was forced to move to Qin Yang in the Shi Kingdom. In the Million Ming Mountains, the ancestral home of the Kai family, there was a real ancestral hall of the Kai family. So, your master wanted to take advantage of the war between the Dao cultivators to let you enter Huan country and find the ancestral hall of the Kai family? Xiaohua did not know whether to laugh or cry. I really don't know what kind of brain your master has. Now that the sword cultivators of Huan country are wreaking havoc in the north of Shi country, even swordsmen have appeared. Aren't you courting death by going to Huan country? Master, there's nothing we can do. Fairy Hongxia smiled bitterly. I heard from Master that our Kai family's disciples have taken a blood oath to never enter the ancestral home for more than 100 miles. We can only get close during the war between the Dao cultivators. Or even enter. Fuck, there's such a blood oath? Xiao Hua scratched his head. Yes, I don't know either. Fairy Hong Xia smiled apologetically. But since it's like that, it naturally makes sense. If I don't take advantage of this opportunity to go to the ancestral home, when will I? Hee, why doesn't your master go himself? Xiao Hua asked in return. Didn't I just say that even if master finds the complete Ice Phoenix cultivation technique, without a special opportunity, he won't be able to make any progress? Why would he go? Fairy Hong Xia shook Xiao Hua's arm and said, if husband doesn't accompany this concubine, then who can accompany this concubine? The problem is, can you go to Huan country from Sky Patrol City? Xiao Hua was puzzled. Look. Fairy Hong Xia took out a bamboo-like token from her storage bag as if she was presenting a treasure. What's this? Xiao Hua scanned the ordinary-looking token with his spiritual sense and was puzzled. Chapter 2461. This is the sect master token of my Huanhua sect. Fairy Hong Xia said proudly, when I advanced to the late stage of foundation establishment, I asked for it from the sect master. When I took out the sect master token, my Huanhua sect's senior uncle Xiang Ming also wanted to let me go to Huan country. Alright. Xiao Hua scratched his head, since you've planned it out, I'll go with you. Oh, you can go out as you wish? Fairy Hong Xia was a little surprised. Of course, senior brother Li Zongbao said so. Xiao Hua nodded. The first team of Imperial Thunder Sect, except for me, will be returning to Imperial Thunder Sect. My husband is the best. Fairy Hong Xia understood Xiao Hua's wry smile and hugged him, offering her lips. Just as the two were entangled, Fairy Hong Xia was shocked. She patted her hand and took out a token from her storage bag. There was a fluctuation of magic power on it. Fairy Hong Xia smiled bitterly. My husband, I'm afraid I can't accompany you here. Alright, go ahead. Xiao Hua knew that Huanhua sect had matters to attend to and he could not delay her. He waved his hand and said, also, when are you going to Million Mountain Meng? Let me know in advance. I'll ask senior brother Li Zongbao for leave. I know. Fairy Hong Xia pursed her lips. I don't think it'll be too soon. I have to put on a show in Sky Patrol City, otherwise, it'll be bad for Master's reputation. Alright. Xiao Hua smiled and patted his hand, taking out a jade bottle and handing it to Fairy Hong Xia. I haven't seen my wife for a long time. Consider this a gift. If my wife wants to use it as a betrothal gift, it should be fine. What? When Fairy Hong Xia saw Xiao Hua's final gift, she was rather puzzled. However, when she opened the jade bottle and scanned it with her spiritual will, she could not help but be overjoyed. She exclaimed, This is the rejuvenation pill from Sky Patrol City? How did you get this? Do you like it? Xiao Hua did not mention how he got this item, but asked instead. Husband, isn't that nonsense? Fairy Hong Xia said excitedly, which female cultivator in this world doesn't care about her looks? I heard that many Golden Core cultivators came to the Sky Patrol City with hundreds of thousands of supreme-grade spirit stones to bid for this item. How can I not like it when I see it? And as long as you like it. Xiao Hua pulled Fairy Hong Xia into his embrace, feeling her warmth as he whispered, your husband wishes he could place all the treasures in this world in front of you as long as you are happy. Husband. Fairy Red Dawn extended her soft tongue and lightly kissed him. She smiled and said, these are all external objects, I don't care for them. As long as you can stay by my side, I will be satisfied. Moreover, a female guard should put on an appearance that pleases her husband. Isn't this concubine's appearance for my husband to see? As long as you don't mind, this concubine isn't greedy for this rejuvenation pill. Ah, that's right. That's why I found this rejuvenation pill. Xiao Hua said with a smile, don't wait for your hair to turn white before you get together with your husband. What will others think of your husband then? Haha, of course they will think that you are a pretty boy. Fairy Red Dawn replied mischievously. After Fairy Hong Xia consumed it in front of Xiao Hua, Fairy Hong Xia asked tentatively, husband, did you get this rejuvenation pill from a bidding war? If you can find another one. And your husband understands. Isn't it your master? Xiao Hua smiled and said, your husband is thinking about it. However, when you give it to master, you must say that it is a filial gift from your husband. Although it is not a betrothal gift, it cannot be given for free. I know. You can rest assured. Fairy Red Dawn saw that Xiaohua was so attentive and was happy at first. She took the jade bottle and kept it in her storage bag. Then she kissed Xiaohua affectionately again. Soon after, Fairy Red Dawn left in a hurry. Xiaohua looked at Fairy Red Dawn's reluctant expression and felt sweet in his heart. He and Fairy Red Dawn were separated more than they were together. He didn't even have enough time to be with Xue Xue. Thinking of Xue Xue, Xiaohua felt apologetic. I forget it. I have to save spirit stones one by one. As for wives, I have to dual cultivate with them one by one. Xiaohua opened the restriction of the alchemy room and sat cross-legged on top of the top-grade spirit stone. He smelled the faint fragrance of Fairy Red Dawn's body. He clapped his hands and took out a few golden pellets and a clear water bottle. The clear water bottle was the first Buddhist tool that Xiaohua had obtained. Moreover, this Buddhist tool was to his liking. Now that he had time, he naturally had to carefully refine and familiarize himself with it. Xiaohua released his Buddhist sense and carefully looked at the remaining 2 golden pellets. One of the golden pellets recorded the methods of refining and using Buddhist tools, including Xiaohua's clear water bottle. The other one recorded some Buddhist holy lands, famous eminent monks, and the grand occasions of these holy lands and the deeds of the eminent monks. There was no Buddhist cultivation method like the Prajnaparamita Heart Sutra that Xiaohua had given to Jianghu. Xiaohua didn't have much time. He roughly flipped through the second golden pellet and sent it into the space so that the primordial spirit in the space could have time to carefully look at it. Then he focused his attention on the control of the clear water bottle. The method of controlling Buddhist tools was different from magic tools. It required the use of Buddhist seals to drive psychokinesis. Xiaohua had only cultivated the Buddha's Sarira. How could he know what psychokinesis was? That day in the Yinyang Twin Springs Mountain he was purely blindly guessing. Who knew where he had encountered that he had actually obtained the innate primordial water? Now that he had time, he naturally had to carefully look at it. Xiaohua, just like last time, threw the clear water bottle into the air and formed the so-called Buddhist seal in his hand. Unexpectedly, the clear water bottle was different from last time. It didn't seem to listen to his orders at all and didn't move at all. Strange. Xiaohua scratched his head. After thinking for a moment, he patted his forehead again and released the Buddha relic. The Buddha relic emitted a faint Buddhist light as it sprinkled onto the jade bottle. Strange runes faintly appeared in the milky white jade bottle. Xiaohua's hand formed the Buddhist seal again. Seeing the clear water bottle shake slightly, Xiaohua felt that something seemed to want to come out, but it just couldn't pour out. Explode. Xiaohua persevered and waved his hand, taking out an ice thorn talisman. A blue light flashed in the air. Withdraw. Xiaohua pointed his finger. Sure enough, a gentle force came from the clear water bottle and sucked the light back into the bottle. Damn it, so it's a guy who only eats and doesn't vomit. Xiaohua smiled, but this was not the result he wanted. How can I make this thing attack? Xiaohua pondered, what is this telekinesis? Thinking, Xiaohua's gaze fell on the Buddha's Sarira. After all, the clear water bottle could only be used with the Buddha's Sarira in the air. If it wanted to attack, it would have to fall on the Buddha's Sarira. Oh, could it be that I can use the Buddha's Sarira to form the Buddhist seal? Xiaohua suddenly had a whimsical idea. In the past, he had never thought that the Buddha's Sarira could move. What's wrong with that? Since it can spit out mantras, it must also be able to use a Buddhist artifact. Xiaohua suddenly realized. Immediately, Xiaohua opened the golden yo again and put the primordial spirit in the Buddha's Sarira to control the Buddhist consciousness, gradually flipping through it. Seeing this primordial spirit comprehending the use of the Buddhist artifact, Xiaohua took out the 2 gourds he obtained from the Yinyang Twin Spring Mountain. The 2 gourds, one yellow and one ice blue, were covered with sword runes. The sword runes were constantly vibrating, and sword light flashed out from the gourds. So powerful. Xiaohua's gaze swept over, and his eyes felt as if they were pierced by a sharp sword. There was actually some pain and numbness. At this time it is still nurturing sword spirits. If 2 sword spirits are nurtured, wouldn't it be more powerful than the Tai Azure Light Sword? However, the Yin and Yang sword spirits, what's the difference between them and the Tai Azure Light Sword and the Supreme Azure Light Sword? This sword cultivator's sword slip only has the method to nurture sword spirits, but it doesn't record the method to use it. Can this sword spirit be used without a flying sword? And there is also that sword intent. Li Xiubai and Reverend Brightsword both said that sword intent is the true essence of flying swords. Sword pills and flying swords are secondary. However, this young master's flying sword already has a sword spirit, so why can't I see any sword intent? That little deer seems to be Reverend Brightsword sword intent, but it looks very obedient, so how can it kill people? This young master doesn't even have a sword intent, so what's the use of these two yin-yang sword gourds? Forget it, you wait here and slowly nurture the spirit. Xiao Hua knew that these two sword gourds were good, but he couldn't use them, so he had to throw them in the space. Either way, I will destroy the sword cultivator's plan, so they can't use this extremely powerful yin and yang sword spirit. Next was Feng Buping's magic staff and wind bead. Xiao Hua weighed the magic staff. It was really good and the length was also suitable. However, this thing was Feng Buping's, so Xiao Hua didn't dare to use it. He still hadn't figured out who the beast cultivator behind Feng Buping was. Poor me, I can't use anything. This magic staff can only be used after I return to the Myriad Thunder Valley and integrate it into the staff. Xiao Hua sighed helplessly, but he was happy in his heart. When his gaze landed on the wind bead, Xiao Hua's face showed caution. Feng Buping's methods were indeed powerful. He was the first person Xiao Hua had seen other than Yuanian cultivators. The wind bead floated in the air like a feather, and the nearby wind was surrounding the wind bead. It seemed that as long as one controlled the wind bead, they could control the wind in the entire cave. Goldie, you're awake? Come out. Xiao Hua didn't dare to neglect and called the sleepy Goldie out of the space. Mother, are you okay? Goldie came out of the space and asked intimately. I'm naturally okay. Xiao Hua nodded slightly, but then he was stunned. Goldie, you know how to say hello? Say hello? Goldie was puzzled. Is that what you just said? Yes. Xiao Hua nodded. You weren't so polite before. Mother, what is polite? Goldie was puzzled. Chapter 2462. Forget it, Xiao Hua felt a headache coming. She smiled and said, just pretend Mother didn't say anything. You'll understand when you grow up. And Mother is right. Boy feels a bit enlightened now. I can vaguely remember a lot of things. Goldie was really different from before. Ah, that's great. Mother thought you only knew how to eat and sleep. It turns out you also have an inheritance. Xiao Hua was really addicted to being a mother. She said it very naturally. Why did Mother call Boy out? Goldie looked at the Buddha Saraira, looked at the clear water bottle, and then looked at the wind pearl. Oh, this wind pearl might have a hidden soul. Mother wants to keep the wind pearl and let you guard it for Mother. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Okay, Goldie shook its tail happily and flashed to the side of the wind pearl. It's not for you to eat. Xiao Hua saw Goldie's nose and hurriedly shouted. Goldie heard and raised its little head. Its two little eyes were like black pearls. Its voice came from Xiao Hua's heart again. Boy also didn't think of eating. Sweat, Xiao Hua was embarrassed. This little thing has grown up. It's really naughty. Goldie's nose twitched a few times. It used its little claws to fiddle with the wind pearl a few times. It shook its head and said, Mother, there's nothing edible in this thing. Ah, good. Xiao Hua was overjoyed. You watch from the side. If something strange comes out, you eat it in one bite. Yes. Goldie stuck out its pink tongue, which was smaller than a little finger, as if it was hungry. Xiao Hua swung her big sleeve and covered the wind pearl with the universe creator. Just as she was about to refine it, Goldie suddenly said, Mother, the smell of this thing is similar to our family's duck. What? Our family? Duck? Xiao Hua was stunned as if she didn't understand. It's the big duck that Mother threw into our house. Goldie said curiously. It's the duck that smells like that little girl. This thing also has that smell. Oh. Xiao Hua somewhat understood. Could it be that this wind pearl is related to the Empress? Let's go home and take a look. Xiao Hua said as he sent Goldie into the space. His consciousness also entered the space with the wind pearl. The duckling was still in a deep sleep, and the wounds on its body had mostly disappeared. However, the healing speed was simply too slow, and there were still some faint scars. Goldie landed beside the duckling and swung its tail, hitting the duckling's eyelids. The duckling's eyes turned a few times and slowly opened. It was Daphne's pair of lively eyes. Goldie's shadow was reflected in the duckling's eyes. The duckling blinked and opened its mouth, but no sound came out. Then, the duckling raised its head with difficulty and looked at the wind pearl next to Goldie. Quack quack. It was really the quack of a duck. The duckling was excited, and its voice was hoarse with difficulty. This. Xiao Hua's mind was right next to the bead. He unconsciously hesitated. He still wanted to use this wind bead to practice the wind escape technique. Moreover, he also wanted to use this wind bead to refine a magic weapon. I'll have a magic weapon sooner or later, but Daphne only has one life. Although Xiaohua knew that Daphne's life was no longer in danger, he still sent the wind bead to Daphne's mouth. Daphne's tender yellow wings flapped slightly. After Xiaohua sent the wind bead into her mouth, her wings stopped flapping. Woo! As the wind bead entered Daphne's mouth, a faint sound of wind came from Daphne's body. This faint wind revolved around Daphne's body and gradually grew bigger. Everything within 10 feet was sucked in by this wind. My goodness, what are you doing? This is my home. Xiaohua was anxious. He looked around and immediately pulled Daphne, sending her to the center of the yin-yang pool. Why is it as light as a feather? Xiaohua realized that Daphne was now a gust of wind, weightless. Go, do whatever you want here. Daphne stopped in midair. The hurricane around her suddenly grew bigger, like a huge tornado, piercing the blue sky and pouring down the blue water. Daphne's duckling figure gradually became blurry. What's going on? Xiaohua was puzzled. Woo! The tornado brought the water of the pool into the air. The water turned into raindrops and fell around the pool. There was a lot of rice around the pool, and dozens of puppets were tirelessly harvesting and planting them. Woo! In the sky, the sun-like reverse light roared. A dazzling brilliance gathered and poured into Daphne's blurry figure. Swoosh! Rings of rainbow-colored light appeared in the hurricane, sliding from the outside to the inside. As the light shrunk, Daphne's figure also became smaller and smaller. In the end, she became a ball of air the size of a thumb. Gotcha. With a loud explosion, the lightning that was supposed to hit Lei Zizi's body changed direction and fell into the ball of air. The ball of air blossomed with a dazzling brilliance as the lightning was annihilated. The figure of a naked girl suddenly appeared in the brilliance. Damn it, don't look. Xiaohua hurriedly closed his eyes. Unfortunately, he was a primordial spirit. How could he close his eyes? Moreover, the image of the young girl only flashed for a moment. Then, a pure white swan the size of a small duck appeared in the light and shadow. That slender neck, those arrogant eyes, and those slightly trembling pure white feathers looked extremely elegant. As the little swan spread its wings, the brilliance began to slowly extinguish. A feather emitting a holy brilliance fell on the little swan's forehead. However, it only fell half a foot before the little swan stretched its neck and swallowed it into its stomach. I understand now. Xiaohua looked at the little swan's curved neck and 2 wings and thought of phone booping. That guy's spiritual beast is probably this thing, right? His wind pearl is not some magical treasure or the inner core of a spiritual beast or something else. Is not a duckling. She can grow up after eating the wind pearl. However, just as the brilliance faded and Dyer was about to spread her wings and fly away, the entire space trembled. An incomparably oppressive will descended from the sky and enveloped Dyer's body. In an instant, the swan that Dyer had transformed into disappeared and the little duckling appeared in front of Xiaohua's eyes again. This is... Xiaohua felt a familiar and somewhat fearful will. He couldn't help but be shocked. Isn't this the heavenly Tao's fluctuation of the heavenly Tao starry sky? How did it beat Dyer back to her original form? Dyer transformed from a duckling into an elegant swan. It seemed like she was about to transform. A fluctuation similar to the heavenly Tao descended from the sky and beat Dyer down from the clouds into a quagmire. Dyer returned to her previous appearance as a fluffy duckling. Xiaohua was shocked. Isn't this the fluctuation of the heavenly Tao starry sky? How did it land on Dyer's body? Xiaohua's mind looked at the deep starry sky and thought to himself. In the high starry sky that was almost within reach, stars were floating leisurely. Each star had its own trajectory, and all the stars seemed to be following the same trajectory. Looking, Xiaohua's mind seemed to turn into a cloud, slowly rising higher and higher. As his mind soared, the attractive force between the stars became stronger and stronger. Perhaps in the blink of an eye, or perhaps in an extremely long time, Xiaohua's mind felt the trace of primordial spirit that had merged with the heavenly Tao starry sky. This primordial spirit was different from the primordial spirit in the hand of karma. It actually had the appearance of a star, and like the other stars, it also moved in the starry sky with a faint mysterious trajectory. When Xiaohua's mind merged with that trace of primordial spirit, Xiaohua felt that he was also like the star in the secret realm on Blood Red Island. A heavy and abundant force was emitted from his body. Rule, this is the power of rule. After transforming into a star, Xiaohua's thoughts seemed to have slowed down. After a long time, a very unfamiliar but somewhat vague idea surged into his mind. Under the heavenly Tao there are all things and all things are orderly. This order is the rule, and to maintain this rule one must have the power of rule. The heavenly Tao is originally a kind of rule, a kind of rule's origin and a kind of rule's assistance. Xiaohua seemed to have comprehended something. Between the stars, within the star that Xiaohua had transformed into, this kind of heavy power became increasingly clear and bright as Xiaohua comprehended it. Even my heaven and earth in the sleeve technique only relies on magic power to control the enemy within a certain range. Because the enemy's magic power can't resist mine, this magic power that exceeds mine can be seen as the power of rule, and I use the power of rule to control everything within this range. Green Seal script looks very mysterious, but in reality, it was also the ancient celestial beings who comprehended the rules of the heavenly Tao and used the Green Seal script to drive the rules, creating wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. The more Xiaohua thought about it, the more subtle the fluctuations of the star became, as if it wanted to be in tune with the heavenly Tao in the starry sky. A kind of profound, ancient, and eternal feeling was born from the center of the star, and gradually spread throughout Xiaohua's mind. Mother. Suddenly, a panicked voice came from Xiaohua's mind. It was Goldie's call. Oh. This voice pulled Xiaohua out of his meditation, and the fluctuations that were in tune with the heavenly Tao naturally came to an abrupt stop. That was close. Xiaohua suddenly woke up, and his mind immediately broke away from that wisp of primordial spirit, but that primordial spirit still transformed into a star and flew far away. If I had comprehended for a while longer, it might have been a few years, a few decades, this young master would have turned into a star, into a wisp of the heavenly Tao. Xiaohua's mind quickly fell, and Goldie asked again, Mother, what were you doing just now? The boy felt that you were getting older and colder, and the boy felt very scared. Chapter 2463. It's all right. Xiaohua's mind calmed down and saw Goldie floating in the air next to the yin-yang pool. The duckling was still a duckling, but it was quietly floating in the pool, looking very peaceful. That wind pearl should be the inheritance of Dai, Er's original spirit beast. After Dai, takes it, not only will it be good for her injuries, it will also promote her growth. Everything just now shows that Dai, is a spirit beast like a goose. She even has the strength to transform. Xiaohua looked at Dai, and understood. However, in this young master's space there is a rule. Spirit beasts can't grow. This is probably the reason why the eggs can't hatch. Therefore, the power of the rules forced them to return to their original state. However, since she can already transform, as long as she leaves this space she will definitely transform. There is no need to worry about this. What this young master is worried about is that if I don't have the confidence, I can't let her out of the space. Xiaohua was a little worried. This space was his biggest secret. Now no one knew about it. If Dai, left the space with her vision, she would definitely know some things. If she followed these things down, she might be able to discover Xiaohua's secret. Xiaohua couldn't be careless. Although he was willing to save Dai, and the Empress, he didn't want to put himself in danger. Goldie, you stay here with Dai. Don't tell her anything. If something happens to her, tell me. Xiaohua instructed, and his mind left the space. That's right. How can there be such a rule in my space? While Xiaohua was retreating, he was still bewildered. Inside the pill refining cave, the Buddha's light shone. The Buddha's Sarira seemed to have made great progress. The Buddha with a trace of his primordial spirit was like another Xiaohua, clumsily and slowly moving his incomplete arms. The two hands that were already clear changed from the previous posture of one hand pointing to the sky and the other pointing to the ground, slowly changing into a Buddha seal. Xiaohua used the blood shadow technique to cultivate the dragon transformation art, and then used his primordial spirit to control the Buddha's Sarira. Rise, Xiaohua shouted in his heart, and the Buddha Sarira also made a sound. The Buddha seal in his hand waved, and the clear water vase indeed responded and slowly flew into the air. Here, the Buddha Sarira moved again. Above the pristine water bottle, a green light flashed. The pristine true water rushed out and covered the entire cavern in an instant. Whirl, as the Buddha's seal moved again, countless tiny whirlpools were formed from the innate primordial water. Haha, Amitba. Xiaohua laughed heartily. The Buddha Sarira was also smiling from ear to ear. So this Buddha Sarira can be used like this? As long as he used the relic to activate the Buddhist artifact would be like an arm. There was no need for any psychokinesis. No, could it be that the power that could move the Buddha Sarira was psychokinesis? Forget it, I'll talk about these questions when I have the chance in the future. Either way, I now have another artifact to use. Immediately after, Xiaohua put the Buddha Sarira into his body. The clear water vase also fell into the Buddha Sarira's hand. Although it was still holding the Buddha Sarira with one hand pointing to the sky and the other pointing to the ground, the clear water vase was held in the palm of the hand pointing to the sky. After pondering for a moment, Xiaohua slightly released his Buddha's consciousness and pointed with his hand. It seemed like he was forming a seal, but secretly he was controlling the Buddha Sarira. With a toss of his hand, the clear water vase flew out. It was precisely where the seal was formed. Poor. Xiaohua reprimanded again. It seemed to be a mantra. At the same time, the Buddha Sarira opened its mouth and formed a Buddha seal. Pristine true water immediately poured out of the clear water vase. Haha, I'm really smart. Isn't this the legendary hanging a sheep's head to sell dog meat? Xiaohua laughed loudly. I'm the best at this. After the clear water vase was put into the Buddha Sarira, Xiaohua waved his hand again and took out a large piece of jade essence. Xiaohua thought for a moment, and a true samadhi fire was created. It burned at the corner of the jade essence, and a drop of sparkling jade liquid gradually appeared. Hehe, I already have some experience in refining this jade talisman. It's time to practice. Xiaohua wanted to refine the jade talisman in high spirits, but when he saw the green bean-sized drop of jade liquid in the air, Xiaohua hesitated again. Yes, it was a rare hesitation and also a rare lack of confidence. This is a jade talisman. Even a nascent soul cultivator can't refine a jade talisman. Can I refine it successfully? Xiaohua's heart was beating like a drum. If even I, a late Foundation establishment cultivator, can refine it, would it still be a jade talisman? However, Xiaohua carefully pondered over the refining technique of the jade talisman for a long time. Although the technique of the Huang family of Tianmen Mountain was the most basic, it was still a genuine refining technique of the jade talisman. It was much better than the refining techniques of the yellow and spirit talismans that Xiaohua had seen. Of course, because the Huang clan's technique was at the most basic level, when the runes were poured into the jade essence, it was also abnormally crude. There were only a few rough records and it was simply ominous. If he really refined according to this technique, he definitely wouldn't be able to succeed. Xiaohua's lost confidence slowly returned as he compared it with his own method of pouring talismans into the talismans. He had a vague premonition that his method seemed to be used to refine jade talismans. If it was used to refine yellow talismans and spirit talismans, it would instead be inferior. Forget it, the path of cultivation is like rowing a boat against the current. I have to give it a try. At this time, Xiaohua's Dao heart was already incomparably firm. He only hesitated for a moment before flicking his hand. The jade liquid dripping from the jade essence flew into the air with a dang sound, and unexpectedly produced a metallic sound. Then Xiaohua slightly opened his hand, and his 5 fingers grabbed the jade liquid from afar. He spun it, and the entire jade essence began to rotate. Moreover, as the rotation intensified, a tiny vortex appeared in the middle of the jade liquid. Then Xiaohua began to form hand seals. It was the fireball talisman that he was most familiar with. When the talisman took shape, Xiaohua grabbed it with his hand and shouted, "Go!" The talisman flickered with a trace of bright yellow brilliance, and rushed into the jade liquid. Kacha! The talisman landed in the center of the jade liquid, where the vortex appeared, and a small yellow dot appeared in the depths of the vortex. Woo! What seemed to be a swift small hurricane produced a powerful suction force from the small dot, and it was sucked out from the place where Xiaohua's hand seals were formed. The magic power around Xiaohua's body surged, and it surged violently towards the small dot. Xiaohua was somewhat shocked. This jade talisman is really amazing. Xiaohua's magic power was so profound now, it was comparable to the peak of the late gold core stage. Although the magic power required by this jade talisman could be supported by a middle gold core stage, to send out so much magic power in such a short period of time, perhaps even a late gold core stage would not be able to maintain it. Only this young master's meridians are thick, and my magic power is vigorous, so I can send so much magic power into the jade talisman in such a short period of time. Xiaohua saw that the jade talisman was about to take shape in a few flicks of his fingers and secretly thought, if there is even a trace of magic power stagnant, the jade talisman will be broken. Chapter 2464. Just when Xiaohua was slightly distracted, the flow of magic power wasn't too smooth. With a loud bang, a fireball that was almost 10 times the size of Xiaohua's fireball talisman appeared. The jade talisman that Xiaohua was about to successfully refine actually exploded. Withdraw. Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. His right hand didn't dare to be negligent. He used the heaven and earth sleeve technique and covered the fireball. Fortunately, Xiaohua's movements were still considered fast. When the fireball was annihilated, Xiaohua's Taoist robe was also somewhat damaged. The fireball produced by the jade talisman was actually comparable to Xiaohua's heaven and earth sleeve. Haha, it really is a jade talisman. Extraordinary, extraordinary. Xiaohua, who had always liked to use the fireball talisman to bully others, had an excited brilliance flash in his eyes. The technique that was commonly used during the qi refining stage could now reappear in the Dawn Rain continent. Xiaohua immediately savored the failure just now and somewhat understood. It wasn't just that he was somewhat distracted just now. More importantly, when the fireball talisman was formed, the infusion of magic power had to depend on the degree of condensation of the talisman. Depending on the complexity of the talisman and even the speed of condensation, different amounts of magic power poured in would cause it to explode. This was much more difficult than forming hand seals and refining talismans. Perhaps I should use Buddhist awareness to observe. Xiaohua thought of Buddhist awareness and immediately rested for a bit before refining again. With the release of Buddhist awareness, Xiaohua very keenly perceived the speed of the jade talisman's condensation and the complexity of the talisman's nearby runes. In addition, his control of magic power was also very subtle. The first fireball jade talisman was very easy to refine. With a crisp sound, like the cry of a fire sparrow, a flame-like bright yellow jade talisman fell in midair. At this time, Xiaohua already had a somewhat unperturbed expression as he caught the jade talisman. In the naked eye, circles of brilliance flashed from the jade talisman. It was the color of flames. Moreover, the entire jade talisman was also flat, extremely similar to the shape of flames. No wonder it's called a jade talisman. The formation of the runes within the jade talisman required an enormous amount of magic power. It was precisely because this magic power was used to construct the entire jade talisman that the amount of magic power required to activate the jade talisman was not much. It is precisely because such a large amount of Fa Li is condensed within the jade talisman that when the jade talisman is activated, it can absorb a large amount of spiritual qi of heaven and earth. This is why the fireball talisman is so powerful. Xiaohua's eyes slightly narrowed as he quietly looked at the exceptionally exquisite fireball talisman and secretly pondered. However, the strange thing is, this seems to be my first time refining a jade talisman. But why did yours truly have a familiar feeling in his heart? It seems like this young master should know how to refine it. Moreover, this technique was originally used to refine jade talismans. Could it be that, in my 10,000 demon realm, jade talismans are extremely common? Xiaohua now felt that he should be from the 10,000 demon realm. After refining the first fireball jade talisman, Xiaohua easily refined a few more jade talismans before stopping. He clapped his hands and wanted to take out Tu Hong's storage bag. To be honest, after taking away Tu Hong's storage bag, Xiaohua was a little regretful. After all, as a sword cultivator, he would not care too much about a cultivator's storage bag, especially when a nascent soul cultivator was close to him. His habitual action would easily expose his identity as a cultivator. However, since he had already taken it, what's the use of regretting it? With that thought in mind, Xiaohua's mind reached for the bag of holding. Just as he was about to take it out, however, his heart skipped a beat. Damn it, I shouldn't take out the bag of holding. What if there's something special in there? Wouldn't it expose my whereabouts? It's best to be careful. Thinking about it, Xiaohua only opened the storage bag in the space. His mind was now trained well and he could already complete simple actions. Tu Hong's storage bag had a lot of things and it was also abnormally complicated. Xiaohua only took out San Ling's magic treasure and some jade slips, and after looking through them he found the method to refine the ice deadly mirror. Moreover, in the space he carefully examined it with his primordial spirit. This ice deadly mirror is actually divided into two parts? Xiaohua looked for a moment and was surprised. This San Ling's magic treasure is also a part of the ice deadly mirror, but it can control the array, and through the array, see things that can't be seen by spiritual sense. That's why it was divided into two parts by Tu Hong? That's not right. After looking for a moment, Xiaohua frowned again. This ice deadly mirror can not only create an extremely cold array, but, It can also create an illusion array, and this mirror light can also hurt people. Even if the ice deadly mirror is refined to the extreme, it can also be used for short-distance teleportation. Why is it so similar to the Kunlun mirror? Xiaohua couldn't help but think of the rock border sect's Kunlun mirror. Unfortunately, at this moment, the pill refining cave's restriction flickered slightly, and Xiaohua's primordial spirit left the space. He patted the token in his bosom, releasing the restriction, and saw a message talisman fly in. Xiaohua's spiritual sense swept over, and he jumped up with a smile. How come the two of you came out so quickly? Didn't eldest senior brother fight for dozens of days? Forget it, since eldest senior brother isn't here, I can be considered an elder of the Myriad Thunder Valley, and Dui Qiming has become my Myriad Thunder Valley's wife, so I have to see her. I'll come back to cultivate in a few days. As for the ice deadly mirror, this young master won't be stupid enough to refine it in Sentry City. Isn't that courting death? Xiaohua put away all the items and was about to walk out of the pill refining cave when he suddenly thought of something. After a slight hesitation, he waved the token and opened the restriction. In the corridor outside the pill refining cave, Dui Qiming and Cui Hongshan were standing respectfully in front of the cave entrance. Seeing Xiaohua's figure flash out, Dui Qiming's face flushed red, and she bowed respectfully. Qiming greets senior brother Xiao, many thanks for senior brother's help. Cui Hongshan was also a little embarrassed, and he hurriedly bowed with Dui Qiming. Many thanks, senior brother. Haha, you two come in. Xiaohua waved his hand and returned to the pill refining room. If senior brother still wants to cultivate, this little brother and Qiming will leave first. Cui Hongshan was very polite and didn't want to disturb Xiaohua's cultivation. Come in, there's no need. Xiaohua's voice came from inside. Yes. Cui Hongshan glanced at Dui Qiming, and Dui Qiming's eyes flashed with deep affection. She said, if senior brother wants to let us in, then let us in. It's also a farewell. Farewell? Xiaohua's voice was a little surprised. You're returning to Sky Thunder Peak so soon? Cui Hongshan and Dui Qiming quickly entered the pill refining room and nodded with a smile. Yes, senior brother Minghui has already sent out a communication talisman. How about? At this point, Dui Qiming blushed again and her face became hot. And you two wait a moment. Xiaohua activated the pill refining room's restriction and said with a smile, wait for senior brother to be a little busy. With that, Xiaohua waved his hand and took out the 7 Possibilities sect's flowing cloud flying ship. This flying ship is better for senior brother to use. Cui Hongshan thought Xiaohua wanted to give him the flowing cloud flying ship and hurriedly waved his hand. I wanted to give it to you and let you bring it back to Myriad Thunder Valley. Xiaohua laughed mischievously. Unfortunately, it's already been seen by the 7 Possibilities sect's disciples. I'm afraid there will be a dispute. Oh, so it's like that. Cui Hongshan was also worried. The 7 Possibilities sect is the most tyrannical. Since they've seen it, senior brother will be in trouble. That's right. Xiaohua nodded and threw the flowing cloud flying ship into the air. He released his divine sense and looked at it for a moment. He couldn't help but frown. This flowing cloud flying ship doesn't seem to have any imprint. Xiaohua immediately withdrew his divine sense and released his Buddhist consciousness to carefully look at it. Oh, so it's here. In the inner layer of the flowing cloud flying ship, there was actually an imprint 3796 that divine sense couldn't detect at all. This is probably the flowing cloud flying ship serial number. Xiaohua was slightly shocked. If the 7 Possibilities sect knows about this serial number, wouldn't they be able to find out who has it? Then the matter at Chicken Crow Mountain will be troublesome. Xiaohua waved his hand and used his magic power to wipe away the imprint, leaving no trace behind. Alright, let's go. Xiaohua's heart was set. He waved his hand and stored the flowing cloud flying ship into his space. Senior brother, actually, this flying ship isn't anything good. If the 7 Possibilities sect forces it, it's better to return it to them. Cui Hongshan said worriedly. And I have my own plans. Although Xiaohua didn't say it out loud, when had something in his hands ever been taken away by others? Even a nascent soul cultivator couldn't take it away, so why would he care about what the 7 Possibilities sect wanted? A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. Cui Hongshan looked at Dui Qiming and said tactfully. See. Xiaohua very sensitively understood Cui Hongshan's meaning. He couldn't help but recall Qian Mo's awe-inspiring righteousness attitude in the Yanxi Residence's discussion hall, as well as his attitude towards Dui Qiming and Cui Hongshan. Xiaohua couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This young master neglected this important point. And I understand. Xiaohua replied indifferently. You all should return to Sky Thunder Peak as soon as possible. There's no need to worry about these things. Also, here are 2 medicinal pills. You all should take them. Yes, Cui Hongshan no longer had the feeling of superiority from before. He respectfully replied and carefully took the 2 unremarkable rejuvenation pills. See, Dui Qiming obviously knew about these pills as a fanatical expression appeared in his eyes. They're just ordinary medicinal pills. Don't think too much. Xiaohua saw this and waved his hand casually. Yes, this concubine understands. Dui Qiming's heart trembled. She didn't say anything else and took the pill from the jade bottle. She felt the flickering lightning in her meridians. How could she not know? That feeling of gratitude was like the water of the heavenly river flowing endlessly. That was because Xiaohua used several 100,000 spirit stones worth of rejuvenation pills as a favor. How could she not be grateful? Ai, what a pity. The ageless pills I kept are already gone. I still have to find time to refine some more. Xiaohua, the mysterious alchemy grandmaster of the Dawn Rain continent, thought. Chapter 2465. Xiaohua had just flown out of the cave with Cui Hongshan and Dui Qiming when he was shocked by the lively scene in the cave. This was the second time Xiaohua had come to the cave, but both times, it was unusually deserted. Few people from the Imperial Thunder sect came close, which made the disciples of the Sky Patrol City look down on the Imperial Thunder sect. They could not help but be arrogant. However, at this time, there were several lines of disciples in front of the cave. All of them were in the late stage of Foundation establishment. They were all handing over to the disciples guarding the cave and were about to enter the cave. Damn it, it's really a night of spring breeze, thousands of pear trees blooming. Looking at the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect who suddenly appeared, Xiaohua was dumbfounded and inexplicably recited a poem. Haha, fellow Taoist Xiao. Not far away, the guard of the Sky Patrol City, Jianghu, flew over and said with a smile, Fellow Taoist, have you finished your meditation? Just now I saw your message and wanted to go in. However, it just so happens that a golden core cultivator wants to enter the cave, so I can't leave. Moreover, fellow Taoist token, it's from another sect, so I'll wait here. Haha, Xiaohua smiled and nodded slightly. Thank you, fellow Taoist Chang, I'll remember your kindness. Haha, fellow Taoist Xiao is too polite, it's just a small matter. Chang Shu said embarrassedly. Oh right, why did my Imperial Thunder sect suddenly have so many disciples coming to the cave? Previously, it seemed very deserted. Xiaohua's heart moved and he asked in a low voice. Haha, fellow Taoist Xiao, you don't know. Chang Shu also smiled and said, Yesterday your Imperial Thunder sect used dozens of thunder boats to send many disciples to the Sky Patrol City. It's said that there are many disciples in the late stage of Foundation establishment. Some of them want to refine pills themselves and some. I'm afraid that it's inconvenient to cultivate in the quiet room, so they came to the cave to cultivate. Then he said with a serious face, Actually, after my martial uncle Tu Hong was assassinated by Qin Jian, not only did my Sky Patrol City increase the defense of the city, but the Yanxi Prefecture's conference hall also issued an order to the various sects to mobilize their disciples to come to the Sky Patrol City to support. Your sect's disciples are the earliest to arrive. Oh, so that's how it is. Xiaohua nodded. Then he thought to himself, not only that. Perhaps someone from the Imperial Thunder sect had come to participate in some impossible ceremony? You guys better go back and participate. Xiaohua was proud of himself. At this time, a few late-stage Foundation establishment disciples arrogantly walked past Xiaohua and the others. They looked at Xiaohua and Cui Hongshan with dissatisfaction. Cui Hongshan and Dui Qiming hurriedly moved to the side and slightly bowed. Even though Xiaohua couldn't recognize which lightning palace these disciples were from, he felt displeased just by looking at them. He was too lazy to salute them. His behavior naturally attracted the cold gazes of many late-stage Foundation establishment realm disciples. What's the point of glaring? When you return from the battlefield, it won't be too late to glare at this young master. Xiaohua immediately thought of Kuan Yun He and the others and sneered in his heart. Fellow Taoist Xiao, let's talk over here. Don't block the path of our late Foundation establishment senior brothers. Chang Shu said with a smile. Xiaohua waved his hand. There's no need. Fellow Taoist Chang, you should be busy. I'm going back. Good. If fellow Taoist Xiao has anything to do with this Chang, please let me know. Chang Shu said very politely. Xiao Hua didn't comment and was about to fly away. But at this moment he thought of something and transmitted his voice. Fellow Taoist Chang, this Xiao has something to ask. Fellow Taoist Xiao is too polite again. Chang Shu raised his eyebrows and said very discontentedly, Fellow Taoist, if you have something to ask, just say it. Oh, it's like this. This Xiao has participated in a secret auction in Jianghu City. I wonder if there is such a secret auction in Century City? Xiao Hua transmitted his voice and asked. This. Chang Shu looked around. Although he was transmitting his voice, he was still cautious. He said, this kind of secret auction naturally exists, but this Chang's status is not high and has never participated. Oh, so it's like this. Then I'll have to trouble fellow Taoist Chang. Xiao Hua was quite disappointed. He cupped his hands and said, then pretend this Xiao didn't say anything. Fellow Taoist Xiao, Chang Shu hurriedly shouted, if fellow Taoist wants to participate, this Chang can help to inquire. If there is news, this Chang will inform fellow Taoist Xiao. Very good. Xiao Hua nodded. He knew that Chang Shu didn't have any confidence, so he didn't have any expectations in his heart. He cupped his hands again and flew away with Cui Hongshan and Dui Qimeng. Sure enough, as Chang Shu said, the Imperial Thunder sect had replenished a lot of disciples. The entire station was very lively at this time. The disciples flying around were all in the middle and late stage of the Foundation establishment realm. Looking at their excited expressions, it was as if they came to Century City to pick up military achievements. I don't know how the conference hall fooled them. Xiao Hua turned his head and looked at Dui Qimeng and Cui Hongshan. The two of them also had a sigh. After all, they came back from the battlefield and had long known the danger and blood. Not to mention the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm, even the Gold Core realm cultivators and illusory swordsmen, who had full confidence to protect themselves. Besides, it was easy to dodge an open spear but hard to guard against a hidden arrow. Who knew where a hidden arrow would fly out and take your life? When they arrived at the meditation place, Xiao Hua had already seen 20 to 30 disciples in the middle and late stage of the Foundation establishment realm standing there with dissatisfaction on their faces. In the middle of these disciples were Zhen Minghui and the others. Zhen Minghui, Su Qin, Qiu Su, and the others had awkward expressions on their faces. They cupped their hands left and right, as if they were explaining something. Seeing Xiao Hua flying over from afar with Cui Hongshan and Dui Qimeng, Zhen Minghui and the others showed joy. They raised their heads and were about to say something. A disciple in the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm opposite Zhen Minghui also noticed it. He turned his head and looked at Xiao Hua and the others. He said coldly, "Humph, disciples of the myriad Thunder Valley, what a big show. You actually dare to make us wait here. Even if I was here, I'm afraid you wouldn't be like this." Cui Hongshan's face changed. He was not in a hurry to explain to Xiao Hua in detail. He hurriedly flew a few feet forward and shouted, "It turned out to be Martial Uncle Zhen Shan of the Thousand Thunder Mountain. I'm really sorry." Don't call me Martial Uncle. You're now a disciple in the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm. Just call me Senior Brother." The cultivator was a little arrogant, but also a little jealous as he waved his hand. Thousand Thunder Mountain? Xiao Hua followed behind Cui Hongshan. He was a little puzzled. He had never heard of any Thousand Thunder Mountain. You flatter me, you flatter me. I've heard of Martial Uncle Zhen's reputation as soon as I entered the Thunderclap Palace. Even though I've cultivated to the late stage of Foundation establishment, I'm still unable to reach Martial Uncle Zhen's level. Cui Hongshan hurriedly smiled apologetically. Besides, once Martial Uncle comes to Sky Patrol City, when you return to Sky Thunder Peak, won't you be a Golden Core cultivator? It's better for me not to change my address. Cui Hongshan, you're not bad. Zhen Shan was very happy. He smiled and said, "You disciples from the cultivation families all know etiquette very well. You're much better than Yu Qian and the others." This old man thought that the first team of the Imperial Thunder sect had received some sect master's commendation order, and their tails were so high that they couldn't even see a group of old bones in their eyes. It turns out, this old man really misunderstood. Of course. Although Cui Hongshan didn't know what was going on, his words were watertight. This junior followed Senior Brother and the others to another place to do something, so I came back late. Please forgive me, Martial Uncle Zhen. Oh, Martial Uncle Zhen, this is Junior's Senior Brother Xiao Hua, and this is Senior Sister Dui Qimeng from the Thunder Conversion Palace. I'm afraid Martial Uncle hasn't seen them before. After Cui Hongshan finished dealing with them, he gave Jin Minghui a look and introduced Xiao Hua and Dui Qimeng. Junior greets martial uncle Zhen. When Dui Qimeng heard Cui Hongshan's greeting, she naturally couldn't be rude, so she had to follow Cui Hongshan and call him martial uncle. Xiao Hua frowned slightly and cupped his hands. Xiao Hua greets senior brother Zhen. Zhen Shan was all smiles. After all, it was a very honorable thing to let a mid-stage Foundation establishment disciple of the Thunder Conversion Palace call him martial uncle. However, when Xiao Hua's senior brother entered his ears, his face immediately changed. And Zhen Shan nodded faintly. He looked up and down and sneered, "You're really a rogue cultivator. Now you're only at the early stage of Foundation establishment. My martial nephew Wang Yunxiao, who entered the Thunder Conversion Palace at the same time as you, is already at the middle stage of Foundation establishment, but you're still at the early stage of Foundation establishment. AI, you have to consult martial nephew Cui more." Wang Yunxiao. Xiao Hua was stunned, then immediately understood where Jin Shan's Thousand Thunder Mountain was. Wasn't it the place Zhen Yu was in charge of? That Zhen Yu who had some grudges with 10,000 Thunder Valley's helplessness and some unclear entanglements? Yu Qin? Wasn't that Zhen Yu Qin who didn't know how to practice? Haha, senior brother Zhen must be joking. How can this Xiao compare to Wang Yunxiao? At most, this Xiao can only compare to Zhen Yu Qin. Oh, right, I wonder if martial nephew Yu Qin has reached Foundation establishment? Xiao Hua didn't put Jin Shan in his eyes and asked with a smile. Cui Hongshan was originally afraid that Xiao Hua would be angry, but seeing him laugh, he felt relieved. As soon as Xiao Hua mentioned martial nephew Zhen Yu Qin, Zhen Shan's face turned a little green and he said coldly, "The matters of my Thousand Thunder Mountain don't need others to care about." Then he turned to Cui Hongshan and said, "Cui Hongshan, take out your Imperial Thunder Sect's first team captain token." After that he didn't explain any more and waited for Cui Hongshan to take out the token. Although Zhen Shan was the master of Thunder Palace, they were now in Sky Patrol City, which was a Dao Cultivator battle. How could the Imperial Thunder Sect's first team captain token be easily given to others? Junior dares not disobey the master's order. Cui Hongshan was still polite. However, I don't know why martial uncle Zhen wants the token? Captain Cui. Zhen Minghui, who was next to him, finally interrupted. Martial uncle Zhen and the others are here to participate in the battle. Their resting place is arranged here. The disciples of my Imperial Thunder Sect's first team will immediately follow martial uncle Zhen's thunder boat back to Sky Thunder Peak. Oh, Cui Hongshan understood that Zhen Shan wanted his captain token to gain control of the pavilion's restriction. However, if Cui Hongshan handed over the control of the pavilion, they would immediately board the thunder boat. What about Xiao Hua? Xiao Hua would not return with the thunder boat. What about the disciples on duty? Cui Hongshan looked around and asked in a low voice. Chapter 2466. Yes, Captain Cui. The disciple on duty has been waiting for a long time, but he didn't see Captain and senior brother Xiao, so he left first. Jin Minghui whispered. Martial uncle Zhen, please wait a moment. Cui Hongshan smiled apologetically. We're about to leave Sky Patrol City, but senior brother Xiao still wants to stay. We have to ask senior brother Xiao where he's resting before we hand over the token. A disciple in the later stage of Foundation establishment sneered. What's a disciple in the early stage of Foundation establishment staying here for? It's better to go back to Myriad Thunder Valley than to be a disciple on duty. Martial uncle Jianfeng, you're exaggerating. Cui Hongshan obviously knew this disciple and smiled. Senior brother Xiao is the most outstanding person in the first team of Imperial Thunder Sect. He's definitely a nightmare for sword cultivators if he stays on the battlefield. It's just a coincidence. You and I are both disciples of Myriad Thunder Valley, so there's no need to show off those superficial military exploits. Zhen Jianfeng sneered. I, Zhen, can bet with you that when we walk on the battlefield, none of our disciples will have less merits than you. Why do you have to flatter yourself? You'd better hand over the token quickly. We're tired and need to rest. Go back and have some peace. We still have to go to the battlefield. Martial uncles, please wait a moment. When it came to matters involving Xiao Hua, Cui Hongshan didn't dare to be negligent. Right now he understood Xiao Hua's lethality even better than Xiang Yang. He bowed and said, Junior will go and find the disciple on duty. Let's arrange a place for my senior brother to cultivate first. Cui Hongshan. Zhen Shan angrily said, according to the arrangement of the disciples on duty, this resting pavilion is a quiet room for 20 or so people. Even if you, the senior martial brother, were to stay here, it is absolutely impossible for you to stay here. What is the meaning of this? If other disciples of Thunder Palace come, it's fine. But I'm a master of Thunder Palace. How can I stay here and wait? Do you still want my face? Cui Hongshan's gaze swept across the area. Indeed, the lively scene on the left had already quieted down. Many disciples had already entered the pavilion, and those who had come out had already been arranged to familiarize themselves with the environment. Only Zhen Shan and the others had yet to enter the quiet room. However, even though Cui Hongshan looked troubled, he still shook his head and said, Senior Uncle Zhen, don't worry. This junior will be back soon. It won't take long. Seeing Cui Hongshan's persistence, Xiaohua inwardly nodded. He felt that everything he had done for Cui Hongshan had been repaid. Since his junior brother was so protective of him, Xiaohua was too lazy to argue with Zhen Shan. The alchemy cave was much better than this place. Just as Xiaohua was about to speak, two initial stage Foundation establishment disciples on duty flew over and said loudly, Where is the thunder-controlling sect's first squad? Cui Hongshan was overjoyed and hurriedly went over to greet them. He bowed and said, Imperial Thunder Sect's first squad captain, Cui Hongshan, greets the two junior brothers. Please check the token, Captain Cui. The disciple in front said with a smile on his face, Captain Cui's outstanding military service is a role model for us disciples to follow. When we return to the Imperial Thunder Sect this time, we will definitely be rewarded by the sect master. I wouldn't dare. Cui Hongshan took out the token and handed it to the disciple. He said again, We are returning to the Sky Thunder Peak, but my senior brother still has to stay in the encampment. What's his arrangement? The disciple took Cui Hongshan's token and checked it before returning it to Cui Hongshan. He smiled apologetically and said, This disciple doesn't know. This disciple only received an order to invite the Thunder-controlling sect's first squad of 6 people to board the Sky Thunder Boat No. 1 as the first meritorious service to return to the Sky Thunder Peak. The other disciples really don't know. Captain Cui, we have already been here once before. We can't wait any longer. The Thunder Boat has been waiting outside Sky Patrol City for a long time. Not to mention that the sword cultivators will find out after a long time, there will be some trouble on the way back. It's not good to let the sect master wait on the Sky Thunder Peak. Another Foundation establishment disciple said with some envy. Yes, Captain Cui, the sect master has already said that he will personally welcome the first squad at the Sky Thunder Peak. This is the only time in this Tao Cultivator battle. Cui Hongshan's face showed a burst of excitement, but then he calmed down. The first squad of the thunder-controlling sect had made great contributions, but to put it bluntly, it was all Xiaohua's credit. He didn't deserve such generous treatment. Moreover, Cui Hongshan understood that Master Chen Lazy's action was not only because of the first squad's contribution, but also because of Tu Hong, right? Junior brother Cui. Xiaohua said with a smile, You can go and give the restriction on the token to Zhen Shan and the others. Now that you are all leaving, I'm too lazy to stay with them. Well, seeing something reminds me of someone is the most hurtful. This. Cui Hongshan shook his head slightly. Even if I hand over the restriction on the token, I should let them arrange a place for senior brother to rest first, right? I'm afraid that they will forget about senior brother. That's actually possible. Xiaohua realized Cui Hongshan's thoughtfulness and said with a smile, However, if they arrange it, I'm afraid they will arrange it with someone else. Rather than that, I might as well go to the pill refining cave. Yes, I understand. Cui Hongshan nodded. Senior brother is a person who likes to be free, I won't lower myself to their level. Xiaohua laughed and clapped his hand. He was going to take out his storage pouch, but after thinking for a moment he transmitted his voice to Cui Hongshan, who was handing over the token to Zhen Shan. I have some things here, but it's not convenient for you to bring them back to the Myriad Thunder Valley. Tell Master and Senior Brother to wait until after the battle to make them happy. Don't worry, it's definitely something they have never seen before. Cui Hongshan's face remained calm and collected. After he finished with Zhen Shan and the others no longer looked at Cui Hongshan. They turned around and opened the restriction on the pavilion. One by one they entered and sealed the restriction. Watching Zhen Shan and the others enter the restriction, Cui Hongshan turned his head and said with a smile, Senior Brother Xiao, I'm going back. You have to take care of yourself. Don't worry. Senior brother Cui, you should worry about our way back first. Zhen Minghui said with jealousy, you reached the middle stage of foundation establishment without anyone noticing, but we are still in the early stage of foundation establishment. Zhen Minghui, yes, not only Zhen Minghui but even Baisu Valley and the others also wished they were disciples of the Myriad Thunder Valley. Although they couldn't be sure that Cui Hongshan and Dui Qiming reaching the middle stage of foundation establishment was definitely Xiao Hua's doing, it was obvious that although Xiao Hua went out, the two came back directly at the middle stage of foundation establishment after only 10 days. Others might believe it if they said it had nothing to do with Xiao Hua, but they who had seen Xiao Hua's bravery absolutely wouldn't believe it. They only believed that if they were disciples of the Myriad Thunder Valley, they might have already reached the middle stage of foundation establishment by now. It's all a chance, all a chance. Cui Hongshan said with a smile. Senior brother Minghui is also at the peak of the early stage of foundation establishment. Sooner or later he will reach the middle stage of foundation establishment. Maybe. Zhen Minghui replied, but his face revealed a bleak expression. Yes, although the difference between the middle stage of foundation establishment and the early stage of foundation establishment wasn't as big as the difference between the peak stage of foundation establishment and the early stage of foundation establishment, it definitely wasn't as simple as Cui Hongshan said it was. Especially these few dumb birds who were more frustrated in cultivation. They didn't make any progress in fighting, but instead, after being unconscious for several years, their cultivation suddenly improved. Even they themselves couldn't make sense of it. And once they returned to Sky Thunder Peak, who knew what kind of scene they would be cultivating? Fellow senior brothers, let's leave quickly. The two disciples on duty urged again. Let's go, this Xiao will send you off. Xiao Hua smiled and waved his hand. Thank you, senior brother. Everyone respectfully addressed him as senior brother. Zhen Hua and the others even called him martial uncle. The two disciples on duty were really puzzled. Xiao Hua's cultivation seemed to be considered low among the early stage of foundation establishment. Please, although the two disciples on duty were surprised, they were still respectful to Cui Hongshan and the others. However, just as they were about to fly away, a few more disciples flew over. Everyone looked over and saw that it was a disciple on duty who led Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao in. Li Zongbao's reputation was really too great. Not only was the disciple on duty abnormally respectful, but the two foundation establishment disciples leading Cui Hongshan and the others were also surprised when they saw Xiao Hua fly towards them. They even stopped in midair and bowed. Greetings, senior brother Li Zongbao. May I know why senior brother has come to my Imperial Thunder Sect's encampment? Cui Hongshan and the others naturally knew why Li Zongbao came, but they also bowed and saluted. Li Zongbao nodded indifferently at the disciple on duty, but he looked at Cui Hongshan with some surprise and said, Cui Hongshan, you're also at the middle stage of foundation establishment? Li Zongbao used the word, actually, rather casually, as if a senior was giving pointers to a junior. Cui Hongshan didn't feel anything wrong in his heart and hurriedly said with a smile, this disciple had some opportunities, but I barely reached the middle stage of foundation establishment. I'm a little ashamed to say this. And Li Zongbao seemed to use some kind of magic to look at Cui Hongshan for a moment, and his eyes flashed with faint colors. He immediately nodded and said, your foundation is not bad. Previously, I felt that you rushing into the middle stage of foundation establishment might be disadvantageous to your future cultivation, but it seems that I was overthinking it. Li Zongbao didn't say anything else and looked Dui Qiming up and down. He said, is this Dui Qiming? This servant greets senior brother Li Zongbao. Dui Qiming's face was slightly red. She naturally knew why Li Zongbao knew about her, and she bowed again. And Li Zongbao nodded. I heard that you have a better choice. However, it's really good to see you following Cui Hongshan back to the sect. I can only say that, your choice is very wise. Dui Qiming lightly bit her lips, and her face flushed red again. She smiled apologetically and said, this servant is Cui Hongshan's partner. Even if it's thousands of years, this servant must stay by Cui Hongshan's side. Good, Li Zongbao clapped his hands and took out a message talisman. He handed it to Dui Qiming and said proudly, this is my message talisman. Just based on what you said, this servant will agree to help you with one thing. If you have any difficulties, feel free to look for me. Chapter 2467. Dui Qiming's face lit up with joy. She reached out to receive it and bowed respectfully. Thank you, Senior Brother Li. Senior Brother Li is generous. Xiaohua smiled when he saw Li Zongbao looking at him. What happened so quickly? Why don't you wait until I send you guys to the Thunder Ship? It's urgent. You don't have to send us off. Li Zongbao said faintly. I've received news that that guy is near Flowing Ice Valley. You and I should hurry over. Senior Brother Li, that's not necessary. Xiaohua felt a little bored. Why don't you follow me to Sky Patrol City? After we send Junior Brother Chui and the others off, we can set off immediately. No. Li Zongbao's face darkened and he did not agree. Xiaohua frowned, but his heart was moved. He knew that Li Zongbao wasn't such an unreasonable person. There must be some reason for his actions, so he didn't delay and said to Cui Hongshan and the others, since that's the case, this Xiao won't send you off. Return to Sky Thunder Peak and cultivate well. After the battle, this Xiao will return to Sky Thunder Peak to look for you. Yes, Senior Brother Li. We have our own arrangements. Cui Hongshan was even more mindful of the Seven Skills sect. He quickly bowed and said, Senior Brother Li, hurry and follow Senior Brother Li. All right, Xiaohua cupped his hands and beckoned. Senior Brother Li, let's go. Unfortunately, just as he led Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao away, dozens of Sky Patrol City's disciples and a few Seven Skills Sect's disciples rushed over from the entrance of the Imperial Thunder Sect's encampment. In front of them was a patrolling disciple from the Imperial Thunder Sect who was leading the way with an unhappy expression. That's the guy. He's Xiaohua. Li Zongbao's white hair and red Taoist robe were really eye-catching. The Seven Skills Sect's disciple had just flown over when his gaze landed on Xiaohua's face. Following the disciple's shout, the dozens of Sky Patrol City's disciples immediately surrounded Xiaohua and the others. It's too late. Li Zongbao's expression changed slightly. He clapped his hand and took out the conference hall token. He said coldly, I have the conference hall token. Who dares to stop me? Oh, Senior Li. The Seven Possibility Sect disciple hurriedly cupped his fists and said, this disciple didn't know that Senior Marshal Brother Li was here. This disciple apologizes to Senior Marshal Brother Li. The other Seven Skills Sect disciples also hurriedly bowed in greeting. Although Li Zongbao wanted to get away, he was not Zhang Qingxiao or Chen Diheng. He was not the arrogant and domineering type. Seeing the Seven Skills Sect's disciples' respectful attitude, he could only frown and ask, what is the matter? I'm about to bring my two junior brothers to Flowing Ice Valley to kill Qin Jian. How dare you block my battle achievements? Senior Brother Li, don't be angry. That Seven Skills Sect disciple hastily smiled apologetically. This disciple absolutely does not dare to obstruct Senior Marshal Brother Li's battle achievements. This disciple is only following orders from the Assembly Hall to invite Junior Marshal Brother Xiaohua to the Assembly Hall. It's fine as long as Junior Marshal Brother Xiao goes. Senior Marshal Brother Li doesn't need to go. Of course. Junior Brother Xiao is my good friend and we are used to working together. He is the one who can kill Qin Jian. Without Junior Brother Xiao, wouldn't I be sending myself to my death? Li Zongbao waved his hand and said, don't stand in the way. The Seven Skills Sect disciple did not expect Li Zongbao to be here and was somewhat at a loss. Move aside. Li Zongbao glanced at the surrounding Sky Patrol City disciples and said coldly, don't force me to take out my immortal piercing whip. Senior Marshal Brother Li, the Sky Patrol City disciples who blocked Li Zongbao's path also cried out miserably, please don't make things difficult for this lowly one. This lowly one was sent to invite Junior Marshal Brother Xiao. I know nothing else. Are you going to move aside or not? Li Zongbao did not say much and asked coldly. Xiaohua, who was watching from the side, felt strange. He did not understand why Li Zongbao was making such a big fuss. Hence, he whispered, Senior Marshal Brother Li, isn't it just going to the Assembly Hall? Is there a need for this? You dare to go to the Assembly Hall? Li Zongbao looked at him from head to toe and was also puzzled. Why wouldn't I dare to go? Xiaohua glanced at the Seven Skills Sect disciple. At most, the Seven Skills Sect will ask for the Flowing Cloud flying ship. However, it's only been a few days and they're already back? At this moment, Xiao Mao cupped his hands and said, Senior Marshal Brother, I wonder why Senior Marshal Brother wants to go to the Assembly Hall? If you can explain it clearly, perhaps it will be easier. The Seven Skills Sect disciples looked at each other bitterly and whispered, what else can it be? Of course it's that thing. Are you going to the Assembly Hall? Li Zongbao asked again. Go. Xiaohua waved his hand. This matter will come sooner or later. I didn't expect it to come so soon. You? There are many things you didn't expect. Li Zongbao said with a double meaning. Senior Marshal Brother Li, what do you mean? Xiaohua was stunned. Li Zongbao did not say much. He just waved his hand and said indifferently, if you want to go, then go. The Imperial Thunder Sect disciples had long been curious. Many of them were even watching from the side. Cui Hongshan and the others were even more anxious. Xiaohua glanced at them and said with a smile, Junior Marshal Brother, you can go by yourself. It's no big deal. At worst, you can just return the flowing cloud flying ship to them. Cui Hongshan knew that Xiaohua was stingy and was afraid that he would not return it. Now that he heard Xiaohua agree, he was relieved and said, Senior Marshal Brother Xiao, although the flowing cloud flying ship is a good thing, it doesn't belong to our Imperial Thunder Sect. You can enjoy it in your hands, but it's also troublesome. Why don't you return it to them? When I have time, I'll see if there are any other flying magic tools. Senior Marshal Brother obtained a lot of flying swords from the battlefield. I should be able to exchange them for one. I know. You can go without worry. Xiaohua waved his hand and flew up. Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao followed closely and headed out of the encampment. The 7 Skills Sect disciples and dozens of Sky Patrol City disciples did not dare to be negligent. They surrounded the encampment as if to protect and restrain them. Behind them, many disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect were left wondering and whispering. The meeting hall of the Yanxi residence was still the same as before. The only difference was that the praying mat Tu Hong was sitting on was now empty. However, looking at the expressions of the Dao Sect cultivators, none of them were abnormal. It was as if the praying mat being empty was normal. It was something they were used to. If it was not empty, they would not be used to it. Xiaohua followed the 7 Possibilities Sect disciple into the conference hall. When he saw the Golden Core cultivator wearing a navy blue Taoist robe sitting at the head of the table, his heart skipped a beat. Not good, the person on duty today was actually 7 Possibilities Sect's Wang Yi. Junior Marshal Brother Xiaohua of the Imperial Thunder Sect greets Marshal Uncle Wang. The 7 Skills Sect disciples bowed and said. And Wang Yi saw Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao appear behind Xiaohua and frowned. He waved his hand and said, You can leave now. Yes. After the 7 Skills Sect disciples left, Wang Yi looked at Li Zongbao and said, Marshal Nephew Li Zongbao, why are you here? No reason. Li Zongbao bowed and said, I was about to bring Junior Marshal Brother Xiao to Flowing Ice Valley when I was surrounded by dozens of Sky Patrol City guards and several disciples of your sect. We thought it was a sword cultivator in disguise and almost attacked. If Junior Marshal Brother Xiao did not stop us. What? Zongbao, did someone attack us in Sky Patrol City? Heng Zhao immediately said coldly, Which disciple is so bold? They wanted to attack us. Li Zongbao also said coldly, Now that the Sky Patrol City is in a state of panic, everyone is under attack. I also received the news and wanted to kill Qin Jian to avenge Senior Tu Hong, but someone was blind enough to block my path. Wang Yi originally wanted Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao to leave first, but after hearing Li Zongbao's words, he was a little embarrassed and angry. He had no reason to let them leave. If he forcefully sent them out, it would make him look guilty. Li Zongbao, Wang Yi also stopped being amiable and said faintly, My 7 Skills Sect's disciples work together with the Sky Patrol City guards to invite Imperial Thunder Sect's Xiaohua to the conference hall for questioning. There were many people, so we were worried that something might happen in the Sky Patrol City and Xiaohua's life might be in danger. That's why we sent many people. You've misunderstood the good intentions of the meeting hall. And I understand. Li Zongbao nodded, They didn't attack us, but I don't understand. Why can't they wait until we return from Flowing Ice Valley? Qin Jian is near Flowing Ice Valley now. If Li Zongbao, Wang Yi said lightly, Qin Jian is not in Flowing Ice Valley now, it's useless even if you go. That's strange, how does Marshal Uncle Wang know that Qin Jian is not in Flowing Ice Valley? Did he go back to Sky Patrol City? Li Zongbao's behavior today was a little overboard. He actually questioned a Golden Core Master in front of everyone, and his words were vaguely sarcastic. Wang Yi was a little embarrassed and angry. He glared at Li Zongbao and said, Li Zongbao, this is the meeting hall of Yanxi Prefecture. You don't have the right to question my meeting hall. Cough cough Zongbao, hurry up and apologize to Marshal Uncle Wang Yi. Heng Zhao coughed and scolded. Yes, I know my mistake. I didn't know that Marshal Uncle Wang Yi could confirm Qin Jian's whereabouts. I've learned my lesson. Li Zongbao bowed and said. Ha ha ha, the Golden Core cultivators of Lian country laughed. Li Zongbao. If you say another word, I'll exercise my right to be on duty. Wang Yi was embarrassed and angry. He pointed his finger and said. Sure enough, Li Zongbao straightened his back and stood straight. He didn't say a word, not even a word to admit defeat. Although the golden core cultivators of Lian country didn't laugh, they couldn't help but laugh. Xiaohua, do you know why the meeting hall called you here? Wang Yi turned his head and said coldly to Xiaohua. He couldn't do anything to Li Zongbao, but it was no problem to deal with Xiaohua. How can I know? Xiaohua said blankly, but the meeting hall is where the masters are in charge, not where the experts are. I have nothing to be afraid of. The others didn't say anything, but Hengju couldn't help but laugh out loud. He knew very well what Wang Yi was planning, and Xiaohua obviously knew what was going on. He even compared the conference hall with a strong person in front of everyone. It was even worse than Li Zongbao's words just now. He now somewhat understood why his precious disciple was so protective of Xiaohua. Chapter 2468. Qianemo, you say it yourself. Wang Yi coldly glanced at Qianemo and said. If it was Heng Heng, he would have refuted. It's not my turn to be on duty today. Fellow Taoist Wang, please make the decision. But this was Qianemo. Qianemo raised his head and looked at Xiaohua, asking, Xiaohua, do you have a 7-skill sex flowing cloud airship? If you took it from a sword cultivator, you still have to return it to the 7-skill sect. After all, this airship belongs to the 7-skill sect. My Imperial Thunder sect is a large sect in the country of Shi. We can't do anything that goes against the agreement of the war. Hearing Qianemo mention 7 possibility sects flowing cloud flying boat, Xiaohua felt a little angry. However, after thinking for a while, Xiaohua swallowed his anger and said, let Marshal Uncle Qian know, disciple did indeed steal a flying boat from a sword cultivator. However, I don't know if it belongs to 7 possibility sect. As you know, this disciple is ignorant and inexperienced. I've never seen the 7-skill sect's flowing cloud flying boat, but I've seen their flowing cloud flying boat outside the teleportation formation in Sky Patrol City 10 days ago. It looks similar, but it might not be their flowing cloud flying boat. I'm still trying to argue. Wang Yi coldly said, in the country of Shi, other than our 7-skill sect's flowing cloud airship, what other flying magic tools do they have? That's right. Marshal Nephew Xiao, I remember you were in the meeting hall 10 days ago. You even took out the things in your storage pouch. Why didn't I see this flowing cloud airship? Li Qingshu also said with interest, moreover, your cultivation is only close to the middle stage of foundation establishment. How did you manage to take a flying ship from a sword cultivator? Xiaohua had already thought of a plan. He smiled and said, disciple was lucky. The one I killed was the injured sword cultivator. Moreover, the flying boat was taken away by senior brother Li last time. It's in his storage bag, not mine. Is that so? Marshal Nephew Li? Wang Yi turned and asked. Li Zongbao looked at him calmly, blinked his eyes and didn't say a word. Marshal Nephew Li? Wang Yi asked again, I'm asking you. Fellow Taoist Wang. Are you kidding me? First, you want my disciple to shut up and not say a single word. Then, you want to interrogate him. What do you want my disciple to do? Hengju asked him politely. Wang Yeqi glanced at Li Zongbao from the corner of his eyes and stopped asking. Everyone knew that Li Zongbao would only give a one-word answer. How about this, Xiaohua? Take out that flying boat and let us take a look. If it belongs to the Qiqiao sect, we'll return it to them. You taking back the flowing cloud flying boat is also a great merit. This old man will report this to the meeting hall and record this merit. When we return to Sky Thunder Peak, we'll reward you. Qianemo looked left and right and laughed. My Imperial Thunder sect is a big sect after all. We need to be magnanimous. Why should we be at odds with the 7-skill sect, which is also a cultivation sect in the country of Shi, over a small flying boat? And that flying boat. Needless to say, you can't control it yourself and you still need Marshal Nephew Zongbao to control it. You'd better concentrate on raising your cultivation to the late stage of the foundation establishment realm before you think about these things. Xiaohua was speechless. However, after looking at Qianemo for a moment, a strange smile appeared on his face. He clapped his hands and took out the flowing cloud flying ship. Haha, this old man won't say any more. Wang Ye's gaze fell on the flowing cloud flying ship and he laughed. Facts speak louder than words. Isn't this my 7-skill sect's flowing cloud flying ship? Qianemo, your Imperial Thunder sect's teaching methods are still lacking. My Imperial Thunder Sect's teaching methods can't sway fellow Taoist Wang's tongue. Chen Mo was a bit embarrassed and angry. He turned his head and scolded Xiao Hua. You clearly know that this thing belongs to the Seven Skills Sect. What are you doing with it? You've really thrown away the face of my Imperial Thunder Sect. Xiao Hua didn't get angry when he heard this. He smiled and said, this disciple feels very strange. This flying boat has always been used by me and Senior Marshal Brotherly. This disciple is ignorant and inexperienced, so of course I wouldn't know that this flying boat is the Seven Skills Sect's flowing cloud flying ship. Which teacher saw this disciple driving this flying boat? They've already reported it to the meeting hall. You're still dreaming? Chen Mo had a look of disappointment on his face. AI, if you don't want others to know, don't do it in the first place. Xiao Hua, at this point, what are you still thinking? Do you still want to keep this thing for yourself? Wang Yi sneered. If it weren't for the return of my Seven Skills Sect's disciple, who would have known that a meritorious member of the Imperial Thunder Sect would be so filthy in private? You've really thrown away the face of my Shi nation. The Seven Skills Sect's disciples have returned? Xiao Hua rubbed his nose and said with interest, it seems, this disciple met your sect's disciples outside Sky Patrol City for less than 10 days. It shouldn't have been more than 20 days and they've already returned? They're really powerful. Humph, the flowing cloud flying ship is right in front of you. What are you still trying to argue about? Wang Yi said angrily. This old man will take this thing back to my Seven Skills Sect and punish you for secretly keeping a flying ship for war. Fellow Taoist Wang, although Xiao Hua secretly kept the flying ship, he didn't even know it was the flowing cloud flying ship. Moreover, he also took the flying ship from the sword cultivator. It's considered a meritorious service. How can you punish him? Chen Mo raised his voice. I hope fellow Taoists can consider the various factors. My Imperial Thunder Sect will keep a close eye on this matter. Humph, he didn't know that this was my Seven Skills Sect's flowing cloud flying ship. Wang Yi sneered. Just now, this old man received an inquiry from my sect's disciple. This old man had some suspicions as to where Xiao Hua's flowing cloud flying ship came from. After this old man carefully investigated, this old man suspects that the flying ship in his hands is the same flying ship that my Seven Skills Sect's disciples used to travel to Rooster Crow Mountain. This old man even has suspicions about the Imperial Thunder Sect's first squad's battle record. Perhaps they didn't even go to Rooster Crow Mountain. Instead, after my Seven Skills Sect's disciples escaped from Rooster Crow Mountain, they ambushed and killed my Seven Skills Sect's disciples. After receiving the news and obtaining the flowing cloud flying ship, they came to the meeting hall to claim the reward. The ones who should be rewarded should be my Seven Skills Sect's disciples. Cough, cough, the utmost happiness Sect's Heng Zhao coughed twice and waved his hand. Fellow Taoist Wang, your Seven Skills Sect's disciples were ambushed by sword cultivators. Our meeting hall knows that your Seven Skills Sect paid an extremely high price and suffered many losses. These disciples asked the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples for their private possession of a flying ship. Since you lack a flying ship, you can't claim the reward. We didn't say anything about it and you can just verify the identity of the flying ship and accept it into your Seven Skills Sect. The Battle of Rooster Crow Mountain happened more than a few years ago. Do you think it's interesting to bring it up again? The Tai Ching Sect's Desun also laughed heartily. Isn't that so? Your Seven Skills Sect's disciples had one less flying ship to carry a few fewer disciples. With a few fewer disciples, your flying ship slowed down by half a minute. With that, you fell into a sword cultivator's ambush. Falling into a sword cultivator's ambush, your Seven Skills Sect lost several hundred disciples. With your Seven Skills Sect lost several hundred disciples, my Dao Sect lost the Battle of Golden Core Cultivators. With my Dao Sect's cultivators losing the Battle of Golden Core Cultivators, my Dao Sect's cultivators were utterly defeated in the Battle of Sword Dao. With my Dao Sect's cultivators defeated, the sword cultivators invaded and occupied the entire Dan Rain continent. With my Dan Rain continent occupied by the sword cultivators, my Dao Sect was annihilated. Fellow Taoist Desun, when did this old man say that? Wang Yi was furious. Haha, didn't your Seven Skills Sect's disciples all say the same thing? Didn't they all say that they accidentally fell into the ambush because they lacked a flying ship? Desun laughed again. Moreover, from what he said, it seems that Xiao Hua isn't the only one who has a flying ship. Our other sects and clans all have your Seven Skills Sect's flying ships, right? Ah, isn't that so? Heng Zhao also laughed in response. There's no point in saying anything else. Li Qingshu waved his hand. Let's return this flying ship to the Seven Skills sect. It won't be too late for us to discuss Xiaohua's crimes later. This old man still has to make a solemn statement. This item was obtained by Xiaohua as a sword cultivator. Not only is he not guilty, but he has also performed meritorious deeds. Chen Mo said righteously. This old man isn't the only one paying attention to this matter. My Imperial Thunder sect's tens of thousands of disciples are also paying attention to this matter. Humph! Wang Yi waved his hand and was about to put away the flying ship when Xiaohua laughed. Martial Uncle Wang, how could you tell at a glance that this is the Seven Skills sect's flying ship? Why doesn't this junior look like it? Didn't you say that you don't recognize my Seven Skills sect's flying ship? Wang Yi stopped and said coldly. Didn't this junior already see your sect's flying ship before entering Sky Patrol City? Xiaohua asked curiously. Didn't the disciple who came to complain say anything? Humph, this old man naturally has his reasons for saying that this is my Seven Skills sect's flowing cloud flying ship. Wang Yi pointed at the flying ship and said, every flying ship of my Seven Skills sect has a serial number. Furthermore, it's hidden within the flying ship. Outsiders can't know about it. Xiaohua asked curiously. After this junior obtained this flying ship, I used my divine sense to examine it for a long time, but I didn't find anything strange. At this point, however, Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He had a bad feeling about this. That's right. You need to know how to control the Streamcloud shuttlecraft. That jade slip clearly states that it's the Streamcloud shuttlecraft from the Seven Skills sect. However, Wang Yi clearly didn't take this matter to heart. Instead, he said confidently, Humph, how could your divine sense discover the secret of my Seven Skills sect's flowing cloud flying ship? This old man will point it out right now and convince you. Wait. Xiaohua said hurriedly. Senior's divine sense is extremely mysterious. How would this junior know if you tampered with the flying ship? Do I need to go that far? Wang Yi said disdainfully. He waved his hand and the flowing cloud flying ship flew back to his hand. How about this? Let this old man take a look. Heng Heng waved his hand and the flowing cloud flying ship stopped in midair. Heng Heng, how do you know the secret of my Seven Skills sect's flying ship? Wang Yi sneered. Hehe, what kind of secret could there be on the Dawn Rain continent? Heng Heng didn't hide anything. This old man occasionally knows a bit. It's not a big deal, right? He then pointed with his hand and said with a smile, fellow gold core cultivators here, how many of you don't know? Forget it, don't argue. Fellow Taoist Heng Ming's beloved disciple is Li Zongbao. He's somewhat grateful to Xiaohua, so fellow Taoist Heng Ming should avoid arousing suspicion. De Sun laughed brightly and stood up. This old man will help you take a look so that Xiaohua won't worry. Chapter 2469. Alright, Wang Yi glanced at De Sun and withdrew his hand. The flying boat naturally flew into De Sun's hand. De Sun clapped his hand and a palm-sized mirror flew out of his storage bag. He then flicked his horsetail whisk and a misty light shot out from the mirror and landed on the flying boat. As the light entered the boat, the flowing cloud flying boat gradually became transparent. Everyone was smiling as their gazes followed the light. However, when the misty light stopped, De Sun exclaimed, strange. What's wrong? Wang Yi didn't want to watch. After all, this was his own secret. Hearing De Sun's surprise, he asked, it's very strange. This flying boat might not belong to the Seven Skills sect. De Sun flicked his horsetail whisk and the mirror landed in his hand. He then threw the flowing cloud flying boat towards Wang Yi. Wang Yi's expression was a bit awkward. He didn't rush to catch the flying boat as it landed in front of him. Instead, he took out a fist-sized black ball from his storage bag. This ball wasn't a regular circle. The two ends protruded slightly and there was a long groove in the middle. Wang Yi activated his spiritual power and the ball slowly rotated. A ray of pure blue light shot out from the groove and shone on a certain part of the flying boat. However, the moment the light shone, the flying boat didn't change at all. The number that Wang Yi expected didn't appear. Wang Yi's expression became even more strange. How is it? Fellow Taoist Wang, is this your Seven Skills sect's flying boat? Eng Ming asked. Even if the imprint on the boat is damaged, it only means that it was discovered by sword cultivators. They were afraid that our Dao sect cultivators would follow them, so they erased it. It doesn't mean that this isn't my Seven Skills sect's flying boat. Wang Yi saw that the place he was most confident in had a flaw. He was very clear that this imprint couldn't be detected by spiritual sense. Even if one didn't have the spiritual sense of a late golden core stage cultivator, or even a nascent soul stage cultivator, it wouldn't be easy to erase it. How could this flying boat be gone? With that, Wang Yi clapped his hand again and another small flying boat that looked exactly the same appeared in the air. If any fellow Taoist can point out the difference between these two flying boats, then this old man will admit that this flying boat doesn't belong to my 7 possibilities sect. Wang Yi proudly said as he pointed his finger. Of course, these two flying boats were originally the same, so how could there be any differences? Everyone was silent. At this time, Xiaohua bowed and said, "From the outside, the two flying boats are naturally the same, but I'm afraid the place Martial Uncle Wang was looking for is somewhat different." "Aha, that's right. Wang Yi, isn't that the difference between the two flying boats? It looks like this flying boat doesn't belong to your 7 possibilities sect." Hung was stunned for a moment before he burst into laughter. Wang Yi was also stunned. He realized that there was a flaw in his words. His face was a little gloomy as he said coldly, "This old man is talking about the two flying boats apart from the marks. The imprint must have been discovered and erased by the sword cultivator, but that doesn't mean it's not our 7 skills sect's flying boat." "But Martial Uncle Wang is wrong again," Xiaohua said with a smile. "Didn't your noble sect leave a mark on the flying boat to identify it? If there's no mark, doesn't that mean this flying boat doesn't belong to your noble sect? Since this flying boat doesn't belong to your noble sect, what right does Martial Uncle Wang have to take it from this disciple's hands? Isn't that the same as a scissor expert? Since this flying boat doesn't belong to your noble sect, what right does Martial Uncle Wang have to punish this disciple for the crime of privately possessing a flying boat for battle?" "Xiaohua, this is the conference hall. You're disrespecting your teacher, that's already a serious crime." Wang Yi really had a headache as he scolded Xiaohua. This flying boat incident. To be honest, he was forced to do something beyond his ability. The 7 skills sect disciples fell into a sword cultivator's ambush and suffered great losses. The surviving disciples returned to Sky Patrol City to report this matter. In their anger, they told Wang Yi about Xiaohua's private possession of the flowing cloud flying boat. Although their tone wasn't as serious as De Sun's, there was still a great deal of innuendo. Those disciples originally wanted to use this opportunity to vent their anger and attract attention. As for Wang Yi, he didn't put Xiaohua's matter in his eyes. Since he was on duty today, he naturally wouldn't give up the opportunity to beat the Imperial Thunder sect. Thus he invited Xiaohua over. But he didn't expect that it would be such a situation. He was somewhat unable to control it. "Martial Uncle Wang, your noble sect's disciple slandered this junior for privately possessing a flying boat. Isn't that a serious crime?" Xiaohua sneered. "If you want to punish me, then please punish your noble sect's disciple first. Then you can talk about this junior's crime of disrespect." "Fellow Taoist Qian. Wang Yi took a deep breath and lightly said, "Your Imperial Thunder sect boasts of being one of the great sects of my Shi country. How can you disturb the affairs of the great sects of Shi country in the conference hall? This kind of nonsense is really throwing away the face of my Shi country's cultivator sects." "Hee, Martial Uncle Wang, don't mention my Imperial Thunder sect's Martial Uncle Qian." Xiaohua laughed again. "Today's conference hall is the conference hall of my Dao sect's 3 countries. When did it become the conference hall of Shi country?" "This junior has protected the face of Shi country, shouldn't I protect the faces of the masters of Meng country and Lian country? You're being unreasonable." Wang Ye's eyes flashed with a sharp light as he coldly said, "This flying boat belongs to my Qiqiao sect. Seeing that you're the hero of my Dao sect's great war, this old man won't pursue your crime of taking it without permission. You can leave now." Seeing Wang Yi being so rude and not mentioning any more reasons, Xiaohua's heart was filled with anger and helplessness. He could only look at Qian Imo. Qian Imo didn't say anything after that. At this moment he smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Wang Yi, what the junior from my humble sect said is very reasonable. This is a great war between cultivators. It's not only a matter of my Shi country but also a matter of Meng country, Lian country and Shi country. It's also a matter of dozens of our cultivator sections. Our goal is the sword cultivators of Huan country. However, we can't sacrifice our righteousness for such a small matter. In this old man's opinion, we might as well seek common ground while reserving our differences. We should obey the bigger picture and prioritize the bigger picture. As for the matter of the flowing cloud flying boat, we might as well leave it to the juniors to deal with. We'll deal with it after the war. What do you think? What do I think? Wang Yi said coldly, I don't think so. This flying boat belongs to my 7 skills sect. If my 7 skills sect doesn't take it, then let's see who dares to take it. At this moment, a cold snort came from Li Zongbao's mouth. He said coldly to Xiao Hua, Junior brother Xiao, you've really disappointed me. Do you remember that when I gave you this flying boat, I told you that the origin of this flying boat is unknown? You can't protect it by yourself. Do you see it now? Do you still want to keep it for yourself? Xiao Hua sighed. He didn't hide his deep disappointment. He cupped his hands and said, Junior brother knows his mistake. Senior brother Li, please take back this flying boat. What? Wang Yi was slightly stunned. Martial Uncle Wang, I won't hide it from Martial Uncle. This flying boat was snatched from the hands of a sword cultivator. Li Zongbao said generously, everything Xiao Hua said is true. However, how could he have the strength to snatch this flying boat from the hands of a sword cultivator? It was all Junior's doing. Martial nephew Zongbao, aren't you joking? Wang Yi said with a smile, this flying boat clearly belongs to Xiao Hua. From the beginning to the end, he never said that it was related to Martial nephew. Now that Martial nephew has jumped out, aren't you treating us like monkeys? Martial Uncle Wang, you haven't even thought about it. Junior has already explained it clearly. What is Xiao Hua's cultivation? How could he snatch this flying boat from the hands of a sword cultivator? Li Zongbao said bluntly and sincerely, this guy wanted to snatch this flying boat from Junior's hands, so he had no choice but to hold on. Yes, Junior has already reported this matter to Master. That's right. Heng Ju faintly said, that's why this old man wanted to see if this flying boat belonged to the 7 Possibilities sect. If it did, then this old man wouldn't say a word. However, if it didn't belong to the 7 Possibilities sect, then this old man would have to speak. Now that this matter is clear, this flying boat belongs to my 7 Possibilities sect. Even if fellow Taoist Heng Ming says it belongs to him, I'm afraid I can't let it go. That's troublesome. Li Zongbao's expression didn't change, but he said with a fake smile, Junior doesn't like it when others take my things for no reason. If others take one of my things, I'll take 10 of their things. Moreover, I can't guarantee that something will happen in Sky Patrol City and those who took my things will lose their lives. Li Zongbao? Wang Yi coldly interrupted Li Zongbao, are you threatening me? I'm not. Li Zongbao said calmly, Martial Uncle Wang, you're a golden core stage elder. How could I dare to threaten you? I'm just talking about my bad habits. If any of the 7 Possibilities sect's disciples died in this flying boat, don't blame me for putting the blame on my Utopia faction. What else could Li Zongbao's words be other than a threat? Wang Yi was so angry that his nose was crooked. He really wanted to slap Li Zongbao to death on the spot. Zongbao, how could you talk to Martial Uncle Wang like that? Heng Ming scolded Li Zongbao. Yes, Junior knows his mistake. Li Zongbao hurriedly replied respectfully, as if he really knew his mistake. Heng Ming looked at the flying boat and said with a smile, how about this, fellow cultivator Wang, let's not talk about the ownership of this flying boat for now. Let's do as fellow cultivator Chen Mo of the Imperial Thunder sect said and leave it to the younger generation to settle. Since my disciple wants to use the flying boat, he must have his own use for it. I also support his decision. I have an idea. Let my disciple rent the flying boat for 99 years. If the ownership of the flying boat can be decided after the war, then it will belong to the 7 Skills sect. For the rest of the time, the Utopia faction will pay with spirit stones. If the flying boat belongs to my Utopia faction, then I won't have to pay the spirit stones. What if the ownership of the flying boat can't be decided and 99 years is up? De Sun asked curiously, then what should we do? Heng Ming rolled his eyes and said, then we'll leave it to the next generation to settle. We'll rent it for another 99 years. Chapter 2470. Haha, good idea. De Sun clapped his hands and said to Wang Yi, what fellow cultivator Heng Ming said is right, I support it. Not only can it settle today's matter, but it can also make full use of the flying boat. Not bad, not bad. Yes, we agree as well. Everyone else chimed in. Wang Yi was extremely annoyed, but he really didn't have any evidence. The flowing cloud flying boat was obviously the flowing cloud flying boat of the 7 Skills sect. Why did he have to find some bullshit evidence? Alas, forget it. Wang Yi also knew that this was a rare way out. He sighed in his heart and forced a smile on his face. He nodded and said, yes, if it were any other time I would never give in. But fellow cultivator Qian Mo said it well. Now is the time when all the Taoist sects are working together. There is no room for any dirty tricks. I will temporarily rent this flying boat to the Utopia faction. I hope that nephew Zhong Bao can use this flying boat to kill more sword cultivators. I understand. Li Zongbao bowed and said, killing sword cultivators is my mission in the Sky Patrol City. I will not let you down. Damn it, how did it become a rental? Xiao Hua was secretly anxious. There is an essential difference between renting and owning one's own things. However, seeing that Li Zongbao didn't speak and Heng Ming, who defended Li Zongbao, also didn't speak, Xiao Hua looked at the calm and composed Qian Mo of the Imperial Thunder Sect and didn't dare to speak again. Without support, even someone as strong as Li Zongbao didn't dare to speak. What was Xiao Hua? It was better to keep quiet. Yes, since nephew Zongbao said so, it was worth lending the flying boat to you. Wang Yi still held on to the word rental, and said with a smile, however, nephew Zongbao, you don't have to rush to the flowing ice valley. Yes, it's my business how to arrange it. Uncle Wang, it's better if you don't interfere. Li Zongbao retorted calmly. Aha, of course I don't care where nephew Zongbao goes. Wang Yi laughed and said, however, in 10 days the Taoist sect disciples will launch a large-scale attack on the Seven Extremes Ridge and the flowing ice valley. That place was the location of the spiritual vein of the Sky Patrol City. Now it has become the base of the sword cultivators. Many sword cultivators' disciples are resting there. It is a good opportunity for us to sneak attack. If fellow Taoist Zhong Bao is interested, you can go and take a look. Perhaps Qin Jian will go as well. When he looked at Li Zongbao again, he was completely different from before. He was no longer in a hurry and just bowed. Thank you for your kindness, Marshal Uncle Wang. Junior will discuss it with Junior Marshal Brothers Xiao again before using this flying boat that has yet to belong to us. And you can go back and wait. Wang Yi waved his hand. This old man and the others still need to discuss how to arrange the troops. Yes, thank you, Marshal Uncle Wang. Li Zongbao bowed and left the discussion hall with Xiao Hua and Xiao Mao. As soon as he walked out of the conference hall, Xiao Hua couldn't hold back and said in a low voice, Senior Marshal Brother Li, how can this rental be compared to your own? This is obviously far from enough. Li Zongbao sneered. Didn't you say earlier that you were going to borrow my hands? Why, do you want to force yourself to endure? What was the result? Actually, sometimes showing weakness didn't mean compromising. Taking risks is the biggest hidden danger. Seeing the double meaning in Li Zongbao's words, Xiao Hua frowned. He didn't understand what Li Zongbao was talking about. He, big brother? Xiao Mao said in a low voice, Big brother is in the picture and doesn't understand what Senior Marshal Brother Li means. What do you mean? This rental, doesn't it belong to us? Xiao Mao chuckled. Although they didn't clearly state who it belongs to, the flying boat is in our hands. Even if the Seven Skills sect shouted 1,000,000 times, the flying boat wouldn't fly back. It would still be under our feet. Besides, we're renting it for 99 years. When the time comes and we can't decide who it belongs to, we'll just rent it for another 99 years. The amount of spirit stones they give each year isn't much either. What's the difference between that and our own flying boat? Isn't the Seven Skills sect's nominal ownership? Moreover, the Seven Skills sect doesn't have this nominal ownership. Li Zongbao said coldly, they want to leave it for the younger generation to settle. I'd like to see which Seven Skills sect's younger generation dares to settle it with me. Don't even mention the word flying boat. I understand. Xiao Hua bowed. Thank you for protecting me, Senior Marshal Brother Li. Do you need me to protect you? Li Zongbao asked with a smile. Of course. Xiao Hua answered bluntly. Li Zongbao looked around and snorted coldly. He didn't say anything else. Xiao Mao asked carefully, are we going to Flowing Ice Valley now or are we going with the Dao sect cultivators? Of course we're going now. Xiao Hua said anxiously. Don't let Tu Hong escape. There's no need to be in such a hurry. Li Zongbao waved his hand. Since there's nothing else going on in the meeting hall, we don't need to be in such a hurry. Qin Jian isn't in Flowing Ice Valley to begin with. We went there just now, to act as scouts for others. What's the point of that? Besides, I heard from Master that the Huanhua sect's disciples are also going to Flowing Ice Valley. I think it's better if we go together. Qin Jian isn't in Flowing Ice Valley? Then we... Xiao Hua was bewildered. I'll explain it to you in detail after we leave Sky Patrol City. Li Zongbao didn't want to say more. He waved his hand and said, I have nothing else to do. If you want to go, you can go now. However, when Xiao Hua heard that the Huanhua sect was also going to Flowing Ice Valley, he didn't want to go first. He smiled apologetically and said, in that case, let's wait a little longer? It won't be too late to talk about it when we have definite news. Okay, then I'll go back to the Utopia faction station first. Li Zongbao waved his hand and left. Xiao Mao, on the other hand, accompanied Xiao Hua. Seeing Xiao Hua's somewhat displeased expression, he transmitted his voice. Big brother, this golden core master of your Imperial Thunder sect is too sanctimonious. He only said that the Imperial Thunder sect is a large sect and only said something about tolerance. It really makes people unhappy. Compared to my Xuanyan school, it's really far behind. Alas, it's more than that. Xiao Hua suddenly thought of the day when he went to Sky Thunder Peak with the thunder-devouring beat. The thunder-controlling sect was surrounded by the Xuanyan school, the Qiqiao sect and the Shanghua sect. They wanted to stop him, but the thunder-controlling sect didn't react at all. This tolerance? Is it really the demeanor of a big sect? Looking at the Utopia faction and Li Zongbao's rather unscrupulous attitude, Xiao Hua couldn't help but feel a little envious. Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore. Xiao Hua waved his hand. You should also hurry up and cultivate. Flowing Ice Valley must be another fierce battle. Now that the cultivators in the late stage of Foundation Establishment and Golden Core have come out, the number of Bright Sword Grade 6 and Illusory Sword Grade 1 will definitely increase. You should also be careful. Yes, I understand. Xiao Mao bowed. I'll go back to the Xuanyan school station. Big brother, how many more days do you want to wait? Or follow me to the Xuanyan school station. Why would I go to your Xuanyan school? Xiao Hua waved his hand. I'll go back to the thunder-controlling sect. Yes, Xiao Mao bowed and flew away. Xiao Hua looked at his back and sighed. He also flew to the thunder-controlling sect station. Chapter 2471. When Xiao Hua returned to the Imperial Thunder sect, he knew that he didn't have a place to cultivate, so he could only find Changshu. He took out spirit stones and found an ordinary pill refining cave to cultivate. In the Huan Country Sword domain, the dozens of illusory swordsmen gathered. The mountain was still covered in ice and snow, and the water was still as calm as jade. However, there were much fewer people. There were only a dozen or so illusory sword level 3 swordsmen standing expressionlessly above the pool. In addition to these differences, there was a roar that echoed throughout the valley. Kaka, this old man knows you are that terrifying phoenix. Come, let this old man fight you for 300 rounds. Kakan, what, you want to escape? Eat this old man's claw? It was none other than Yu Ming who had escaped from the Yinyang Spring Mountain. At this time, Yu Ming was exactly the same as when he escaped from Xiao Hua's hands. His mouth was saying inexplicable words, and the spiritual power around his body flashed. From time to time he would fly up and down, and the sound of the wind would resound as he attacked the void. His figure was extremely nimble as he flashed back and forth in midair, as if he was really facing Xiao Hua. Sword-friendly Yanning. Lu Ruochang, who was standing quietly on the surface of the lake, watched for a long time. He sighed and said to a short old man about 10 feet away from him, Rain sword friend. You really can't remember the situation at that time? You really can't tell who killed sword friend Yu Ming from the Clear Sword sect? The old man was wearing gray clothes and looked gray. He whispered, Junior Marshal brother, you not only can't remember the situation at that time, he doesn't even know who he is. Fortunately, he followed his memory and returned to the Quilted Mountain. Otherwise, if he was killed by a cultivator, we wouldn't know his whereabouts. As for who killed sword friend Yu Ming from the Clear Sword sect, isn't it obvious? Isn't it the Imperial Thunder sect's terrifying phoenix? Lianing glanced at the slightly plump, white-haired Zhu Qingye from the Clear Sword sect, who was standing not far from him, and said. Lu Ruochang shook his head. Although the terrifying phoenix has a great reputation, he is still a Foundation Establishment cultivator from the Imperial Thunder sect. At most, he is at the late stage of Foundation Establishment. There is no way he could have killed sword friend Zhong Haoshuan from the Clear Sword sect. There are even several swordsmen at the second grade of the Illusory Sword realm. What about Ling Yunwu and the other Illusory swordsmen from the High Wind Sword sect? Zhu Qingye disagreed. In my opinion, firstly, Ling Yunwu and the other sword friends fell into Tu Hong's formation, and it wasn't the doing of the terrifying phoenix. Secondly, Ling Yunwu and the other sword friends couldn't have survived, and the terrifying phoenix couldn't have survived. Lu Ruochang said resolutely, if the terrifying phoenix is still alive, he must be at the peak of the gold core stage or even the nascent soul stage. This is different from the information we received. How do you explain Yu Ming's situation? Zhu Qingye continued to ask. Moreover, Qin Jian and I were also in Sky Patrol City that day. We can prove that perfected Shui of Sky Patrol City did not leave Sky Patrol City. What about Tu Hong? Lu Ruochang also smiled and said, the Dao sect cultivators keep saying that it was sword friend Qin who killed that fellow, but what about the truth? Wasn't Qin Jian with Zhu Jianyu? Zhu Qingye's brows furrowed as well. He was very puzzled. That's right. Let alone Qin Jian, even I find it strange. Which sword transformation senior killed Qin Jian? He hasn't said anything until now. What about my junior brother Feng? A burly beast cultivator said coldly, although junior brother Feng's cultivation seems to be at the second grade of the illusory sword realm as far as I know, he has long been at the third grade of the illusory sword realm. If he was killed mysteriously, who else could it be other than perfected Shui of Sky Patrol City? Lu Ruochang smiled bitterly and was also puzzled. He said, let me tell you, sword friend Song Yuan, I just returned from the Gale Snow Field. That place was in a mess. If it was perfected Shui of Sky Patrol City, he wouldn't have made such a big fuss, right? However, according to the disciples who fled, it was a cultivator similar to the terrifying phoenix. A Foundation establishment cultivator shouldn't be a match for sword friend Feng, right? The terrifying phoenix you saw was only at the Foundation establishment cultivator. It's hard to say if he didn't hide his cultivation like junior brother Feng. Maybe he also has the strength of a golden core cultivator. Song Yuan said coldly. That's the problem. Lu Ruochang smiled apologetically. If the terrifying phoenix has the strength of a golden core cultivator, if he could kill sword friend Feng Buping, then he must have the cultivation of a late golden core cultivator, right? How could he hide his cultivation to the early Foundation establishment cultivator? It's already good enough that he could hide it to the early golden core cultivator, right? Who knows what strange secret techniques the Dao sect cultivators have? Song Yuan was a little more relaxed. Even if the terrifying phoenix has the cultivation of a late golden core cultivator, how could he let sword friend Yu Ming escape? He should have been able to kill sword friend Yu Ming easily. Also, since the terrifying phoenix has the cultivation of a late golden core cultivator, that day on Rooster Crow Mountain, it wasn't just some bright swordsman who died, right? Even if it was the Gale Snowfield, there wouldn't be too many swordsmen who escaped, right? But if the terrifying phoenix didn't have the cultivation of a late golden core cultivator, junior brother Zhong Haoshuan and the others couldn't have been killed, Zhu Qingye said. So from what I see, there must be two Dao sect cultivators here. One is a late golden core cultivator who killed sword friend Feng Buping, then killed my bright sword sect sword friend, stole the yin yang sword gourd, and even did other things that damaged my sword realm. The other one might be the terrifying phoenix. He was lucky enough to escape from the battle on Mount Quanjin. Of course, maybe there was no terrifying phoenix at Mount Quanjin that day, and it was only sword friend Ling Yun's conjecture. Unfortunately, sword friend Ling Yun encountered Tu Hong's spirit howl array on Mount Quanjin. What LV Jianyu said makes sense. Zhu Qingye nodded. That's the only explanation that makes sense. As for sword friend Yu Ming, he must have escaped from the late golden core cultivator by a freak combination of factors and met the terrifying phoenix. That's why this happened. That's right. Lianing nodded. The damage to junior brother Yu Ming's soul is related to the soul cultivator's blood sacrifice soul talisman. I'm afraid that the golden core cultivator disdained to take his life, and that's why he escaped. But if the terrifying phoenix is someone from the Imperial Thunder sect? Don't tell me there's no news? If the terrifying phoenix was at Mount Quanjin that day and he was lucky enough to escape, then that person's name is easy to say. It's none other than Cui Hongshan, Zhen Minghui, Su Qin, Qiu Su and Xiao Hua. But as for who exactly it is, because we don't have the appearance of the 5 people, we can't be sure. LV Ruochang said. Of course, I've already sent people to look for the appearance of the 5 people. There should be news soon. What did LV Jianyu say just now? That the terrifying phoenix might have done something that damaged my sword realm. Song Yuan looked very simple and honest, but he was very sensitive to something. This. LV Ruochang also hesitated. This is also my guess. It's just that I received some vague information from Senior Huashan. Later on I heard that Tu Hong was killed, so I understood a little. Tu Hong was undoubtedly killed by Senior Huashan, because Senior Huashan is currently in a rage. It seems to be somewhat similar to what happened at Chicken Crow Mountain. Oh, hearing that it was the rage of Senior Huashan, no one dared to ask further. Moreover, according to Senior Huashan's wishes, I've already issued the #1 bounty in my sword realm, just like the Dao Sect's conference hall. Whoever can kill the terrifying phoenix will be heavily rewarded by all the sword sects in my sword realm. LV Ruochang said again. Whether he's in the early or late foundation establishment stage, I want to see his head. Good. My bright sword sect is the first to agree. Zhu Qingye nodded and shouted. The others also clapped their hands in agreement. Actually, I've invited everyone here today, other than the matter of Senior Huashan Yuming. I also have to discuss the key to this battle with all of you sword friends. LV Ruochang looked at everyone and said, Oh, is it Senior LV Jianyu sword formation? Zhu Qingye was a little worried. My bright sword sect has dragged you down again. I'm really sorry. If Senior LV Jianyu has any orders, please let me know. A trace of anger flashed across LV Ruochang's face. To be honest, she had an indescribable feeling in her heart at this time. Everything was in her plan, but unfortunately, most of the developments were within her control. These small and crucial points were always a little off. A trace of anger flashed across her face, but it only lasted for a moment. She replied coldly, in fact as early as 5 years ago when Ling Yunwu made a mistake while searching for the spirit-swallowing bugs, I was already alarmed. Although sword friend Zhong Haoshuan of your sect said that it would only take a few months, he still couldn't bring out the yin and yang sword spirit. Therefore I made other plans at that time. If nothing goes wrong, the yin and yang sword spirit should be successfully bred in half a year. Zhu Jianyu, there's nothing else for you to do here for the time being. You only need to return to your sect and consolidate the spirit stone mine that you've already occupied. Then, you can continue to kill cultivators. When my sword formation is completed, we can kill all the golden core cultivators of your sect. Yes, I understand. Zhu Qingye bowed and replied. Senior LV Jianyu sword formation has already been completed? Yuming Senior Huashan Yuming asked hesitantly. Then the spirit swallowing bugs. I understand Senior Huashan Yuming's meaning. LV Ruochang said, Ling Yunwu died in the Jinshan Spring Formation. Senior Huashan Yuming also died in that battle. I can't ask Senior Huashan Yuming to use the secret technique. Therefore, I asked Senior Huashan Yuming of the Seven Spirits Mountain, and several other sword friends to use the secret technique to obtain the larvae of the spirit-swallowing bugs. Alas, that's good. Song Yuan waved his palms and sighed, not many people know the secret technique of my quilted mountain sect. That's why I came here. Since Senior Huashan Yuming has already sacrificed himself, I'll live for a few more days and help them kill more cultivators of your sect. That's right, LV Ruochang frowned slightly. However, Senior Huashan Yuming and Senior Huashan Yuming still need to prepare how to drive the spirit-swallowing bugs in the spirit-swallowing formation. Senior Huashan Yuming and Senior Huashan Yuming will be in charge of everything there. Hearing this, Song Yuan became excited. He patted his chest and said, Senior LV Jianyu, don't worry. Although it's difficult to drive the spirit-swallowing bugs, we'll do anything to kill cultivators. Good. LV Ruochang also clapped his hands and said, in order to kill the cultivators of your sect and for the survival of our warriors of the sword region, you've sacrificed too much. Fortunately, the battle situation is gradually becoming clearer. This Dao Cultivator war is far from what it was in the past. Our sword cultivator warriors will definitely step into the territory of cultivators. Good. Zhu Qingye could not help but clap his hands and say, I'll wait for Senior LV Jianyu's good news, but, this sword formation. Although it's the key to this war, it's not the end of it. LV Ruochang's face became mysterious. He changed the topic and said, I've already said that I've invited all of you here to discuss something else. What? Senior LV Jianyu, do you have other arrangements? Zhu Qingye and the others were shocked. In their eyes, LV Ruochang's arrangement of the formation was already beyond their reach. How could they not be shocked when they heard that LV Ruochang had other plans? Of course, in order to live up to Senior Huashan Yu's name, I naturally have to rack my brains and think of a way to defeat the enemy. LV Ruochang's face was calm, but his eyes could not help but flash a trace of excitement as he spoke again. Terrifying Phoenix, do you want to kill me? Why don't you come over? Yu Ming's voice sounded between the distant rock walls again. In that case, we'll have much fewer cultivators to resist the Dao sect and the swordsmen to use the sword formation. I'm afraid it's a little inappropriate? It doesn't matter. The sword formation has been set up. We still have to transfer other swordsmen from the sword region. These discussions were covered by Yu Ming's cries. Chapter 2472. Xiao Hua, who was far away in Sky Patrol City, did not sense Yu Ming's challenge. He did not even sneeze. He was now in a kind of surprise. How could he not be happy? Previously, when he gave the Prajna Paramitha Heart Sutra to Zhang Qingxiao gave Xiao Xinrui a jade pendant found in the ancestral temple to Xiao Hua. At that time, Zhang Qingxiao only said that it might be a body cultivation technique. Only Xiao Hua could practice it in Shanghua Ming, so she gave it to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua did not care at first and casually put it in the space. Today, when his primordial spirit took out the jade pendant to check, he was surprised to find that it recorded a rare bone tempering technique in the Dawn Rain continent. It was not a body cultivation technique at all. Even with Xiao Hua's understanding of the bone tempering technique, he vaguely perceived that this technique seemed to be different from the bone tempering technique in the Sunset Island. It was also different from the Big Dipper magical fist. It might be a technique from outside the Dawn Rain continent. Thinking of the abnormality of the god statue and the dark mantra that the 10,000 Demon Realm Empress was looking for, Xiao Hua's heart was also a little confused. This technique, could it be from the 10,000 Demon Realm? However, whether it was a technique from the 10,000 Demon Realm or not, since it was a bone tempering technique, Xiao Hua would not hesitate to comprehend it. It was just that this technique was quite mysterious, and the chant was abnormally obscure. If he did not spend a lot of effort, he would definitely not be able to comprehend it. Xiao Hua, who was ecstatic, kept the jade pendant in the space and handed it to the primordial spirit to comprehend. His mind fell into the primordial spirit. Xiao Hua had always been busy killing sword cultivators and running for his life. He rarely paid attention to the results of the bone tempering. At this time, on the red bones, there were already about 70% of the place densely covered with orange threads. It was like a dense spider web covering the entire bone. Xiao Hua understood that his second level of bone tempering was not complete yet. This is a bit strange. Xiao Hua secretly thought, my Dao sect cultivation has now reached the peak of the late stage of foundation establishment. As long as the opportunity comes, I can condense core at any time, but why is the second level of bone tempering not 99%? This seems to be somewhat different from when I was in the Qi refining realm. Since this bone tempering hasn't reached the large success stage, does that mean I can't condense a core? I remember that when I built my foundation, my physique changed from fire to earth. What about this time? Was it after the core condensation or after the bone tempering? Or do you still refuse to change? Although my dermic powers have greatly increased, the speed of bone tempering has not increased because of the increase in dermic powers. Looks like bone tempering and the Dao sect's dermic powers are completely unrelated. Also, the fire origin source was delivered to my doorstep, but what about the earth origin source? Where was it? Without the earth origin, the second layer of the bone tempering technique would never reach the grand completion stage. Sai, why is cultivation so difficult? When Xiao Hua thought about the origin of earth, he couldn't help but scratch his head. He'd been on the Daybreak continent for so many years. He'd cultivated from a first-level Qi refining cultivator to the late stage of foundation building and was about to condense his gold core. However, he'd never heard of any origin of fire or origin of earth. Even during the auction for nascent soul cultivators, they'd never been mentioned. An innate jellyfish was already at the peak of heaven. Where should he go to find one? Sai, I don't know when I'll have the chance to return to the 10,000 demon realm. Xiao Hua was a little distressed. I originally thought that there was hope if I followed that empress, but now that Dai is injured like this, I don't know if that empress is still around. If I only rely on Dai there's no hope. Forget it, let's refine some fireball talismans first. Xiao Hua clapped his hands, took out a piece of jade essence, and began to refine the fireball talismans with familiarity. When Xiao Hua first started refining, he was still somewhat unfamiliar with it and even failed a few times. However, after he changed his Taoist robes a few times, he began to become proficient. In the eyes of the ordinary cultivators of the Dawn Rain continent, and not just ordinary cultivators, even nascent soul cultivators would consider the jade talismans to be precious. Now he was refining them piece by piece. Of course, this was only a fireball talisman, it was far from being comparable to a real jade talisman. While Xiaohua was refining, he pondered, my method of controlling the jade talismans is completely different from the daybreak continents. Moreover, it's merely relying on the control of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This is something that the cultivators of the daybreak continent have never thought of. However, this shouldn't be the reason why jade talismans are so rare in the daybreak continent. Those nascent soul cultivators are already able to sense the heavenly Tao, their control of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth wouldn't be any worse than mine. Needless to say, cultivators at the spirit-severing stage and above. Then what's the real reason? Moreover, the magic array within the Phoenix Talisman is so complicated. Oh, I understand. Thinking up to here, Xiaohua unconsciously groaned and said self-deprecatingly, this young master is thinking too much. Which one of them isn't an almighty person who has grasped the technique of refining talismans? How could they refine low-level goods like the fireball talisman? Those almighty people are at least deity transformation cultivators, the spells they know won't be inferior to the magic array within the Phoenix Talisman no matter what. If they want to refine this talisman, they'll need to spend magic power and energy. Since they want to refine it once, it'll naturally be the kind with enormous power. Otherwise, it won't be of any use when facing an enemy. Perhaps refining the Phoenix Talisman is like refining some condensed knowledge treasure, something that can only be refined once in a lifetime. How could they not refine it properly? That's why there are common jade talismans and heavenly jade talismans. And only this young master would make these boring little jade talismans. Just as Xiaohua was looking around narcissistically, the pill refining cave's restriction slightly flickered. Oh, Li Zongbao, that guy is going to leave again. Xiaohua waved his hand, and the jade talisman that was just formed that was extremely similar to a cluster of flames was stored into the space. He then took out the command token. Who would have thought that when he opened the restriction, there was actually a person following behind the communication talisman? Isn't that Chang Shu, the city guard of Sky Patrol City? Oh, why is it fellow Daoist Chang? Xiaohua said unexpectedly as he stood up. Hehe, I'm really sorry to let fellow Daoist Xiao cultivate in such a simple and crude pill room. Chang Shu looked around and bowed. Ah, it's fine. Xiaohua patted his storage pouch and said, in this way won't I save up my spirit stones? Hehe, fellow Daoist Xiao really knows how to joke. Chang Shu said with a smile, that day I didn't expect fellow Daoist Xiao to return so quickly, so I couldn't leave behind a good pill refining cave. Now, a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator from 7 Skills sect just came out of the pill refining cave. If fellow Daoist Xiao is willing, you can go there now. Forget it. Xiaohua waved his hand. I won't be able to stay for more than a few days. This place is fine. Oh? How many more days can fellow Daoist Xiao stay? Chang Shu was slightly stunned. I just asked someone and there's already some news. In about 3 days. At this point, Chang Shu looked at the restriction that Xiaohua didn't activate and didn't say anything else. Oh, so fast? Xiaohua was overjoyed and quickly activated the restriction at the cave entrance. He said with a smile, fellow Daoist Chang is really amazing. Not at all. Chang Shu said with a smile, because I'm a city guard of Sky Patrol City, I usually interact with a lot of cultivators. This isn't much. Fellow Daoist Chang is too modest. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, if you ask me to look for this matter, I definitely won't be able to find it. Alas, fellow Daoist Xiao is really joking. Chang Shu smiled bitterly. Being able to find such an opportunity is nothing. Being able to participate in this kind of secret meeting is something to be proud of. At this point, Chang Shu smiled apologetically and said, I've already agreed with them that the secret auction will be held late at night 3 days later. That person just happens to have a token. If fellow Daoist Xiao wants to go, you have to pay a sum of spirit stones today. Once they see the spirit stones, they can give the token to me. Xiaohua's eyes turned slightly and he said with realization, this sum of spirit stones is probably not cheap, right? That's right. It's indeed not a small sum. Chang Shu said a number and then explained, it's all because I don't have enough face. I heard that person say, ha, no need, no need. Xiaohua hurriedly waved his hand. After thinking for a moment, he took out a storage bag and handed it to Chang Shu. I'll have to trouble fellow Daoist Chang. I'll be waiting here for fellow Daoist Chang's good news. Changshu was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Xiaohua to take out the storage bag without even frowning. That was not a small sum of spirit stones. If it wasn't for this, he wouldn't have come to find Xiaohua. Fellow Taoist Xiao, are you sure you want to go to the secret auction? Changshu probed again. This sum of spirit stones. If fellow Taoist Xiao wins the bid, you can use it. If you don't, you can only get back 70%. There's such a rule? Xiaohua really didn't frown and said with a smile, since I'm going to bid, I won't lose anything. Fellow Taoist Chang can go as you wish. Alright, Changshu took the storage bag, cupped his hands and quickly walked out of the pill refining cave. However, after an hour, Changshu once again returned in high spirits. He handed over a bronze-colored tiger tally and a jade slip to Xiaohua. He seemed to be able to do something for Xiaohua, or perhaps obtain the qualifications to participate in the secret auction. Changshu himself felt immensely proud of himself. Thank you, fellow Taoist Chang. Xiaohua had already participated in the so-called secret auction before, so he naturally knew the secret. He also knew that now that Shuiyu Taoist Master was in charge of Sentry City, and it was also at the forefront of the battle between Tao cultivators. Those who could participate in the secret auction were at most gold core stage cultivators. There would never be a situation like the previous secret auction where a nascent soul stage cultivator actually appeared. Seeing that Xiaohua's expression didn't change and he calmly accepted the tiger tally and jade slip, Changshu was slightly surprised. It was obvious that he had overestimated Xiaohua's cultivation. However, he didn't expect that this foundation establishment stage cultivator from the Imperial Thunder sect, who didn't seem to be good at socializing, actually didn't take the secret auction that even he didn't participate in seriously. Thinking about it again, Xiaohua was the one who proposed the secret auction to him first. Changshu couldn't help but think about it. Chapter 2473. This Xiaohua. From his name, he doesn't seem to be a blood disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. Moreover, he was sent here at the beginning of the battle, so he doesn't seem to have any background. But he actually managed to persist until now without suffering any injuries. He must have some background. Even the reason he came to the battlefield before was to gain experience. Making friends with a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect with such a background will definitely benefit me endlessly in the future. Immediately, Xiaohua became a person with a strong backer like Qian Dihang in Changshu's eyes. Oh, fellow Taoist Chang? Seeing that Changshu was somewhat absent-minded, Xiaohua asked curiously, does fellow Taoist have something to tell me? Changshu hurriedly smiled apologetically, what do I have to tell you? I've only heard about this secret auction from others. I never thought I would be able to participate. If it weren't for fellow Taoist Xiao, I wouldn't even know where this secret auction would be held. Hehe, Xiaohua laughed, isn't it all recorded in the jade slip? Fellow Taoist can just take a look. Of course not. Changshu hurriedly waved his hand and said, the things in this jade slip can only be seen once with divine sense before automatically disappearing. I don't dare to delay fellow Taoist Zhao's matters. Immediately he said regretfully, unfortunately, if it weren't for the fact that this tiger tally can only be used by one cultivator and that I can't leave my post at night, I would really like to follow fellow Taoist Xiao to broaden my horizons. There will always be a chance. Xiaohua didn't care at all. Besides, this secret auction won't be able to broaden my horizons. Yes, fellow Taoist Zhao's guidance is extremely correct. Changshu confirmed that Xiaohua had a background. He respectfully cupped his hands and hurriedly left. Xiaohua didn't care about the change in Changshu's attitude. In his opinion, all of Changshu's actions were normal because cultivators who could attract his attention could only be gold core cultivators. In a flash, 3 days passed. When the time was near, Xiaohua very casually took out the jade slip and immersed his divine sense in it. When he saw the location inside, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Then, a trace of a smile actually hung on his face. Coming out of the pill refining cave, what was rare was that the usually lively scene outside had disappeared, and it was similar to the initial loneliness. Snowflakes once again drifted down from the sky, fluttering as they hit Xiaohua's face. Where are the arrogant late-stage Foundation establishment disciples? Xiaohua blinked his eyes. Naturally, it was very easy for him to think of the situation a few days ago. Hehe, I'm afraid that he has already been sent to the front lines. Alas, they have underestimated the intensity of the battle. Perhaps only when they return from the battlefield will they change their attitude and respect us, the surviving disciples. Xiaohua sighed and flew out of the encampment. Who would have thought that along the way, it would be so quiet that not a single disciple could be seen? This is bad. Xiaohua suddenly felt that something was wrong. Did something happen? Where did this disciple come from? Why did he come out instead of meditating in the quiet room? Don't tell me, you don't know the rules of the sect? Sure enough, just as Xiaohua's figure appeared in the encampment, several middle-stage Foundation establishment patrolling disciples immediately flew over from the shadows and stopped him. Oh my, what ban? Xiaohua stared blankly, then hurriedly bowed and said, Disciple is Xiaohua of the Imperial Thunder Sect's first squad. I didn't receive any order. First squad? You are Xiaohua? The leading disciple was also stunned. Why are you still in the Sky Patrol City? All the disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect's first squad have returned to the Sky Thunder Peak. I see. Xiaohua understood. He clapped his hands and handed his token to the leading disciple. Then he said with a smile, I am indeed Xiaohua. However, I was conscripted by senior brother Li Zongbao of the Utopia faction and cannot leave the Sky Patrol City for the time being. I see. The leading disciple took Xiaohua's token and looked at it for a while. Then he returned it to Xiaohua and said with a smile, The ban of the Imperial Thunder Sect is issued by the squad leaders. Oh, that's not right. This ban was issued after the assassination of Senior Tu Hong Tu of the Sky Patrol City. The squad leader of the first squad should have informed junior brother Xiao. Hearing the leading disciple's question, Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Of course. At that time, Cui Hongshan was absent-minded and was thinking about his own happiness. Moreover, after Xiaohua returned, he immediately took Cui Hongshan and Dui Qiming to the elixir production cave. After leaving the cave, they took the thunder boat back to the Sky Thunder Peak. Even if Cui Hongshan knew about the ban, he wouldn't have had the chance to tell Xiaohua about it. Haha, squad leader Cui has returned to the Sky Thunder Peak. How could I know why? Xiaohua smiled apologetically. However, I received a message from senior brother Li Zongbao, who asked me to go to a place in the Sky Patrol City. It seems that there is something urgent. I wonder if I can go out? The leading disciple shook his head and said with a trace of embarrassment, Junior brother Xiao, although you didn't receive the ban and didn't know that you can't go out at night, it doesn't mean that you can violate the ban. Forgive me for not letting you go out. Damn it. Xiaohua scratched his head. Not only could he not participate in the secret auction, but he had also paid a lot of spirit stones. Now he was going to lose his chance. What the disciple said next made him even more furious. Moreover, even if I let you out, the Sky Patrol City doesn't allow cultivators to go out at night. You can't go anywhere. I understand now. Xiaohua finally knew the reason why he had to pay spirit stones for the secret auction. He even knew the reason why the secret auction was held late at night. Xiaohua wanted to turn back to the pill refining cave, but he changed his mind and handed the token to the disciple on duty again. He smiled and said, Senior brother, please take a look at my token again. There is the seal of the conference hall special permit, the ban of the Imperial Thunder Sect, and the ban of the Sky Patrol City. Can you do me a favor? Is that so? The disciple took Xiaohua's token again embarrassedly. He looked at it carefully with his divine thought and smiled apologetically. I was a little careless. I didn't see it clearly just now. Since junior brother Xiao has a special permit, then the ban of the Imperial Thunder Sect can be ignored. However, the ban of the Sky Patrol City, that's not something I can know. Xiaohua took the token from the disciple and smiled. Senior brother, you can let me out of the Imperial Thunder Sect. If the disciples of the Sky Patrol City don't recognize me, I can only apologize to senior brother Li Zongbao, who asked his special permit to be defeated by the Sky Patrol City's ban. Haha, the disciple laughed. Although this is the Sky Patrol City, the conference hall is the head of our sect. Which disciple of the Sky Patrol City dares not to give face to the conference hall? Don't worry. After that, the disciple raised his hand and said, Junior brother Xiao, please. I dare not. Xiaohua cupped his hands and flew out of the Imperial Thunder Sect's encampment with the other disciples. Sure enough, the streets of the Sky Patrol City were so quiet and deserted that one could almost hear the sound of snow falling. The thick dark clouds in the sky blocked the moonlight. In Xiaohua's eyes, there was only darkness. There's always darkness behind the sunlight. If there's no darkness, how can one understand the preciousness of the sunlight? Xiaohua sighed and flew slowly into the distance. This immortal Shuiyu is really good at scheming. If I didn't have the special permit of the conference hall, I'm afraid I would have to use the Devil Realm's concealment technique in order to participate in this secret auction. If he had any secret technique, wouldn't I have fallen into his trap? Xiaohua snorted and thought to himself. He was not sure whether the special permit of the conference hall could defeat the ban of the Sky Patrol City. However, after listening to the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect, he was confident. Just as he thought, Xiaohua was stopped by the patrolling disciples of the Sky Patrol City. Of course, with the seal of the conference hall's special permission, coupled with Xiaohua's pretense, it was not difficult. Xiaohua arrived at the location of the secret auction. When he saw the tea house where he met Ziyi that day, Xiaohua smiled bitterly. If it were not for the instructions in the jade slip, he would not have known that this seemingly ordinary tea house was actually the location of the Sky Patrol City's secret auction. The door of the tea house was closed. It was not as bright as it used to be. Xiaohua walked up a few steps, stretched out his hand and gently knocked on the wooden door. After 9 knocks with different rhythms, a hoarse voice came from behind the wooden door. "Who's visiting? What's the matter?" Xiaohua laughed in his heart. "I've already knocked on the door, why are you still pretending?" However, he still followed the instructions in the jade slip. "I have obtained a strange copper talisman. I'd like to invite shopkeeper Lien to appraise it." "Oh, I see." As the voice sounded, a small square hole was pulled open on the wooden door, revealing a big fat face. The small eyes on the big face were squeezed to the size of mung beans, staring at Xiaohua from top to bottom. However, Xiaohua was wearing a camouflage robe at this time, so what could he see? Xiaohua clapped his hands and handed over the bronze tiger tally. A big chubby hand took it and closed the small hole. Unexpectedly, after the time it takes to drink half a cup of tea, a creaking sound was heard. The wooden door opened a crack and a hoarse voice rang out, "Fellow Taoist, please come in." "Thank you." Xiaohua cupped his hands and stepped inside. The layout of the tea house was no different from how it was during the day. Every table was wiped clean but there was less noise. Why did fellow Taoist come so late? The tall and fat foundation establishment cultivator closed the door and asked strangely. This old man came late? Xiaohua was a little surprised. Didn't the jade slip say that it started late at night? That cultivator once again used his divine sense to scan Xiaohua with a trace of respect on his face. This poor Taoist is truly impressed that fellow Taoist can come here in the middle of the night under the city's curfew. Oh? Could it be that this old man is the only one who came at this time? Xiaohua suddenly realized. You're not the only one, but you can be counted on one hand, the cultivator said as he led the way. Chapter 2474. Well, I looked at the jade slip and thought it would be fine as long as I arrived at night. I didn't expect to wait in the tea house during the day. Xiaohua replied casually. Well, I and the others were negligent. The cultivator obviously mistook Xiaohua's identity and said, I and the others sent out the jade slip a long time ago, but we didn't know there was a curfew. However, many cultivators come here during the day. It's really rare to see someone as late as you. While he was talking, the door behind him opened again. The cultivator's fat face showed surprise. He looked at it and smiled apologetically. Fellow cultivator, could you please wait for a moment? To be honest, you are beyond our expectations. I really didn't expect there to be someone later than you. Don't worry about it. Xiaohua was a little discouraged when he saw the situation. Judging from the situation, the secret auction in Sky Patrol City was far inferior to the secret auction in Weeping Moon City. He was afraid that this trip would be in vain. After a while, another cultivator walked in with the fat man. Xiaohua's divine sense scanned and also felt the other party's divine sense. However, since he couldn't see the other party's cultivation, Xiaohua just nodded slightly and didn't raise his hand to salute. The cultivator didn't even move as if he didn't see Xiaohua nodding. Fellow cultivators, this way please. The fat man didn't dare to neglect the two cultivators who came here despite the ban of the Sky Patrol City. He respectfully led the way. Xiaohua didn't hesitate and walked in front of the cultivator. When they reached the stairs leading to the second floor, the fat man took out a shuttle-shaped celestial artifact from his arms and activated it. The celestial artifact turned into a stream of light and rushed into the stairs. After a while, A layer of celestial artifact fluctuated inside the stairs, like a fountain in a deep pool, gradually overflowing. Then a jade chair flashed out from the stairs, and a milky white brilliance came out from the jade chair. Only one person can go in at a time. I wonder who will go in first? The fat cultivator rubbed his fat hands, looking a little embarrassed and even a little uneasy. Fellow Taoist, please go first. The cultivator who came later didn't make any hand gestures and just said calmly. And Xiao Hua keenly sensed that this cultivator's behavior was clearly different from ordinary cultivators. However, he couldn't pinpoint the exact difference. It was probably just a feeling. Xiao Hua flew and sat on the jade chair. The brilliance around the jade chair was like a lotus seed pod, shrinking and bringing Xiao Hua into the array. When Xiao Hua's eyes lit up, it was actually a place that was extremely similar to the tea house. However, at this moment, there were already dozens of intoxicated cultivators sitting here, very similar to the tea house during the day. Oh. Xiao Hua's gaze swept over, and he felt even more disappointed. Senior, do you have your tiger tally? A chi refining cultivator had been waiting respectfully for a long time. After bowing respectfully, he asked with a smile. The brilliance of Xiao Hua's arrival also attracted the attention of the cultivators sitting in front of him. Almost everyone turned their heads and used their divine sense to check. Xiao Hua wasn't in a hurry to take out the copper talisman. Instead, he quickly took a few steps forward. At this moment, another cold brilliance flashed. The chi refining cultivator was slightly stunned and couldn't help but ask, Senior, is there someone behind you? Xiao Hua nodded slightly. The cold brilliance sat down cross-legged, and the figure of the tall cultivator also appeared. Everyone was even more surprised. Everyone knew that there was a curfew in Sky Patrol City at night, so ordinary cultivators couldn't come to this tea house. However, not only did someone come, but there were even two people. How could it not arouse suspicion? Senior, where is your copper talisman? The chi refining cultivator still respectfully asked the tall cultivator. The tall cultivator didn't say anything and flipped his hand. A tiger tally that was slightly different from Xiao Hua's appeared in his hand. Oh. Senior, please. When the chi refining cultivator saw that the tiger tally had some golden engravings, he became even more respectful. He reached out his hand and took the tiger tally. Then, he led the tall cultivator to the front of the crowd. The tall cultivator glanced sideways at Xiao Hua, who was standing at the side, and followed the small cultivator. Senior, where is your tiger tally? Not far away, another chi refining cultivator hurriedly came over and asked with a bow. Here. Xiao Hua took out his copper talisman. Oh, Senior, please follow this junior. The chi refining cultivator took Xiao Hua's copper talisman and glanced at it. Although he was respectful, he was far less reserved than the previous cultivator. He led Xiao Hua to the back of the crowd. At this moment, inside the tea house, there were only a few tables that were unoccupied. There were 2 tables at the front and 2 at the back. Coincidentally, Xiao Hua was sitting at a table at the very back, while the tall cultivator was sitting at the table at the very front. Obviously, when they saw that Xiao Hua was actually sitting at the back, not only were the cultivators who came first surprised, but the cultivators who followed Xiao Hua were even more puzzled. They couldn't help but look at Xiao Hua a few more times. Motherfucker, Xiao Hua bitterly smiled. At this point, how could he not have guessed it? The secret auction in the Sky Patrol City was different from the secret auction in the Weeping Moon City. The order was different. The cultivators at the front had more privileges than the cultivators at the back. Moreover, the significance of each tiger tally was related to this. Changshu was just a city guard of the Sky Patrol City. The tiger tally he could get was of the lowest level. Forget it anyway. I'll just get some dry separation pills. I don't want to attract too much attention. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. He didn't want to be the center of attention. When the two of them sat down, the whole space was deserted. Everyone was silent. Obviously, they didn't know each other. After another half an hour, the wall in front of the few jade chairs emitted a faint brilliance, and then the wall began to slowly retreat, leaving a space of several feet in front of everyone. At the same time, the ground of the space slowly rose, revealing a round platform about 10 feet in size. Seilala, a burst of brilliance flashed, and a small hurricane blew in the middle of the round platform. A deep hole appeared in the middle of the round platform, and there was a step in the deep hole. A short, dark-skinned cultivator at the late stage of foundation establishment slowly walked up the steps to the round platform. The cultivator stood still on the round platform and looked around before bowing and saying, "This humble Taoist Bai Xing is the ruler of today's price negotiation. I hope everyone can come and support me." Seeing that no one in the room said anything, Bai Xing was not surprised and said, "Fellow cultivators, please rest assured. The reputation of my Sky Survey tea house is still well known in Sky Survey City. Even the city lord knows about it, and this auction was approved by him. However, today is a curfew, so it's a little inconvenient for all of you. Bai Xing apologizes to all of you." With that, Bai Xing bowed deeply. "There's no need to be so polite." The cultivator who came with Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, "His Excellency the city lord won't care about your negotiation. We also know whether your Sky Survey tea house is trustworthy or not. You'd better start quickly." "Yes, I'll start now," Bai Xing said in a respectful manner. "However, I always have to explain the rules before the start of each bargaining session so that the newcomers won't be confused." Then Bai Xing patiently explained the rules of the bargaining session. Her nagging was no different from the rulers of all the auctions. Xiao Hua also heard clearly at the end. The rules were the general rules, but there were a few differences. First, the cultivators sitting at the front had priority. They could get the items that they bid for with the same amount. Second, this auction was divided into two parts. The first part was the same as the auction. The tea house provided items and the cultivators bid for them. The second part was similar to the auction. The cultivators took out their own items and the other cultivators bid. Of course, the cultivators in front still had priority. After Bai Xing finished speaking, the auction began. It was similar to Xiao Hua's idea and the layout of the tea house. Everything at the beginning was no different from the auction. Some ordinary medicinal pills, ordinary spiritual herbs, and even some qi refinement cultivation methods were really tasteless. However, even if these were ordinary items, there were still people who took a fancy to them. From time to time, some cultivators would raise their hands and bid. After a while, Xiao Hua suddenly understood. "Damn it, I've already paid a sum of spirit stones for the qualification to enter this bullshit auction. If I don't bid, I'll have to give 30% to this tea house. I'm giving it away for free. No matter what, I have to bid for something. These cultivators have probably already thought it through. No matter if it's useful or not, I'll get it first." Thinking about this, Xiao Hua was about to raise his hand to bid. Unfortunately, he woke up too late. Bai Xing on the high platform waved his hand and said with a smile, "These are the ordinary items that I can provide. Next is the item that everyone wants." "Oh." Xiao Hua was slightly stunned. "The item that we want? Then what is it?" Just as he was thinking, an aura refining disciple walked out from behind Bai Xing. He was holding a huge tray with more than a dozen small storage pouches on it. That disciple handed the tray to Bai Xing and then returned in admiration. He then heard Bai Xing point at the tray and say with a smile, "These are aura refining cultivation methods from more than a dozen cultivation groups. They were all found by some people on the battlefield. We've collected them and put them together. If any fellow Taoist needs any cultivation group's cultivation method, feel free to bid." Oh, Xiao Hua somewhat understood. Sure enough, a cultivator in front of him raised his hand and said, "This old man wants qi refinement sex cultivation methods. Do you have any here?" "Yes." Bai Xing waved his hand and one of the storage pouches fell into his hand. He opened it and immersed his divine sense inside. After looking at it for a while, he said, "This storage pouch contains more than 20 jade slips for qi refinement sex cultivation methods. Are they to your liking?" Chapter 2475. Immediately, Bai Xing called out a rather large number of spirit stones. "And I want it." That cultivator actually didn't even think about it and nodded. "All right, can the fellow Taoists in the front row negotiate?" Bai Xing asked as usual. "If no one wants it, then it's this fellow Taoists." The entire space was quiet and no one made a sound. "All right, this storage pouch is fellow Taoists." Bai Xing pointed and the storage pouch flew in front of the cultivator. The cultivator opened it and smiled. "It's the real deal. Good." Immediately, that cultivator also took out a small storage pouch and threw it to Bai Xing. Bai Xing respectfully received it and smiled. "Thank you, fellow Taoist." With this cultivator taking the lead, two other cultivators in the front row picked up the storage pouches of two sections. When no one in the front row spoke, it was the turn of the cultivators behind. Obviously, the cultivators behind were very interested in qi refinement techniques. There were actually 3 cultivators bidding for a storage pouch of the white sect, which set off a small climax. After the chi refining cultivation methods were auctioned off, it was time for the foundation building cultivation methods. The number of storage bags containing foundation building cultivation methods was obviously a lot less. Xiaohua had no interest in foundation building cultivation methods and chi refining cultivation methods, so he could only sit and watch. The foundation establishment techniques were all taken by the senior cultivators, and the cultivators behind didn't get anything at all. However, they were still looking forward to it as if there were even better things behind. After that, there weren't any golden core techniques as expected, but flying swords and sword slips for sword cultivators. These sword domain items set off a climax, and many cultivators in the back row competed to increase the price. Xiaohua looked at the quality of these flying swords and sword slips. Most of them were pregnant swords and only 30% of them were bright swords. It was far from what he had, so it was even more boring. After these flying swords and sword slips, Bai Xing actually took out 10 flying swords used by illusory swordsmen. Unfortunately, they were all taken by the cultivators in the front row. Not to mention Xiaohua, even the cultivators near the front row didn't have time to speak. This is a bit strange. The secret auction had been lively for 2 hours. Although Xiaohua didn't get anything, he already had a faint feeling that something was wrong. This was completely different from what he thought. Sure enough, the next bid made Xiaohua flabbergasted. Bai Xing took 3 storage bags from a disciple and said with a smile, "These 3 storage bags contain the tokens, magic weapons and corpses of the 13 disciples of the strange beast sect of the Ripple Nation. May I ask, which fellow cultivator needs them?" "Ah?" Xiaohua almost cried out in shock. His previous bad feeling had indeed become reality, and it was such a cruel reality. The corpses of cultivators who died in battle could actually still be auctioned here. Obviously, Xiaohua's unusual behavior alarmed some people. Not only did the few cultivators beside him look over, even Bai Xing raised his head and glanced at Xiaohua before smiling apologetically. "Fellow Taoists in the back row, please wait a moment. Fellow Taoists will only have the qualifications to bid after the fellow Taoists in the front row have chosen." Xiaohua snorted, but he was unable to vent the anger in his heart. A desolate feeling floated out from his heart. It was to the extent that a thick killing intent flashed in his bewildered eyes. He really didn't want these cultivators to desecrate the corpses of cultivators who died in battle, even if they weren't disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect. Bai Xing's voice sounded in his ears again. These corpses of the strange beast sect's disciples were collected by some fellow Taoists from the battlefield. However, they weren't disciples of the strange beast sect, so they didn't have any obligation to return these things to the strange beast sect. Moreover, they didn't need any battle achievements. Therefore, if any fellow Taoist is from the strange beast sect or has some relationship with the strange beast sect, please make a bid. First, use spirit stones as a reward for collecting these corpses, and second, let the corpses of these disciples return to their homeland. Alright, I won't say any more. The 3 storage bags are bid separately. If someone wants to take all 3 storage bags, then that fellow Taoist has priority. Immediately afterward, Bai Xing listed out 3 exorbitant spirit stones. You make it sound so nice and dignified. Isn't it just for spirit stones?" Xiaohua listened for a moment, and the anger in his heart somewhat dissipated. What Bai Xing said was also somewhat reasonable. Not all the corpses of disciples that died on the battlefield could be brought back by their fellow disciples. There were some people that were willing to collect these scattered corpses for the sake of spirit stones. This could be considered as some benefits, but in reality, it was still for the sake of spirit stones. Disregarding everything else, just the number of spirit stones Bai Xing called out made the corner of Xiaohua's mouth twitch slightly. That was simply robbery. Are there fellow Taoists from the strange beast sect here? Bai Xing looked for a moment and saw that no one was bidding. He couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Even these magic tools, no one wants them? Still no one agreed. Obviously, there were no disciples of the strange beast sect among these cultivators. Forget it, Bai Xing clapped his hands and casually threw the 3 storage bags on the round table. Wait, Xiaohua stood up and called out. "Oh." "Fellow Taoist." Bai Xing's face flashed with joy. He waved his hand again and the 3 storage bags fell into his hand. He smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist, patience is really extraordinary. I almost thought that no one was bidding. This old man isn't bidding. This old man wants to ask." Xiaohua's hoarse voice sounded, How do we deal with these corpses of the strange beast sect? How do we deal with them? What does fellow Taoist mean? Bai Xing was a little confused. Isn't fellow Taoist bidding? What this old man means is, if no one bids for these corpses in the end, how do we deal with them? Xiao Hua suppressed his anger and asked. Oh, so that's what fellow Taoist meant. Bai Xing casually threw the storage bags on the ground again and said, if it's the magic tools, this Bai and the others can send them to the auction or the trade fair. But the tokens and corpses. We have no other choice but to burn it. Why can't we send them back to the strange beast sect? Or let them pay less spirit stones? Xiao Hua thought that although burning them was better than leaving them in the berserk corpse snowfield, he still didn't give up and asked. Fellow Taoist, you must be joking. Bai Xing's lips curled into a smile. This Bai and the others spent spirit stones to collect these corpses. Moreover, this Bai and the others also have to pay for running this auction. Fellow Taoist, you don't think that this Bai is doing this here, and the city guards of Sky Patrol City or the higher-ups of Sky Patrol City don't know about it, right? All of this costs spirit stones. Besides, if this Bai gives these corpses to the strange beast sect, how can they give this Bai spirit stones? Let's assume that they will give spirit stones for the time being, then the one who will give these corpses to the strange beast sect won't be this Bai, right? The smile on Bai Xing's face was inexplicable. Even if they want to give this Bai spirit stones, fellow Taoist, how many spirit stones do you want for each corpse? Just the amount that fellow Taoist Bai mentioned just now, won't do. Xiao Hua was a little puzzled. Why don't fellow Taoist Bai just take a little reward? Wouldn't that be perfect? Humph, Cultivator, don't ask if you don't understand. A cultivator next to Xiao Hua said coldly, don't waste this old man's time for nothing. Bai Xing chuckled and didn't explain any more. He clapped his hand again and took out another 4 storage bags. He said with a smile, these are the corpses of the disciples of Qin Fanggu of the Ming Kingdom, but they are not magic treasures. There are only tokens and corpses. This Bai has 4 bags. One has 10, the other 2 have 23 and 45. Which fellow Taoist wants them? What does this mean? Xiao Hua was even more puzzled. At this time, seeing that there were no cultivators in the front row bidding, the cultivator who scolded Xiao Hua just now raised his hand and said, this old man wants the storage bags of the 23 cultivators. Okay. Bai Xing waved his hand, and the storage bags flew to the cultivator's hand. The cultivator also took a look and didn't take out any storage bags. Xiao Hua understood that the 23 cultivators' corpses didn't have as many spirit stones as the cultivator paid, so there was no need to take out any more spirit stones. Does anyone want the items in the other 2 bags? Bai Xing asked. However, at the same time, he waved his hands and coldly threw the 2 storage bags on the round platform, as if he knew that no one would ask again. Sure enough, no one said anything. The whole place was very quiet. Even the sound of the 50 or so Qinfan Valley disciples' corpses falling on the high platform could be faintly heard. Oh. Xiao Hua was a little restless. Even if I don't want any tokens or magic treasures, these corpses, I can't let them blaspheme them like this. They simply don't take us, the disciples who fought a bloody battle, seriously. When he thought of this, a strange feeling arose in his heart. If that cultivator was a disciple of Qinfan Valley, why did he only want 23 corpses? Then why didn't he want the remaining 45 corpses? Could it be that he doesn't have enough spirit stones? If that's the case, even if I have to take out some spirit stones, I'll still help him. But how am I supposed to ask for it? Alright, next up is the Heavenly Profound Sect's disciple. There are only 2 storage bags. One of them has 12 corpses and the other has 37 corpses. Bai Xing asked the disciple to take out another 2 storage bags. Before Bai Xing could finish speaking, a cultivator who was slightly closer to Xiao Hua raised his hand and said, fellow Taoist Bai, this old man wants the 37 storage bags. Oh. Bai Xing raised his eyebrows and a smile appeared on his face. Fellow Taoist, you're quite straightforward. In that case, this old man will not let you down. Fellow Taoist, please don't worry. I won't let you suffer a loss in terms of spirit stones. This old man naturally believes in fellow Taoist Bai, the cultivator replied with a chuckle. Alright. Wait. 2 voices sounded at the same time. One was naturally Bai Xing's, and the other was a cultivator who was slightly more interesting than Bai Xing. Oh. A trace of joy flashed across Bai Xing's eyes. He pointed his finger and said, could it be that this fellow Taoist wants to make a bid? Chapter 2476. That's right, this old man is going to bid. That cultivator stood up and reported a number. This is unexpected. The cultivator from before looked at the cultivator in front of him and seemed to be thinking about something. However, when he saw Bai Xing's encouraging gaze, he calmly reported a number as well. However, to Xiao Hua's surprise, the bidding didn't last long and only lasted for 3 rounds. The cultivator who made the final bid smiled and said, "Forget it, this old man won't bid any more. Give me the 12 storage pouches." Thank you, senior brother. The cultivator who made the first bid cupped his hands and took the storage pouch. The cultivator who made the next bid took the other storage pouch. Senior brother? Xiao Hua somewhat understood. I reckon these 2 cultivators are disciples of the Chenfan Valley. In the next hour, Bai Xing took out the corpses of many disciples from various sections. There were truly too many to count. The smallest amount was a storage pouch with a few corpses, while the largest amount was a storage pouch with 100 corpses. Other than the corpses of a few sect's disciples that no one wanted, all the other corpses had cultivators bidding. It was rare to see a disciple of the Chenfan Valley bidding. Alright, next are the corpses of the Imperial Thunder sect's disciples. Bai Xing smiled and clapped his hands. A disciple brought up 4 storage pouches. There are 10, 21, 35 and 52 inside. I wonder which fellow Taoist is going to bid? This old man wants them. How could Xiao Hua let the corpses of the Imperial Thunder sect's disciples fall into the hands of others? He raised his hand and said, "This old man wants all 4 storage pouches?" What? Fellow Taoist wants all of them. Bai Xing was stunned. He pointed his finger and said, These are the corpses of more than 100 cultivators. This merit. Fellow Taoist, don't you think this is too great? What? Merit? Xiao Hua was stunned. This sentence was like a spark that ignited him. A surge of hot blood suddenly rushed to his brain. His entire body was trembling, and goosebumps covered his skin. They actually took the corpses of my Imperial Thunder sect. No, all the cultivators who died in battle on the battlefield as their own merit. They actually used these corpses as a trade. This is their merit, Xiao Hua roared in his heart. Xiao Hua, who was scheming, shrewd, and experienced, actually didn't expect that there would be such a group of people in Sky Patrol City after the battle. They were using the corpses of cultivators to earn spirit stones. There were also some shameless cultivators who used dirty spirit stones to exchange for these noble corpses and then used these corpses to exchange for fake merit. Fellow Taoist, Bai Xing said in a low voice, have you made up your mind? The battle merits of these 100 corpses are simply too great. Fellow Taoist, I'm afraid you won't be able to explain this to your sect, right? If the sect pursues this matter, we won't be able to handle it. Killing intent flashed through Xiao Hua's eyes once again, and his hands trembled slightly. He was confident that if he were to make a move himself, the several tens of gold core cultivators in this space would definitely not be his match. Furthermore, since they were doing such a dirty deal here, they definitely wouldn't dare to expose their whereabouts, and they definitely wouldn't be discovered by others. Fellow Taoist? Have you made up your mind? Bai Xing didn't expect that he was lingering in front of the gates of hell. He urged, there are still some corpses behind and other fellow Taoists are also waiting. Sigh, a trace of understanding flashed through Xiao Hua's mind, and he thought of the darkness when he walked out of the Imperial Thunder sect. In this world there is only light and darkness always comes after light. Without light and darkness, there would be no Dawn Rain continent. Forget it, even if this young master kills all the cultivators here today, this kind of trade will definitely not be severed in the future. Although they are doing these dirty deals, the corpses of the cultivators who died in battle can still return to their respective sects. At the very least, their corpses will be burned to ashes in Sky Patrol City. Fellow Taoist, are you going to bid? The few cultivators beside him also urged. This old man doesn't want it for now. Xiao Hua, who had finally understood, immediately sat down. How could he possibly spend his spirit stones on such a dirty transaction? What? Bai Xing was stunned again. Then he rolled his eyes and said with a smile, it doesn't matter, these corpses are in my hands. If this fellow Taoist has other ideas, feel free to tell me. Then he threw 4 storage bags on the high platform and took out other storage bags. After another hour, the bidding for the corpses of the cultivators was over. Bai Xing kept the storage bags that were not bid on and took out dozens of storage bags. He said with a smile, The following storage bags are naturally filled with the corpses of sword cultivators. They are placed according to the cultivation level of the pregnant sword and the number of sword cultivators. I won't say more about the details, everyone please bid. The corpses of sword cultivators were different from the corpses of disciples of various sections. Every cultivator could ask for credit, but every cultivator had to bid according to their cultivation level and the swordsman they encountered in battle. Therefore, once these storage bags were placed on the high platform, it immediately attracted the bidding of many cultivators. Listening to the sound of bidding, Bai Xing's face was full of smiles. He felt that every sound was a shiny spirit stone. Looking at the extremely lively scene in front of him, Xiaohua seemed to have nothing to do with it. He just looked at this farce of fighting for credit with a mocking expression. The intensity of the bidding was really no less than the bloody storm on the battlefield. Perhaps, when the elders in the conference hall saw this young master reveal so many corpses that day, they also felt some disdain in their hearts, right? Xiaohua secretly mocked. Compared to them, this young master's battle achievements are much less. Or perhaps, this young master also wants to get some corpses of swordsmen? Anyway, this young master doesn't care about credit, it's better to exchange them for spirit stones. Xiaohua's thoughts were also somewhat active. But then Xiaohua's heart trembled and he secretly said, "Damn it, this young master still wanted to kill these cultivators just now. Why do they seem to be wallowing in the mire now? Then isn't this young master the same as them? Isn't this adding fuel to the fire? Alas, the temptation in this world is really too great." This sword cultivator's corpse was bid for more than half an hour before it fell to the ground. Even the cultivators in the front row also participated in the bidding. It was clear how popular this sword cultivator's corpse was with these cultivators. Alright. When all the cultivators were satisfied and sat down, Bai Xing clapped his hands with a red face and said with a smile, "Thank you for your support, fellow Taoists. Below are some slightly more valuable items. This Bai has also placed them in his storage bag. Please bid." As he spoke, several disciples brought over a dozen storage bags and placed them in front of Bai Xing. They cupped their hands at the crowd and left. What are these? Xiaohua secretly thought, if these aren't corpses, this young master will bid. These are the flying boats used by various sections. Of course some are damaged. However, in this Bai's opinion, it doesn't matter whether they are damaged or not. As long as you bring them back to your sects, they will all be good. Bai Xing immediately called out the names of the flying boats and the required number of spirit stones. Of course, these flying boats were the same as the corpses of the disciples of various sections. If they didn't belong to their sects, it would be useless for them to take them. They would inevitably suffer the same fate as Xiaohua. However, the flying boats required a lot of spirit stones. It seemed that only a few cultivators in the front row were bidding. The cultivator in the front row doesn't seem to be bidding. Seeing the cultivators in the front row raising their hands to bid, Xiaohua suddenly saw the cultivator who came in with him. He couldn't help but wake up. Could it be that he's the same as me? This isn't possible, right? Just as Xiaohua was thinking, Bai Xing raised his hand and took out a storage pouch. Inside this storage pouch is the thunder-controlling sect's thunder boat. I spent a lot of money to purchase it. Which fellow Taoist wants it? Although Bai Xing didn't say which fellow Taoist he was talking about, his gaze had already fallen on Xiaohua. Everyone already understood that Xiaohua was a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. Of course, Xiaohua had already clearly seen which sect the cultivators present were from. However, everyone understood that no one would be able to break the other's cover by shouting at each other. Oh right, apart from the cultivator who hadn't bid, no one knew his background. How many spirit stones? Xiaohua raised his hand. Haha, the thunder boat of the Imperial Thunder sect didn't participate in the battle here. This old man doesn't know where it came from. Moreover, it's a bit damaged. If fellow Taoist wants to bid, you must think of a good reason. Bai Xing was indeed very considerate. He reminded Xiaohua and said the number of spirit stones. So much. Xiaohua was a bit dumbfounded. Fellow Taoist should be clear in his heart. Bai Xing looked as if he wasn't afraid that Xiaohua wouldn't take the bait. The thunder boat of the Imperial Thunder sect has always been rare. Moreover, it can carry a lot of people. Even if this thunder boat is a bit damaged, I'm afraid the Imperial Thunder sect isn't willing to part with it. Forget it. Xiaohua reached out and took out a storage pouch from his chest. He handed it over and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Bai, please take a look." Apart from what fellow Taoist paid earlier, these spirit stones are just right. Bai Xing said with a smile. After receiving the storage pouch from Bai Xing, Xiaohua scanned it with his divine sense. There really was a thunderbolt inside. However, the thunderbolt was already damaged. Moreover, the damage seemed to be quite serious. Like I said, if it wasn't for the fact that it couldn't be used, if it wasn't seriously damaged, how could this little bit of spirit stones be exchanged for a thunderbolt? Xiaohua sneered. However, this guy doesn't know. Why would this young master use spirit stones to exchange for battle achievements? After receiving the thunderbolt, Xiaohua calmly sat down. The purpose of coming here had been accomplished. His spirit stones weren't wasted. As for the dry separation pill, to be honest, Xiaohua didn't have any hope in his heart. Chapter 2477. After a short while, Bai Xing clapped his hands and bowed as he said, "Thank you for your support, fellow Taoists. I've run out of things to offer, so if any of you have any other ideas, you can contact me in private." Xiaohua knew that Bai Xing was talking to him, but he sat there calmly like a mountain. "Next, it's time for you to exchange what you have. As usual, the fellow Taoists in the front row will speak first, and they will have priority," Bai Xing said with a smile. "Of course, if you stay in the Sky Survey Tea House for a long time, you will be able to get a tiger tally from the fellow Taoists in the front row in the future. Naturally, you will have priority." After saying that, Bai Xing raised his hand and smiled at the cultivator in the front row. "Fellow Taoist, you can take out what you want to bid or say what you want to bid for. If any fellow Taoist here or the Sky Survey Tea House has it, we can provide it to you." The cultivator stood up and said in a strange voice, "I came here to collect some things and also to ask for a rejuvenation pill. May I know which fellow Taoist has this item?" Bai Xing laughed before the cultivator beside him could answer. "Fellow Taoist, you have come to the right place. The Sky Survey Tea House just happened to have a rejuvenation pill. May I know how much you are willing to pay?" "There's a rejuvenation pill here?" Not only Xiaohua but the other cultivators were also shocked. "Damn it, it seems like the Sky Survey Tea House and the Sky Survey City's auction fair are colluding," Xiaohua thought to himself. Immediately after, the cultivator sent a voice transmission to Bai Xing to negotiate. Bai Xing revealed a difficult expression as if she was trying to bargain. After a short while, the two of them finished negotiating. Just as Bai Xing was about to hand over the rejuvenation pill to the cultivator, a cultivator beside the cultivator stood up and angrily said, "Fellow Taoist Bai, since you have the rejuvenation pill, why didn't you take it out earlier? This way we can also bid for it and you can get more spirit stones. Even if I want to bid now, I don't have the chance." Fellow Taoist, you should know that the rejuvenation pill is an item in the Sky Survey City's auction fair. I can't bid for it here. If fellow Taoist wants to bid for the rejuvenation pill, you can go to the auction. As for the item that my Heavenly Survey Tea House wants to negotiate, I'm sure fellow Taoist knows about it." Bai Xing smiled apologetically and said, "Of course, if this fellow cultivator has a need and can make a request here, since the Sky Survey Tea House can help, we will naturally help. Even if fellow Taoist brought it up first, I would still give it to fellow Taoist. However, this rejuvenation pill is very rare. I only have one. I'm very sorry." Sigh, all right. When the cultivator heard this, he knew that Bai Xing's words were reasonable. He could only sit down dejectedly, feeling very unwilling in his heart. "All right, fellow Taoist, please speak." Bai Xing handed the rejuvenation pill to the cultivator and respectfully said to the cultivator who came in with Xiaohua, "Dao friend hasn't said anything yet," which made this Bai confused. Could it be that everything before didn't go to Dao friend's mind? The cultivator didn't stand but instead said coldly, "I don't need these. I only came here to ask a question. If anyone can answer even half a sentence, I have spirit stones to pay." "If that's the case, then please say it. There are many fellow Taoists here, maybe someone will know." Bai Xing wasn't surprised. "I want to ask, who knows if the person who assassinated Tu Hong was a swordsman or a cultivator? If it was a swordsman, which sword sect was he from? If it was a cultivator, which sect was he from?" The cultivator said indifferently. Hiss, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at that cultivator in confusion. Xiaohua's heart suddenly jumped. Cough cough, Bai Xing smiled bitterly and said, "Fellow Taoist, you must be joking. Wasn't Senior Tu Hong killed by Qin Jian, a sword cultivator? Who else could it be?" Besides, how could it be a cultivator? Could it be a golden core cultivator from the conference hall? The cultivator didn't seem to intend to answer his question. Instead, he looked around and said, "Which fellow Taoist knows? This old man has spirit stones to pay for it." As he said that, he slapped his hand and took out a storage pouch and threw it to Bai Xing. Bai Xing caught it and scanned it with his divine sense. His expression changed greatly. He looked at the cultivator and reported the number of spirit stones in the pouch. This time, even Xiaohua's expression changed. Good heavens, so many spirit stones. This young master really wants to sell himself. Fellow Taoist. A cultivator diagonally across from Xiaohua stood up and said in a low voice, "I don't know if this person is a cultivator or a swordsman. However, it was a coincidence that day. I saw a person using a very strange concealment technique. All right, tell me in detail. Time, location, and possible direction of escape. As long as this old man is satisfied, I can give you a portion of the spirit stones." The cultivator nodded and answered, There really isn't a wall that doesn't have a crack in the world." Xiaohua's back was covered in cold sweat. He clearly saw that day that there weren't any cultivators nearby and there wasn't any divine sense. However, this cultivator actually knew the place where he used his concealment technique. This was really something he didn't expect even in his dreams. Next, the cultivator transmitted his voice. Xiaohua couldn't hear what they were saying. However, in the end, the cultivator really took out some spirit stones and handed them to the cultivator. It seemed that there was some clues. Who is this cultivator? Why did he come here to inquire about this young master's whereabouts? Xiaohua unconsciously stared at the cultivator a few more times. However, the cultivator's confusion blocked the cultivator's view. Xiaohua couldn't see anything clearly. Another cultivator stood up and raised his hand. That day when Qingjian attacked Tu Hong, this Taoist was also nearby. I saw the situation clearly. I have been puzzled these past few days. After hearing what fellow Taoist said, I suddenly realized that an attack. Fellow Taoist, you can transmit your voice. The cultivator coldly reminded, as if he didn't want the surrounding cultivators to hear. Soon after, the two cultivators continued to transmit their voices. While Xiaohua's back was covered in cold sweat, he closed his eyes again and carefully thought about the situation that day. It seemed that he didn't miss anything. The sword formation he used was something he hadn't used before. The Dream Executioner used 64 sword rays, which was definitely a big deal. The most likely problem was the green and red sword rays. It seemed that some of the Dao sect's disciples had seen them before. However, Xiaohua's biggest advantage was that he wasn't even at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, so it was impossible for him to fall into the eyes of others. Sure enough, after the two transmitted their voices for a long time, the cultivator was silent for a moment. He pointed at his storage bag and tossed it to the cultivator, who stood up. Fellow Taoist is right. In this old man's opinion, this old man is also puzzled. All right, if there aren't any more clues, these spirit stones are this fellow Taoist's. I still have some here. Hearing that the interrogation was about to end, several cultivators stood up. And fellow Taoists, transmit your voices separately. The cultivator said indifferently. But after an hour, when the cultivators finished transmitting their voices, the cultivator shook his head. Fellow Taoists, this old man won't say anything about some of them, but the other two fellow Taoists have already said it. Forgive this old man for not being able to give you the spirit stones. If there aren't any more fellow Taoists, this old man will give these spirit stones to this fellow Taoist. Clearly, among these cultivators, there were some who were passing themselves off as fish eyes. They were easily discovered by this cultivator. Since this cultivator had already vaguely pointed it out, the few greedy cultivators behind him who still wanted to get lucky gave up. No one said another word. All right, half of the spirit stones in this storage bag are fellow Taoists. The cultivator waved his hand and the storage bag landed in the hand of the cultivator who had sent the voice transmission. The cultivator very familiarly took out half of the spirit stones in the storage bag and returned the remaining spirit stones to the cultivator who had sent the voice transmission. The price negotiation at the Sky Survey Tea House is really not bad. The cultivator took the storage bag and stood up. He shouted, Bai Xing, open the restriction. This old man is leaving. Fellow Taoist. Bai Xing smiled bitterly. It's not dawn yet. The prohibition of the Sky Survey City is still in effect. Since this old man can come, naturally I can also leave. The cultivator only said one sentence and walked behind the crowd. Yes, this Bai understands. Bai Xing seemed to wipe the sweat on his head. He cupped his hands at the crowd and walked quickly to the front of the cultivator. He respectfully opened the restriction and sent him out. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Bai Xing returned and bowed to the crowd. This Bai is really sorry to have made all fellow Taoists wait for so long. Fellow Taoist Bai, who is that person? A cultivator couldn't help but ask. Bai Xing smiled apologetically. Forgive this Bai for not recognizing you. Fellow Taoist, who are you? The cultivator didn't say anything after hearing this question. Haha, Bai Xing laughed apologetically again. Those who come to my Sky Survey tea house are all giving you face. I'm only in charge of negotiating prices and earning some hard-earned spirit stones. I don't know anything else. Please forgive me, fellow cultivators. Well, let's not talk nonsense. It's my turn. A cultivator in the front row stood up and said, This old man wants to find some primordial true wood. I wonder if any fellow Taoist has it? Or do you have information about it? Primordial true wood? Xiao Hua curled his lips. Why don't you want primordial true water or primordial gold qi? I have them in my space. Xiao Hua had primordial gold mother and primordial jellyfish in his space. Not to mention primordial gold qi and primordial true water, even primordial unity green light and primordial unity green light could be easily obtained. However, when these two primordial true wood fell into Xiao Hua's space, it was a different scene. It was not as arrogant as it was on the Dawn Rain continent. Xiao Hua received the two items. He was very afraid of them, so he threw them far away at the edge of the space. He was afraid that these two items would have some strange properties. Chapter 2478. However, to Xiao Hua's surprise, the two items seemed to have a faint connection at the edge of his space. Their brilliance intertwined with each other. Not only did the Tai Yi green light and the Tai Wei green light increase, but the innate gold qi and the innate primordial water also increased greatly. These two items were also intertwined with each other as if they were one. Of course, the gold qi and the primordial water were also scattered throughout the space, but they were far less powerful than before. Haha, as far as I know, there seems to be this item somewhere in the Huan country. However, it's been too long and I can't remember it. The first cultivator who obtained the rejuvenation elixir said with a smile. Alas, I also vaguely know about this. The cultivator who needed the innate primordial wood sighed. It's just that I've been in the Sky Patrol City for a long time and haven't seen it in the auction, so I came here to try my luck. Obviously, this cultivator's luck was not as good as Xiao Hua's. After waiting for a while, no one spoke, so he could only sit down resentfully. When it was the turn of the last cultivator in the front row, the cultivator clapped his hands and took out a jade slip. He handed it to Bai Xing and said, Fellow cultivator Bai, I need this item. I wonder if your Sky Patrol tea house has it? Well, since you've come prepared, I'll take a look first. Bai Xing took the jade slip and immersed his divine thought into it. Immediately, his face was filled with astonishment. However, this astonishment was immediately replaced by confusion. He raised his head and said embarrassedly, Fellow cultivator, please wait a moment. The spiritual tea in your jade slip. I'm not familiar with it. I'll ask my junior brother to come and take a look. Ah. Fellow cultivator Bai, this is not spiritual tea. The cultivator said with a laugh. If this is not spiritual tea, then what is it? Bai Xing was a little confused. I've been running the Sky Patrol tea house for decades, and the Sky Patrol tea house has been operating for thousands of years. Of course, I can recognize this spiritual tea. Hee alright. If the Sky Survey tea house has this spirit tea, I will buy it with spirit stones. The cultivator nodded. Then a cultivator who was older than Bai Xing flew up and cupped his hands at the crowd. He took the jade slip and looked at it for a moment. Then he shook his head slightly and said, This spiritual tea looks very familiar. However, when I look at it carefully, it is different from all the spiritual teas in my sect. I have never seen it before. My Sky Survey tea house doesn't have this tea either. At this point, the old man asked sincerely, What is the name of this spirit tea? I'm very curious. Junior Marshal brother, this fellow Taoist said, This isn't spirit tea. Bai Xing explained. It's not spirit tea. Disappointment appeared on the old man's face. He then cupped his hands and said, Then I was blind. Fellow Taoist, there's no need to say the name of this item. After he finished speaking, the old man bowed and left. It seemed that if it wasn't the spirit tea, then it had nothing to do with him at all. Can I show it to you, fellow Taoists? Bai Xing asked tentatively. Of course, the cultivator nodded and said, I want you to see if you have any information about this item or if you have this item. Damn. This guy is looking for something similar to the spirit tea. That's why he came to the Sky Survey Tea House. Who would have thought that they don't even know about it? Xiaohua sat at the back watching everyone check one by one, somewhat bored. I want to find some dry distance pills, but obviously these cultivators certainly don't have this thing, and even if they do, it won't be too much, and this young master has already been identified as a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, and today I have broken through the ban of the Sky Patrol City. If I ask for too many dry distance pills, it will definitely attract the attention of others, and if they follow the map, they might be able to find this young master. It seems. As he thought about it, the jade slip was passed to Xiaohua. Seeing that everyone was silent, the cultivator had already given up on the idea. He was waiting for Xiaohua to finish reading it and take it back. Unexpectedly, Xiaohua took the jade slip and immersed his divine sense in it. After reading a bit, he was stunned on the spot. He was not only familiar with this item, but he was also very familiar with it. In his space, there was a large patch of spirit grass planted with this item. It was the fragrant spirit tea that Ziyi gave him. Isn't this the fragrant spirit tea? It's obviously the same. Why did this cultivator say that it's not the spirit tea? Xiaohua was very puzzled and looked at it again and again. Seeing that Xiaohua was holding the jade slip without moving, the cultivator was pleasantly surprised and whispered, Fellow Taoist, do you have this item? Oh, I won't hide it from you. I do have a few pieces. Xiaohua thought for a moment and smiled. Fellow Taoist really has it? How many pieces do you have? The cultivator almost cried out in surprise. About 3 or 4 pieces. Xiaohua said embarrassedly. This old man thought that this was the spirit tea. I have already drunk it twice. I thought that the last 3 or 4 pieces were too little, so I didn't drink it. You really used it to drink tea? The cultivator almost cried out in surprise. Xiaohua said curiously, Isn't this the spirit tea? If this old man doesn't drink tea, what else can I do? You are really wasting God's gift. The cultivator almost jumped up and said, Quickly give me those 4 pieces. No matter how many spirit stones you want, this old man will agree to it. Seeing the cultivator rushing over and stretching out his hand in front of him, Xiaohua smiled. If he didn't knock now, when would he? Fellow Taoist. Xiaohua transmitted his voice. What is this item? You can't tell others, but you can't tell me? This. The cultivator calmed down and said hesitantly, This old man can tell you the origin of this item. However, you have to make a heart oath to give it to me. No problem. Xiaohua made a heart oath and said that he would give the 4 pieces of fragrant spirit tea to the cultivator. Only then did the cultivator feel relieved and said, Actually, this item shouldn't be of any use to you. Leaving it in your hands can only be used as spirit tea. Haha, fellow Taoist, just say it quickly. Xiaohua said with a smile, This old man has already promised to give it to you, and I promise that I will never ask for too much. Are you still not satisfied? Oh, that's right. Only now did the cultivator realize that if Xiaohua had listened to him and asked for a lot of spirit stones, he might not be able to afford it. Wouldn't he have fallen into Xiaohua's trap? Alas, this old man is too surprised. The cultivator smiled apologetically. Thank you for your kindness, fellow Taoist. This item is only effective for one of my soul-related secret arts. This old man has been looking for this item for dozens of years. Recently, I learned from some of my seniors that this item was found in the millions of Meng Mountains. Moreover, even in the hands of soul cultivators, this item is absolutely precious. Soul cultivator? Xiaohua was shocked, and Ziye's elegant image appeared in his mind. No matter how he looked at him, he didn't look like a barbaric soul cultivator. Presumably, fellow Taoist also got this item from a sword cultivator. The cultivator said with a smile, Only swordsmen and soul cultivators can get this rare item. Fellow Taoist, you don't need to know how this old man got this item. You just need to tell me its origin. Xiaohua said absent-mindedly. Seeing that the two of them were talking through telepathy, the other cultivators naturally knew that this item was related to the cultivator's secret. They could only sit quietly and wait for the two to complete the transaction. When the cultivator finished his brief explanation, Xiaohua understood. This item was called the Daybreak Moon, and it was an auxiliary item used by soul cultivators during their cultivation. It was similar to the spirit stones and medicinal pills used by cultivators, but this daybreak moon was even rarer. Oh, so that's how it is. Xiao Hua understood a little, and his heart was also enlightened. Ziyi might not be a soul cultivator. He might be like the others, mistaking this daybreak moon for spirit tea. Otherwise, how could he taste this extremely rare treasure in the eyes of soul cultivators in a tea house? Then Xiao Hua asked the cultivator about the usage of the daybreak moon. The cultivator hesitated, only saying that it was related to his secret arts, and didn't want to talk about it. Okay. Xiao Hua nodded. Since fellow Taoist doesn't want to talk about it, then this old man won't force you. This old man will take these 4 spirit tea and won't exchange it for anything else. I just want to exchange it for the dry distance pills Dan recipe. I don't know if fellow Taoist has it? What? What do you want the dry distance pills Dan recipe for? The cultivator was surprised. You said before that you wouldn't make things difficult for this old man here. Xiao Hua shrugged and said with a smile, this old man isn't really making things difficult for you. This is indeed this old man's original intention. Even if you don't tell me the origin of this thing, this old man will still ask you for it. How could this old man have the dry distance pills Dan recipe? The cultivator smiled bitterly. This old man isn't good at alchemy at all. Then we can only see if other fellow Taoists have it. Xiao Hua spread his hands and said, okay. The cultivator was also helpless. When he was about to open his mouth, he shook his head. This fellow Taoist. These 4 twilight moons of yours are priceless treasures to this old man, but to others they are simply worthless. As for the dry distance pills Dan recipe, I'm afraid it won't be that easy to obtain. This old man really doesn't have any certainty. I won't let you and I exchange spirit stones. How about fellow Taoist find the Dan recipe himself? Hee, fellow Taoist, this old man's words are naturally reasonable. You can go and ask. No matter how many spirit stones, this old man will agree. Xiao Hua only thought for a moment before transmitting his voice. Okay, this old man will give it a try. After all, this old man isn't an alchemist, so I don't know what the result will be. The cultivator heard that Xiao Hua didn't want to take the initiative himself and only wanted him to help him bid. He was quite puzzled, but he could only pinch his nose and follow Xiao Hua's instructions. The result could be considered as Xiao Hua's expectations. There really were alchemists among these dozens of people. After the cultivator negotiated for a long time, paid a large sum of spirit stones, and also the secret of the twilight moons, the cultivator obtained a jade slip. This fellow Taoist. The cultivator gave the jade slip to Xiao Hua, and then took the 4 verdant twilight moons from Xiao Hua, and said with extreme helplessness, you're really making things difficult for I. In fact, fellow Taoist can use spirit stones to exchange for the Dan recipe. Why must you let I bid? Chapter 2479. Xiao Hua said via voice transmission. That fellow Taoist communicated with you via voice transmission. Although this poor Taoist couldn't hear it. According to this poor Taoist thinking, they must have an additional condition, which is that they want to know the name and usage of this day-night moon. Oh, that's right. That cultivator was stunned, but he immediately realized, fellow Taoist means, because he wants to know the name and use of this twilight moon, he made a deal with I. Haha, people are naturally curious. If they come across something they don't know or even something that might be beneficial to their cultivation, they will inevitably do everything they can to know or obtain it. Fellow Taoist took out this mysterious thing. Although it's useless to him, he still wants to know. This in itself is a temptation. If I bid, he may not be willing, but if fellow Taoist bids, then he will definitely succeed. AI, fellow Taoist is right. That cultivator was clearly convinced by Xiao Hua's words. He cupped his hands and said, this old man understands. Xiao Hua watched that cultivator turn around and leave. He impatiently immersed his divine sense into the jade slip, carefully memorizing the pill formula he obtained with great difficulty, then threw it into the space. The spiritual herbs used to refine the dry separation pill couldn't be said to be rare and old, but in Xiao Hua's eyes, these weren't difficult at all. And they were simply at his fingertips. With this pill formula he could use it as a reference. He could even refine the pill himself. He didn't need to bid at the auction, and he didn't need to attract the attention of others. It must be known that bidding for more than 10 dry separation pills at once was definitely a big deal for a large sect, not to mention that Xiaohua might need several hundred pills. Xiaohua's purpose in coming to this bargaining session has been achieved, so he was very satisfied. He didn't care about the transactions of the other cultivators. Even if he had a lot of old spirit grasses in his space, he was too lazy to deal with them. As for the things that the other cultivators took out, they weren't particularly precious and had nothing to do with Xiaohua's cultivation. So be it. These sanctimonious things, this young master won't play with you anymore. Although Xiaohua wasn't arrogant enough to directly leave like that cultivator, he still closed his eyes and stopped paying attention to them. Another hour passed and the sound of bargaining gradually died down. A cultivator in front of Xiaohua said in a low voice, "This old man originally didn't have anything to bid on, but if I don't take out something, I'll be letting down fellow Taoist Bai's hospitality. How about this? This old man has a sword slip that I obtained from a sword cultivator." The contents of the sword slip seem to be a map. As for where the map is, this old man doesn't know, but it definitely doesn't belong to the Cultivation 3 Kingdoms. I wonder which fellow Taoist is interested? With that, the cultivator greedily took out a large number of spirit stones. Map? Xiaohua was slightly stunned. Could it be the ruins of the Buddhist sect? At this moment, Bai Xing chuckled and said, "Fellow Taoist, this map of yours. I'm afraid the number of spirit stones given is a little too high, right? How could anyone possibly make a bid?" The cultivator laughed and said, "This thing is useless in this old man's hands. Just like that fellow Taoist from before, he actually drank something that others regard as a treasure like spirit tea. In the eyes of others, this map is probably a rare treasure. If this old man doesn't take advantage of this moment to get more spirit stones, when will I? Even if no one bids, this old man won't lose anything, right? That's reasonable." Everyone had seen Xiaohua and that cultivator trade for the twilight moon, so they also knew that what this cultivator said was reasonable. "Fellow Taoist, you have to let us take a look or else who knows where this map is," a cultivator said with a smile. "And wait a moment, this old man will add some restrictions." After that cultivator finished speaking, he cast a few spells and handed it over to Bai Xing. Bai Xing looked at it and smiled without saying anything. Then she handed it over to the cultivators in the front row in front of the high platform. This seems to be a map of the vicinity of 1,000,000 Meng Mountains. A cultivator was stunned at first, but then he smiled and said, "That, fellow Taoist, don't blame me for speaking without thinking." As that cultivator spoke, he clapped his hands and took out a sword slip. He smiled and handed it over to that cultivator and said, "Fellow Taoist, take a look. Is it similar to your map?" "Is it?" "Haha, this old man is ignorant and inexperienced." That cultivator's tone was awkward at first, but then he laughed and said, "If that's the case, then there's no need to negotiate. This old man will embarrass himself." Ha ha ha, everyone laughed. While putting away the sword slip, they looked at Xiaohua sitting at the back. They only had to wait for Xiaohua to complete the trade and then they could end this negotiation. "Oh, this old man doesn't have anything I want. To be honest, this is the first time this old man has come to this kind of negotiation, so I'm not prepared." Xiaohua stood up and cupped his hands and said, "How about this? Fellow Taoists, you can trade the maps with this old man. This old man will take 20 spirit stones, 10 for each map." "Oh, is that so? Fellow Taoist is actually interested in this map? If that's the case, this old man also has one here." Bai Xing laughed when he saw this. He clapped his hands and took out a green sword slip from his storage bag. This old man spent 2 spirit stones to exchange for this from Chi Refinement Disciple. If fellow Taoist likes it, this item is fellow Taoist. Bai Xing didn't wait for the others to speak. He waved his hand and the sword slip flew over. He said with a smile, "This old man earned 8 spirit stones." What? Xiaohua was very puzzled. He thought that no matter what, he would have to bargain for a few rounds, but he didn't expect that Bai Xing would actually take out a map from her storage pouch, and even give it to him so easily. Since Bai Xing had Bai Xing's interference and the price had already been finalized, the other 2 cultivators also knew that this item wasn't valuable. They might as well exchange it for a few spirit stones. Especially the cultivator in front of Xiaohua. He clearly knew that Xiaohua had some ulterior motives, but the 2 of them had already given the map to Xiaohua, so his portion was almost useless. He also somewhat reluctantly gave the sword slip to Xiaohua. Xiaohua was very happy. He cupped his hands and said, Many thanks, fellow Taoists. Many thanks, fellow Taoist. Bye. You're welcome, you're welcome. If fellow Taoist doesn't have any requests, today's bargaining session will end. Bai Xing said with a smile. Yes, I don't have any requests. Xiao Hua nodded with a smile. As he spoke, he waved his hand and put the 3 jade slips into his space without even looking at them. Good. Bai Xing waved his hand and put all the storage bags on the high platform into his sleeve. He said with a smile, I announce the end of this bargaining session. Fellow Taoists, the sky is already bright. Fellow Taoists can leave now. If fellow Taoists want to drink tea in this humble tea house, please move upstairs. This humble tea house will serve tea for free. Aha, many thanks, fellow Taoist. Bye. All the cultivators stood up, cupped their hands and prepared to leave. But just as Xiao Hua stood up, he heard Bai Xing's voice transmission. Fellow Taoist, please wait a moment. Meh. Xiao Hua was somewhat puzzled and looked at Bai Xing in confusion. Yes, fellow Taoist. Bai Xing said with a smile on his face. All right. Xiao Hua watched the cultivators leave one by one. Although he muttered in his heart, he wasn't nervous. Fellow Taoist, please sit. Bai Xing followed the crowd to Xiao Hua's side and said very politely. Well said. Xiao Hua sat down steadily and asked calmly, but I wonder why fellow Taoist Bai asked I to stay. Ah, it's nothing. Bai Xing looked up and saw that everyone had left through the restriction. He smiled and said, I just want to make a deal with fellow Taoist. A deal? Xiao Hua was slightly stunned and said curiously, I've already found what I need. What else does fellow Taoist Bai want to make a deal with I? Naturally it's this. Bai Xing took out a storage bag and handed it to Xiao Hua with a smile. What is this? Xiao Hua didn't take it and asked instead. Bai Xing didn't withdraw his hand and said politely, Fellow Taoist, why don't you take a look for yourself? Xiao Hua's heart thumped. He seemed to have thought of something and reached out to take the storage bag. Sure enough, the storage bag was actually the corpses of the 40 or so Imperial Thunder Sect disciples. They were thrown inside carelessly and men and women were mixed together just like goods. Fellow Taoist Bai, what is the meaning of this? Xiao Hua suppressed his anger and said coldly, Didn't I say before? I didn't come to bid for this thing, and I disdain to use this thing to fake battle merits. Aha, fellow Taoist, don't be agitated. Bai Xing said with a smile, Fellow Taoist, this is the first time you've come to this Bai's negotiation, so you naturally don't know the rules and this Bai definitely doesn't care. However, since fellow Taoist has already participated in this negotiation, the first rule must be obeyed. The first rule is that we have to negotiate the price of this corpse? Do we have to fake battle merits? Xiao Hua said coldly. Fellow Taoist, you're wrong. The smile on Bai Xing's face didn't change and he was still very polite. This is the first time fellow Taoist has come here, so we have to negotiate the price. As for whether fellow Taoist uses battle merits, that's fellow Taoist's business. This Bai and the others won't care. What if I don't pay spirit stones? Xiao Hua stood up and asked lightly. When Bai Xing heard this, he didn't seem to be surprised or nervous and he said with a smile, Fellow Taoist, it's fine if you don't pay spirit stones. This Bai won't force you, nor will I prevent you from leaving this restriction, nor will I let anyone kill you in the Sky Patrol City. Of course, I won't find someone to kill you on the battlefield. Are you threatening I? Xiao Hua's coldness became stronger. No, this Bai doesn't mean that at all. Bai Xing said with a smile, This Bai just wants to say that this has nothing to do with spirit stones. Since I can do such a business here, I naturally have an inextricable relationship with the Sky Patrol City. Let me tell you, fellow Taoist, this Bai has someone above. Xiao Hua sneered. What I want to say is, even if I don't care, the group of cultivators waiting outside the tea house, they may not be at ease. When Bai Xing said this, it was as if she had put the finishing touches on a dragon. She stopped and looked at Xiao Hua meaningfully, as if she was waiting for Xiao Hua to make a decision. Chapter 2480. Oh, that's right. Xiao Hua groaned. Damn it, this group of sanctimonious bastards is doing such a vicious transaction here. If I don't participate, I'll be an untainted piece of trash. How can they be at ease? Even if 2 cultivators from some sect fight for the same storage bag, it's still safer than me. Do you understand, fellow Taoist? Bai Xing took the opportunity to say. What about the cultivator who came with I? Xiao Hua said coldly, He didn't negotiate anything, right? Hee fellow Taoist, don't compare yourself with him. Bai Xing said with a smile, this Bai's tiger tally is recorded. It can be traced to who it is given to and who it is given to. This Bai doesn't know who he is, but this Bai knows the tiger tally that he uses. Besides, even if I can't find any trace of you from the tiger tally, you've braved the band to come to my Sky Patrol tea house. I've asked someone to patrol the city guards of Sky Patrol City. I'll definitely be able to find you, right? Do you want to force this old man to kill you? Xiao Hua said coldly. Bai Xing was not afraid at all. He cupped his hands and said, fellow Taoist, this Bai is doing business. I emphasize that harmony brings wealth. How can I argue with you? These are the rules. I won't hide it from you. If you don't take this storage bag, the cultivators in this tea house will definitely make things difficult for this Bai. Can you pity this Bai? Bai Xing said that he was pitiful, but there was no pitiful look on his face. He was very sure that Xiao Hua would definitely pay spirit stones to buy this storage bag. He had done this many times before. This was because he knew that Xiao Hua couldn't kill him, and Xiao Hua couldn't really face the many cultivators in the tea house. So what if I kill you all? Xiao Hua's eyes narrowed as killing intent rose within him. He was originally suppressing his anger, but now he was actually being forced to buy and sell. If we kill these filthy people, we can also let others know how filthy we are. Let them know. Thinking, Xiao Hua swung his Taoist robe and was about to use the heaven and earth sleeve to restrain Bai Xing. He looks like you've thought it through. When Bai Xing saw Xiao Hua's sleeve move, he thought that Xiao Hua was going to take out spirit stones. He smiled apologetically and said, actually, fellow Taoist didn't suffer any losses today. Just now, if I hadn't taken out a sword slip that wasn't a map and gave it to fellow Taoist, just the maps of those two cultivators, fellow Taoist would have had to spend countless spirit stones. Oh. Xiao Hua was dumbfounded. He quietly withdrew his magic power, and then took out Bai Xing's sword scroll. He immersed his divine sense into it, and sure enough, it wasn't a map at all, but a damaged sword technique. I owe this sword art. Xiao Hua glanced at the sword art and unconsciously became slightly stunned. This seems to be a sword scroll that transforms into a sword? What do you think, fellow Taoist? Am I a good friend? Bai Xing said with a smile, this sword technique is no ordinary sword technique. If I'm not wrong, it should be used by swordsmen. Of course, this sword technique is very damaged and the cultivators of my Dao sect are unable to use it. However, it allowed me to throw out a brick to attract jade today. Even if you spend some spirit stones to negotiate the price of these corpses, and also get 2 maps, it's definitely killing 3 birds with 1 stone. AI alright. Seeing Bai Xing's business to such an extent, Xiao Hua was really speechless. Although he didn't want to add fuel to the fire, but he was even more unwilling to expose his whereabouts at this time, and even more unwilling to attract the attention of the Snow Region's Taoist master. He could only pinch his nose and enter the trap. Great. Bai Xing bowed and said, thank you for your support, fellow Taoist. As he spoke, he quoted a number of spirit stones. Fortunately, Xiao Hua calculated a little, and this price was also fair, even lower than the price of others. Forget it, why don't you give the other corpses to me too? Xiao Hua sighed. Fellow Taoist Bai is so benevolent, I can't not support you. Don't. Bai Xing hurriedly waved his hand and said, the number of corpses was specially prepared according to fellow Taoist's cultivation. If there are more, fellow Taoist won't be able to account for it. Moreover, doesn't fellow Taoist already have a thunderbolt? When the time comes, find an opportunity to hand it over to the conference hall, the merit will be even greater than this. Sweat, why didn't I think of this? Xiao Hua naturally thought of the situation when he was bidding for the corpses earlier. This Bai Xing's business is really done to the point of perfection. After Xiao Hua paid the spirit stones and put the storage bag into his sleeve, Bai Xing happily accompanied Xiao Hua out of the restriction. Sure enough, on the first floor of the tea house, almost all the bidding cultivators were sitting there wearing camouflage clothes, each of them with a cup of spirit tea in front of them. Waiter, serve this fellow Taoist some spirit tea. Bai Xing shouted as soon as he appeared in the tea house. Yes, this little one will come right away. The waiter on the other side responded, and the atmosphere in the tea house clearly relaxed. Although everyone didn't talk, they all picked up their teacups and very contentedly tasted the spirit tea. Looking at the cup of spirit tea offered by the Qi refining disciple, Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. This spirit tea was very valuable. Not only was it a sum of spirit stones, but it was also the corpses of dozens of Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples. It was also his own life or the dozens of lives in the tea house. After a while, light gradually appeared outside the window, and the sound of people faintly came from the street of the tea house. The Qi refining disciple very carefully opened the door of the tea house, then immediately stood behind the door respectfully. A cultivator who had been near the door for a long time immediately stood up and swaggered out. And after this cultivator left for a while, another cultivator stood up and followed him out. Xiaohua observed for a moment and found that they probably couldn't go out together. Basically, they had to wait for the cultivator in front of them to disappear on the street before the cultivator behind them could stand up. Xiaohua wasn't in a hurry. After waiting for everyone to leave, he stood up and slowly walked to the door. At this time, the sun had just risen, and the warm sunlight shone on Xiaohua's face. Xiaohua slightly narrowed his eyes and looked at the bright sun in the sky, muttering to himself, "There's light, it's really good." Then he also stepped forward and went to the street without looking back. Behind Xiaohua, the door of the Heavenly Inspect tea house wasn't closed, and no one came in or out. No one knew that last night, there were actually a lot of military merits that appeared out of thin air in this place. Xiaohua naturally didn't go to the conference hall to receive his military merits. Instead, he returned to the Imperial Thunder Sect's encampment. He didn't go to the Imperial Thunder Sect's residence, but instead he casually found an alchemy cave, activated the restriction and sat down. Xiaohua clapped his hands and took out a piece of fragrant spirit tea from the space. With Ziye's jade slip and the fragrant spirit tea seedling, it was really easy for Xiaohua to grow the fragrant spirit tea in the space. However, Xiaohua didn't have the hobby of drinking tea. He was extremely used to growing, picking, and collecting the fragrant spirit tea. How could he have thought that this thing was actually used by soul cultivators? Smelling the fragrant spirit tea's fragrance, Xiaohua couldn't help but salivate. He smacked his lips a few times and felt a little regretful. He regretted that he didn't get a tea set in the tea house. His space was a dazzling collection of treasures, jade slips, and even spiritual herbs, but there was no tea set. Even if he wanted to drink a mouthful of the fragrant spirit tea, he couldn't. If I can't drink it, can't this young master eat it? Xiaohua thought and put the piece of fragrant spirit tea into his mouth. Immediately, a burst of fragrance filled his mouth, and a sweet and refreshing feeling spread down his throat into his body. Feeling the refreshing feeling, Xiaohua smiled and said, "I'm afraid Ziyi was tempted by this fragrance. If it wasn't for this extreme fragrance, how could he, a child of an aristocratic family, personally brew tea? But how do I use this so-called twilight moon?" Xiaohua waved his hand and another piece of fragrant spirit tea appeared in his hand. Then Xiaohua closed his eyes and several soul strands came out from his eyes. It's really interesting. When Xiaohua's soul strands came into contact with the dark green fragrant spirit tea, he felt a kind of comfort. This comfort was extremely refreshing, similar to the refreshing feeling on the tip of the tongue. However, one penetrated the heart and lungs, filling the body, while the other directly rushed into the depths of the soul. When the refreshing feeling entered the dark cloud formed by the soul strands, the entire dark cloud slightly swayed. Then, a wave of fluctuation came out from the dark cloud and entered the soul strands. When the fluctuation came from the soul strands into the fragrant spirit tea, the soul strands danced like tentacles. As the soul strands danced, the fragrant spirit tea also vibrated strangely and floated in the air. In the blink of an eye, a thumb-sized dark green crescent moon flashed out from the fragrant spirit tea. It was entangled by the soul strands and a dry yellow leaf slowly fell from the soul strands and floated into the air. This fluctuation is soul power. Suddenly, a lightning-like realization appeared in Xiaohua's mind. Previously, I thought soul power was the same as a person's strength. Being able to lift things with one's arms is strength. Although the soul strands were able to entangle the soul-suppressing bell, that kind of strength was not soul power. This fluctuation is true soul power. Although the soul strands were able to entangle the fragrant spirit tea, if it was not soul power, then it was the fragrant spirit tea. Only this fluctuation can take out the dawnlight moon from the fragrant spirit tea. This fluctuation is true soul power. Xiaohua's mind moved like lightning. And the soul cultivation method is to temper the fluctuations. Isn't it just tempering soul power? Isn't it the same principle as the Dao sect's magic power? Ha! Xiaohua almost laughed out loud. Just as Xiaohua was thinking, The dawnlight moon followed the fluctuation of the soul strands into the Dharma eye, entering the mysterious place. Once the dawnlight moon entered the mysterious place, it immediately emitted a misty emerald green brilliance. This brilliance was extremely similar to the green seal text's green color, illuminating the mysterious dark cloud. When the dawnlight moon entered the aura ring, the entire aura ring was filled with emerald green brilliance, like the hazy moonlight between dawn and dusk. Chapter 2481. Moreover, this emerald green brilliance contained a thick and clear fragrance. As the brilliance densely filled the entire heaven ring, it combined with the fragrance of the black silk wood from before, becoming increasingly rich. Looking at Xiaohua's primordial spirit and the little white dragon's soul that accompanied it, it danced even more, just like a cultivator who had taken an extremely powerful spirit pill. Great, seeing his primordial spirit becoming increasingly stronger and following the little white dragon's soul, his primordial spirit swam even faster, rushing to the peak of the heaven ring several times faster than before. If nothing unexpected happened, he feared that within a few years he would be able to complete the first stage of the soul cultivation technique and enter the second stage of the clear spirit heaven. This is the little white dragon's soul that is on the verge of dissipating, and it is currently condensing. Its soul is naturally extremely powerful, and this condensing process naturally drives the cultivation of my soul. Xiaohua naturally understood the reason behind it. The so-called to redeem others is to redeem oneself, Amitabha. Motherfucker, why is it related to Buddhism again? Xiaohua suddenly woke up again. The 3,000 great Taoists. In the end, I'm afraid it really is all the great Taoists. Maybe soul cultivation and Buddhism are also one of the great Taoists. Seeing that his most unremarkable soul cultivation technique had obtained a trace of opportunity, Xiaohua was very happy, and withdrew his mind from the mysterious dark clouds. He took out the sword slip that Bai Xing had half sold and half given. This sword slip was very damaged and there was no complete sentence that could be linked together. Xiaohua could only reluctantly read this sword slip once, and roughly understood the meaning. This sword slip naturally has no value. Nascent soul cultivators wouldn't care, and ordinary gold core cultivators definitely wouldn't want it. However, Bai Xing's business acumen is really deep in his bones. This kind of smooth and slick person can be considered to have saved his life today. Xiaohua sneered as he sent the sword slip into the space and then secretly pondered, just as I expected. This sword transformation technique involves the secret method of using the primordial spirit to control the sword, and only by reaching the primordial spirit to control the sword can one truly step into the sword transformation technique. However, this sword transformation technique is a bit strange. It actually has the method of forming the sword spirit. In other words, fusing the sword spirit and sword intent into one to form the sword heart. This sword heart was the key to controlling the flying sword with the primordial spirit? Damn it, this young master is confused. Wasn't this sword intent the manifestation of a sword spirit? Wasn't it similar to the spiritual will of a cultivator? How could they merge into one? Wasn't there only one of them? Furthermore, looking at the synthesis of the sword heart, it seemed to be somewhat similar to condensing a core. When did sword cultivators become similar to cultivator spells? Xiaohua was a little dizzy because of this specious transforming into sword technique. He wanted to refine a few fire runes or see if he could refine Lingli pill. At this time he simply put these aside. He stretched out his hand and took out all the sword slips he collected. He checked them carefully one by one from the pregnant sword. For several days in a row Xiaohua's brows were tightly knitted. Until one day Xiaohua suddenly slapped his forehead, and the corner of his mouth revealed a trace of a smile. He put all the sword slips into the space and said with self-mockery, "So this sword intent is only a swordsman's understanding of flying swords. It's the soul of the flying sword in the swordsman's heart." When the swordsman tempered the sword intent, he also gradually condensed his soul into the sword intent. The sword spirit was a trace of the primordial spirit of the swordsman. With the cultivation and breeding, it had spirituality, so the flying sword also had a spirit. However, this sword spirit was only a means for the swordsman to control. The cultivation of the swordsman was also divided by the tempering of the sword intent, not by the strength of the sword spirit. If the swordsman wanted to enter the transforming sword realm, he had to plant the sword intent in the sword spirit and let his soul and the sword spirit combine. Only then could he and the flying sword become one. This should be similar to the Taoist sex pregnant baby, not condensing a core. It was precisely because of this that the swordsman could only have one soul and one sword heart. Therefore, the swordsman could only have one flying sword in his life, and he couldn't sacrificial refine the second one. This was completely different from the Taoist sex pregnant baby. A cultivator might have one or two or even more life-bound magic treasures, as long as the cultivator's mind is strong enough. But thinking of this, Xiaohua was somewhat confused. That's not right. Senior Li Xiubai had 9 flying swords. His sword intent was 9 stars soaring sun. This sword pill must also have his sword heart. But why didn't Taoist Master Brightsword and Senior Li Xiubai's jade slips mention this? Since the sword pill doesn't have a sword heart, then what about Senior Li Xiubai? Did he really die with the Tao? Also, that little deer is clearly Taoist Master Brightsword sword intent, right? Why is it so docile? Where is the sharpness of a flying sword? If it's like this, will I still need to refine this 9 stars soaring sun sword pill? It seems like the second sword pill is already complete. If I introduce the primordial spirit brand, I can successfully nurture the sword. Originally, Xiaohua didn't know the mysteries of the Tao of the sword and didn't know fear at all. He thought that this sword pill was like a cultivator's magic tool, and after refining it, it would be his. But now that he saw more and knew more, his heart became increasingly uncertain. Powerful primordial spirit. Thinking of this, Xiaohua's eyes flashed with a trace of ruthlessness. Damn it, if it dares to be more powerful than my primordial spirit, I still have a little white dragon in my soul. Even Taoist Master Brightsword and Li Xiubai are only nascent soul cultivators. If they have any more tricks up their sleeves and do something to the sword pill, I will wait for the moment of danger to summon the little white dragon. That is an existence that can directly face 3 nascent soul cultivators. I don't believe that I can't deal with these 2 people. Also, what is my boy? That is, Di Ting, an existence that even the Empress of the 10,000 Demon Realm trembles in fear. Who dares to make a move against me? After being ruthless, Xiaohua laughed again. Besides, Li Xiubai and Taoist Master Brightsword didn't make arrangements when they were on the brink of despair. If they want to live, there are many ways. There is no need to do these dirty things. I, on the other hand, have seen too much in the dark. There is really no need to measure the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. Looking at Taoist Master Brightsword's sword intent, I can know that this is a magnanimous gentleman. There is no need to worry. Thinking about this, Xiaohua opened his mouth and the second sword pill flew out with Buddha fire. It was also green and red. It landed in the air and spun around like a spiritual thing. Come out. Xiaohua opened his mouth again and the Zhu Meng flew out. It drew a beautiful sword arc in the air and landed beside the sword pill. When the Zhu Meng came out, the sword pill became even more lively as if it had seen someone close to it. It circled around the Zhu Meng rapidly, as if it was acting coquettishly and showing off. It was more like a feeling of urgency. Haha, it is indeed a flying sword. It is really different from ordinary magic tools. Xiaohua laughed. Just as he was about to use the primordial spirit imprint, suddenly, another thought appeared in Xiaohua's mind like a thunderbolt. Damn it, this flying sword has a sword spirit. Oh no, it has a sword heart in the future. Isn't it like a magic tool having a weapon spirit? Isn't this a spirit tool? However, this weapon spirit is the same as a cultivator's nascent soul, the sword heart. Xiaohua was somewhat dumbstruck as if he had discovered something inconceivable. No, it is definitely not that simple. Xiaohua shook his head again. If it is like this, how could the Tao sect cultivators not know? How could a nascent soul senior be unable to forge a spirit tool? There must be something strange about this. Or perhaps, nascent soul cultivators are not willing to use their bodies to feed a weapon and become a weapon spirit. Forget it, don't think about it, don't think about it. If I think about it too much, I will definitely go crazy. Thinking of this, Xiaohua hurriedly withdrew his train of thought. The great Tao of cultivation was truly vast and boundless. Walking around carelessly without guidance was truly quite dangerous. Xiaohua sat quietly for a while, then used the sword cultivator's primordial spirit branding technique and imprinted the primordial spirit from the dream executioner onto the second sword pill. Sensing that the primordial spirit was once again dormant, Xiaohua smiled. He knew that after this dormant state, a flying sword would appear in this world, and another sword light would be able to kill evil. If this second sword pill corresponded to the 9 stars transit, it would be the morning star. However, in this young master's hands, it will not be so refined. The first sword light is the Dream Executioner, then this young master's second sword light will be the Mountain Splitter. Mountain Splitter unrivaled. This young master will split open all the mountains of injustice in this world. Wang, a sword cry seemed to come from the Dream Executioner. The Mountain Splitter also sensed it. Seeing this, Xiaohua became even more delighted. Ha, great, this young master's matters are going smoothly. It seems that I need to refine some. Unfortunately, just as he thought of this, the restriction of the pill refining cave shook, as if a transmission talisman had arrived. Which blind fool. Xiaohua was somewhat angry, but immediately after, he shrugged his shoulders. What do you think? Who would look for me at this time? It can only be Senior Marshal Brother Li. Forget it, Senior Marshal Brother Li Zongbao has summoned me, so I must go out to battle. What fire talisman? Let's talk about it later. Unfortunately, when Xiaohua opened the restriction of the alchemy room, he saw a disciple on duty from the Imperial Thunder Sect carefully standing at the door. When he saw Xiaohua, he immediately smiled respectfully and said, Junior greets Marshal Uncle. May I know if you are Marshal Uncle Xiaohua? That's me. Xiaohua was somewhat baffled, but his heart trembled slightly, and he cautiously asked, What matter does Marshal Nephew have? Junior has disturbed Marshal Uncle Zhao's quiet cultivation. That disciple still spoke softly as if he was a female cultivator. Today Junior is on duty. Just now, at the Imperial Thunder Sect's encampment, I saw a Foundation Establishment senior come to visit Marshal Uncle Xiao. Marshal Uncle Dui, who was on duty at the door, told Junior to inform Marshal Uncle Xiao. However, Junior has searched everywhere for Marshal Uncle Xiao. Chapter 2482. Seeing that this disciple was so long-winded, Xiaohua laughed in his heart. Since it wasn't anything special, he patiently listened to the disciple. When this junior was hesitating whether to inform that Foundation Establishment senior, I suddenly thought of whether Marshal Uncle Xiao would be meditating in this cave, so. At this moment, the disciple saw Xiaohua's faint smile and immediately became reserved again. He bowed and said, This junior has said too much. Marshal Uncle, please follow this junior to the entrance of the encampment. That Foundation Establishment senior must be waiting anxiously. Xiaohua replied concisely. The entrance of the encampment wasn't far from the cave, and this distance was enough for Xiaohua to guess. However, when he saw this individual cultivator who came to visit, he definitely didn't expect it to be him. This person was none other than the Qi refinement cultivator Xiaohua saved, outside Haoming City by Fengliang. However, at this time, Bai Fengliang was already a Foundation Establishment cultivator. He wore a light blue Taoist robe and looked quite imposing. Seeing Xiaohua appear at the entrance of the Imperial Thunder Sect, Bai Fengliang's face showed a trace of joy and a trace of ecstasy. He almost lost his composure and took a few steps forward. Then he stopped and waited there respectfully. Bai Fengliang, why are you looking for me? Could it be? Xiaohua was very afraid of the Heavenly Demon Sect when he was in Haoming City and didn't understand the situation, so he used the Foundation Establishment pill as bait to let Bai Fengliang go to the Heavenly Demon Sect to be his eyes and ears. However, he also made it clear to Bai Fengliang that everything depended on Bai Fengliang's willingness. If he didn't want to tell him the situation of the Heavenly Demon Sect, Xiaohua would absolutely not force him. However, seeing Bai Fengliang today was absolutely unexpected. He didn't expect Bai Fengliang to take the initiative to come to him and report the situation of the Heavenly Demon Sect to him. Fellow Taoist Xiao. Bai Fengliang bowed very elegantly and said, I've long admired your name and even wanted to make friends with you. Now that I've taken the liberty to come here, please forgive me. Xiaohua blinked and smiled bitterly in his heart. He then cupped his hands and said, I'm just an ordinary cultivator of the Imperial Thunder Sect. How could I have any reputation? Fellow Taoist Bai must be joking. Fellow Taoist Xiao, this isn't the place to talk. I've prepared some wine, how about inviting fellow Taoist Xiao? Very good. Xiaohua was also unsure whether the Imperial Thunder Sect's encampment would allow the so-called rogue cultivator, Bai Fengliang, who was actually a disciple of the Devil Sect, to enter. Since Bai Fengliang had already prepared a place, he also nodded his head. Seeing Bai Fengliang leading the way, Xiaohua hurriedly asked, Fellow Taoist Bai, are we going to the Heavenly Survey Tea House? Sky Patrol Tea House? Bai Fengliang was stunned for a moment before he said with a smile, No, I'm staying at an inn in Sentry City. It's very peaceful there, so I'd like to invite fellow Cultivator Xiao to have a chat there. Very good. Hearing that it wasn't the Sky Survey tea house, Xiao Hua felt relieved. Since he knew how filthy the Sky Survey tea house was, Xiao Hua didn't even want to take a single step into it. He even thought that if he met Ziyi in the future, he would definitely tell him not to take even half a step into that tea house. Bai Fengliang followed Bai Fengliang to the inn and opened the door to enter. Bai Fengliang immediately bowed and said, Bai Fengliang greets the vice sect master. Xiao Hua was stunned. Then his magic power surged and he naturally prepared to kill Bai Fengliang on the spot. However, he heard Bai Fengliang say, Bai Fengliang is really blind. He actually didn't know the identity of the vice sect master. If the sect master didn't ask me to come here to greet the vice sect master, I would still be in the dark. Oh, that's right. Xiao Hua suddenly realized, Zhang Qingxiao, that bastard, said that he would only attack after he personally introduced me. Not now. However, Xiao Hua immediately had an impulse from his heart. An impulse to stretch out his leg and kick Zhang Qingxiao twice. An impulse to kick Zhang Qingxiao's white face that was popular throughout the Dawn Rain continent into a persimmon. Damn it, when did I become the vice sect leader of the heavenly demon sect? Feeling that Xiao Hua's situation was not right, Bai Fengliang hurriedly said, Don't worry, vice sect master Xiao. Only I know about this. When I received the sect master's order, I also made a blood oath that I would never reveal it. Don't worry, vice sect master. AI, Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, Get up. Then he sat on the bed in the room and looked around. With a wave of his hand, dozens of rabbit talismans flew out. Oh? That's right, these rabbit talismans can now be refined with jade marrow. Xiao Hua saw the rabbit talismans fly out and grabbed with his hand, activating the array. He couldn't help but think to himself, Vice Sect Master Xiao is indeed skilled. Seeing Xiao Hua casually set up the array, Bai Fengliang's heart was filled with respect. And, Xiao Hua nodded and asked, Why did the Sect Master send you here? Does he know that you know me? Yes, Vice Sect Master Xiao knows. Bai Fengliang stood there respectfully and replied, After I received the Foundation Establishment pill from Vice Sect Master, I quickly reached the Foundation Establishment realm. Thus, there was an envoy from the Sage Sect who came to find me. At the same time, he asked for my opinion and brought me to the Sage Sect. Sage Sect? Xiao Hua snickered and thought, This Zhang Qingxiao is really good at pranking. Isn't it just the Heavenly Demon Sect? What Sage Sect? What a welcoming envoy. After passing the Sage Sect's envoy's assessment and considering my physique, I was allowed to enter the Pure Lotus Sect of the 13 Sacred Sects. Bai Fengliang said again, In the past few decades, I've been practicing hard and my progress is not bad. I've gained the favor of the sect's venerable, so I was sent out to gain experience. A few days ago when I was in Haoming City, I received the sect master's order. This order was issued by a venerable on behalf of the sect master. At that time, there were many sacred sect disciples in Haoming City, and there were 11 of them who had reached the Foundation Establishment realm. Because I practiced the Taoist sect's cultivation method and used to be a rogue cultivator, I was sent to meet Vice Sect Master Xiao. As far as I know, the sect master doesn't know that I've met Vice Sect Master Xiao. Oh, I see. Hearing Bai Fengliang's complicated explanation, Xiao Hua frowned. However, he heard that Zhang Qingxiao didn't issue the sect master's order directly. It was issued when they met outside the Sky Patrol City last time. Thinking that Zhang Qingxiao had brought the elixir he needed so quickly, he felt warm in his heart. Give it to me, Xiao Hua said as he stretched out his hand. Yes. Bai Fengliang wasn't surprised. He carefully took out a storage bag from his chest and handed it to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua took the storage bag and scanned it with his divine thought. He frowned and said, Why is there so little? This is too little? Bai Fengliang's heart skipped a beat. He was secretly shocked, but he didn't dare to show it. He said in a low voice, Vice Sect Master Xiao, these are all the elixir pills in Haoming City. Elixir pills from the other 7 major cities are also being collected. When the elixir pills are found, they will be sent to Sky Patrol City. At that time, I will give it to Vice Sect Master Xiao until Vice Sect Master Xiao thinks it's suitable. And that's more like it. Xiao Hua nodded slightly. With a wave of his hand, he put the storage bag containing more than 60 dry distance pills into his space. In addition, there are instructions in the sect master's order. Vice Sect Master, if you need anything you can tell me. I have the sect master's order in my hand, and I can mobilize most of the disciples in the sacred sect. Bai Fengliang said respectfully. What else do you want? Xiao Hua thought for a moment and shook his head with a smile. Forget it, take these things first. Yes, I understand. Bai Fengliang replied carefully. By the way, Bai Fengliang, do you still remember what you told me that day? Xiao Hua said with a smile. What sacred sect and what are the 13 sects? Hearing Xiao Hua asking about the 13 holy sects, Bai Fengliang was slightly taken aback. However, after pondering for a moment, his expression changed slightly. He smiled apologetically and said, Vice sect leader Xiao, please don't make fun of me. You are the vice sect master of the heavenly demon sect. How can you not know about the 13 sects? Xiao Hua stared into Bai Fengliang's eyes and asked word by word, Bai Fengliang, look at me carefully. Do you think I'm the vice sect master of your heavenly demon sect? This. Bai Fengliang bit his lips as if he was thinking and hesitating. In the jade slip that the sect master of your heavenly demon sect gave you, did he say that I'm the vice sect master? Xiao Hua asked coldly. I don't remember it clearly. Bai Fengliang woke up and smiled apologetically. The jade slip that came with the sect master's order can only be read once. Moreover, I was too excited and I didn't see it clearly. What if you said it was vice sect master Xiao? Or Xiao Hua vice sect master? Xiao Hua asked again. It seems to be Xiao Hua vice sect master. Bai Fengliang hesitated for a moment before answering. And it's good that you understand. Xiao Hua nodded and sneered. I'm only at the Foundation establishment realm, how can I be the vice sect master? I'm afraid that when you saw my name and the vice sect master's title, you thought. That's why you mistook me for the vice sect master. Bai Fengliang's face immediately turned red. Xiao Hua's words hit the nail on the head, revealing his joy at that time. When he saw Xiao Hua's name, he was astonished. While he was shocked, he also let his imagination run wild. To be able to form a relationship with the vice sect master of the heavenly demon sect, he really understood what kind of glorious future he would have in the heavenly demon sect in the future. As for the content after that, he was really in a trance. I was indeed a little too pleased with myself. Bai Fengliang replied embarrassedly. And this vice sect master is someone else. You don't need to worry about who it is. Just follow the instructions on your sect master's order and give the item to me. Xiao Hua nodded and said, however, at this time, it's up to you to fulfill your promise. Of course, Bai Fengliang, if you're not willing, you don't need to answer. I definitely won't force you. Speaking up to hear, Xiao Hua asked again. Bai Fengliang was forced into a helpless state, and a pitiful expression appeared on his face. After all, he wasn't sure if this was the heavenly demon sect's probing technique. If he didn't answer well, he would be killed. Chapter 2483. This lowly one. Bai Fengliang smiled apologetically. This lowly one is just an ordinary disciple of the Holy Gate. Fellow Taoist Xiao, and if you don't want to say it, then don't say it. Xiao Hua smiled faintly. After all, you and I had such an agreement back then. Many thanks, fellow Taoist Xiao. Bai Fengliang really wanted to call Xiao Hua Deputy Sect Master Xiao. If you have any more things coming for me in the future, feel free to come to the Imperial Thunder Sect's encampment to find me. Xiao Hua waved his hand and was about to put away the rabbit array. But at that moment, Bai Fengliang's body trembled and he hurriedly shouted, Fellow Taoist Xiao, please wait. Is there anything else? Xiao Hua asked curiously. It's like this. Bai Fengliang bit his lips and said, I was able to join the Holy Gate and have my current achievements all because of fellow Taoist Zhao's guidance and arrangements. That day, fellow Taoist Xiao had an agreement with me. Although I didn't agree to it, I already agreed in my heart. Since fellow Taoist Xiao asked about it today, how could I dare to hide it? Is that so? Xiao Hua smiled and said, I'm not some deputy sect master of your Holy Gate. Moreover, I might have been sent by your sect master to test you. Bai Fengliang's face was filled with embarrassment as he said, even if fellow Taoist Xiao was sent by my Holy Gate to test me, I still owe fellow Taoist Xiao a favor. I cannot repay this favor. And alright, tell me what you know. Xiao Hua didn't sit down but stood there and said. A faint smile flashed across Bai Fengliang's face as if a heavy stone had been lifted off his chest. He said, actually, ever since I joined the Holy Gate, I have always remembered fellow Taoist Zhao's words. I have always paid attention to the Holy Gate situation. However, the Holy Gate's rules are very strict, and the various sects don't have much interaction with each other. I only know about my Pure Lotus sect. Oh, then tell me about the 13 holy sects first? Xiao Hua was bewildered when he heard this. No matter how he heard it, this so-called 13 sacred sects seemed to be related to the Buddhist sect. He didn't know what Zhang Qingxiao meant by turning the heavenly demon sect into this state, so he asked with interest. The 13 sacred sects are the Heavenly Demon Sect, Tiangang Sect, Tianfan Sect, Earthly Fiend Sect, Earthly Ao Sect, Earthly Spirit Sect, Human Enlightenment Sect, Human Splendor Sect, Human Zen Sect, Pure Lotus Sect, Pure Land Sect, Yinyang Sect, and Fairy Sect. However, apart from Lu Weigang, the sect master of the Pure Lotus Sect, I don't know who the deputy sect masters of the other 12 sects are. Bai Fengliang smiled bitterly. Lu Weigang? Xiao Hua is stunned. Is this Lu Weigang a former Changbai sect disciple? I don't know. Bai Fengliang shook his head and said, however, the pristine Lotus sect cultivates orthodox Taoist spells. Many of our disciples come from independent cultivators or other cultivation sections. Many of them are disciples of other sects. As he spoke, Lu Weigang thoughtfully looked at Xiao Hua. What else? Xiao Hua asked again. Bai Fengliang shook his head helplessly. Fellow Taoist Xiao, believe it or not, this is all I know. I don't know anything more. Alright, there's another news. I've only heard that the Heavenly Demon Sect is going to be established. Seeing that Bai Fengliang really knew very little, Xiao Hua was extremely disappointed. However, he was really happy for Zhang Qingxiao in his heart. After all, to be able to operate a devil sect to such a strict level was really not easy. Xiao Hua was confident that he could not do it. However, Xiao Hua asked curiously, what? Hasn't the Heavenly Demon Sect already been established? Why do you still want to establish a sect? I don't know. Bai Fengliang smiled apologetically, but it's all rumors. I don't know either. Well, okay. Xiao Hua nodded and asked, what cultivation method are you cultivating? What other elixirs do you need? Bai Fengliang's face showed joy and said, I'm cultivating a cultivation method of the Pure Lotus sect. However, I only have half of the cultivation method for the early and middle stages of the foundation establishment realm. Moreover, I need all the elixirs that fellow Taoist Xiao usually uses. And show me your cultivation method. Xiao Hua very naturally raised his hand. Yes. Bai Fengliang did not dare to neglect and showed his cultivation method to Xiao Hua. Well, so it's this. Xiao Hua nodded and clapped his hand. He also took out a jade slip and handed it to Bai Fengliang. This jade slip is also bestowed. Take it, it should be at the late stage of the foundation establishment realm. In addition, I'll give you these elixirs as well. Consider it as thanks for your hard work in Sky Patrol City. As he spoke, Xiao Hua took out another storage bag. Bai Fengliang was overjoyed. When he finished looking at the contents of the storage bag, he was even more ecstatic. He bowed and said, thank you, fellow Taoist Xiao. Thank you. Deputy Sect Leader. Well, Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, I'll tell him about your matter. In addition, you can show this jade slip to Sect Leader before this matter is over. Remember, it's a matter of life and death. This is... When Bai Fengliang heard this, cold sweat immediately appeared on his forehead. He said in extreme panic, I know. Thank you, fellow Taoist Xiao. At this moment, Bai Fengliang finally understood that his mission was absolutely dangerous. If it were not for Xiao Hua's jade slip, his life would really be in danger. Nonsense. Seeing Bai Fengliang's ashen face, Xiao Hua sneered. Only the two of them knew about his relationship with Zhang Qingxiao. Since Zhang Qingxiao dared to mention Deputy Sect Leader Xiao and the jade slip, then Bai Fengliang would definitely die after seeing this jade slip. Zhang Qingxiao would definitely kill him to silence him. In fact, not only Zhang Qingxiao, even Xiao Hua had this intention. If it were not for Zhang Qingxiao wanting to go to Hun country and Xiao Hua urgently needing this pill, Zhang Qingxiao would definitely come personally and not let others do it. However, Zhang Qingxiao's subordinate just happened to be someone familiar with Xiao Hua. After Xiao Hua probed, he felt that Bai Fengliang was still trustworthy, so he had the intention to protect himself. As long as you remember, some things must be buried in your heart for a lifetime. This is the only way to preserve your life. Xiao Hua made a grabbing motion, and a dozen talismans fell into his hand. He said with a smile, fellow Taoist Bai, you can open the room's restriction now. Yes, I'll open it now. Bai Fengliang hurriedly activated the token and opened the room's restriction. He said respectfully, "I'll send fellow Taoist Xiao out." "No need. You just need to do your job well." Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, "I still have other things to do, you can just stay here." "Yes, I understand." Bai Fengliang nodded and asked again, "If other big cities have things coming over, how can I find fellow Taoist?" "Use the messaging talisman." Xiao Hua thought for a moment, then clapped his hand and took out his messaging talisman and handed it to Bai Fengliang. After Bai Fengliang received it, Xiao Hua turned around and walked out of the room, quickly leaving the inn. Although Xiao Hua's face was calm, he muttered in his heart, "Second senior brother's ambition is really big." He ignited the sword Dao battle and he took advantage of the chaos to rob. Presumably, he wants to take advantage of the fact that the other sects have no time to care about him and announce the heavenly demon sect to the public. This courage, TSK. He's really a good disciple of Master. When he thought of Xiao Yuehong, he thought of his lazy and idle cultivation attitude. It was this little cultivator who stood aloof from worldly affairs that was killed by 3 nascent soul cultivators. The heavenly Tao was really heartless. Since the heavenly Tao was heartless, why would Xiao Hua stop Zhang Qingxiao from establishing the sect? With a swoosh sound, another messaging talisman flew to Xiao Hua's front. Xiao Hua stretched out his hand and took the messaging talisman. He looked at it with his divine thought and said with a smile, "It seems that what will come will come." Then he did not go in the direction of the Imperial Thunder Sect's encampment. Instead, he turned around and went to the city gate of Sky Patrol City. When he arrived at the city gate, he saw that the security was extremely tight. The cultivators who came in were considered good, but the cultivators who went out were all interrogated. Xiao Hua looked at it coldly, knowing that it was the aftermath of his assassination of Tu Hong. If I can find any flaws in this place, can I still be an expert who can kill a golden core cultivator?" Xiao Hua sneered secretly. "Big brother." Xiao Hua had just stood still when an extremely familiar divine thought swept over him. Xiao Mao's voice was heard not far away. Xiao Hua looked up and saw Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao standing in a corner a few hundred feet away from the city gate. They were quietly watching everything that happened at the city gate. "Little brother greets senior brother Li." Xiao Hua walked slowly to Li Zongbao and cupped his hands. "Senior brother, you called me over. Are you going out of Sky Patrol City?" "Yes." Li Zongbao said faintly, "Now that the war has begun, it's the best time for us to kill Qin Jian." "If we don't go now, when will we?" "Yes, I'll listen to senior brother Li's orders." Xiao Hua smiled, but then he asked curiously, "But, senior brother Li, don't you have a special order from the conference hall? Why don't you use the teleportation formation but go out through this place?" "The teleportation formation is currently transporting disciples from various sects out. It's very busy." Xiao Mao answered excitedly, as if killing Qin Jian was something that he yearned for day and night. "Well, that's one of the reasons. There's another reason. I'll explain it to you when we're out of Sky Patrol City." Li Zongbao waved his hand. Yes, Xiao Hua was puzzled, but he still answered. Most of the cultivators who were going out of Sky Patrol City were not participating in the war. Their cultivation levels were only around the beginner stage of the Foundation establishment realm. They were reluctant to use the teleportation formation of Sky Patrol City, so they could only go out through the city gate. There were many of them and they were in groups. There were actually a few long lines in front of the city gate. Li Zongbao did not care about these ordinary cultivators at all. He clapped his hands and took out the special order from the conference hall. He raised his hand and walked past the crowd to the front of the line. Where did this cultivator come from? Why is he so unruly? A cultivator in the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm said anxiously, "We're all going out. Why are you?" "Shoo." A cultivator next to him hurriedly pulled the cultivator's sleeve and whispered a few words. The cultivator shrunk his neck and stopped talking. Li Zongbao turned around and looked at them coldly. He then walked to the front of 2 city guards in the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm. Chapter 2484. The 2 city guards had already seen Li Zongbao coming out from the crowd. They looked at each other and quickly stepped in front of Li Zongbao and the other 2. Fellow cultivator from the Utopia faction. The city guard in front raised his hand and said coldly, "Although you are a disciple participating in the battle according to the rules of the Sky Patrol City, You still have to line up at the back. Please don't overstep. Li Zongbao raised his hand and the council hall's special permit was held in front of the city guard. What's this? The city guard was slightly stunned. This is the special permit of the Yanxi Mansion's council hall. We want to go out of the Sky Patrol City, please make an exception. Xiao Mao knew that Li Zongbao was impatient with the city guards of the Sky Patrol City, so he quickly cupped his hands and said. The city guard frowned and scanned the special permit with his divine thought. He said lightly, the special permit of the council hall is used by all cultivation sections. Of course, it can be used in the Sky Patrol City. However, the city governor of the Sky Patrol City has issued a ban. In order to find the swordsman who assassinated Senior Tu Hong, we must strengthen the investigation of the cultivators entering and leaving the Sky Patrol City. Fellow cultivator, please go back and line up. How dare you? Xiao Hua scolded. Isn't the Sky Patrol City under the jurisdiction of the council hall? Don't the city guards of the Sky Patrol City obey the special permit of the council hall? If so, I'll go back and ask the elders of the council hall when did the Sky Patrol City run out of the jurisdiction of the council hall? Don't. Another city guard next to him poked the city guard and smiled apologetically. Fellow cultivators, don't be anxious. My junior brother is Senior Tu Hong's disciple. He has not rested for dozens of days in order to find the swordsman who killed Senior Tuesday. Fellow cultivators, you know that Qin Jian is the public enemy of all cultivators. We are looking for Qin Jian for the benefit of everyone, so. Haha, since that's the case, this Xiao understands. Xiao Hua smiled. However, I heard that Qin Jian is an illusory swordsman who can assassinate Senior Tuesday. I'm afraid it's not easy for you to arrest him, right? Yes. The city guard took 2 steps forward and said with a smile, that may be the case, but we still have to do our best. We have to let Senior Tu Hong rest in peace. We went to Sky Patrol City because of this. Xiao Mao said with a smile. We also received news that Qin Jian is somewhere in Huan Nation. Speaking of this, Xiao Mao looked embarrassed. While the Sky Patrol City was arresting Qin Jian, Xiao Mao was searching for news of Qin Jian in the Huan Kingdom. Didn't this mean that the city guards of the Sky Patrol City were busy? Yes, there are too many rumors at this time. No one can tell which one is true. As long as we have the heart and effort, Senior Tu will be happy. The city guard reached out and took Li Zongbao's special permit. After examining it carefully for a moment, he smiled apologetically and said, this is indeed the special permit of the assembly hall. It's not fake. If we don't even acknowledge the conference hall's special order and can't even be trusted, then who can? Fellow Taoists, please? After saying that, the city guard returned the special order to Li Zongbao and waved his hand to instruct the city guards guarding the city gate to move aside. What surprised Xiao Hua was that Li Zongbao, who was usually very arrogant, did not say much at this time. He coldly took the special order and led the way through the gap made by the city guards. When they passed through the city gate, a faint brilliance flashed between the city gates. Li Zongbao paused for a moment and waited for the brilliance to dissipate before he followed Xiao Hua and Xiao Mao out of Sky Patrol City. Where's the flowing cloud flying ship? Li Zongbao shouted as soon as he exited the city gate. It's here. Xiao Hua hurriedly took out the flowing cloud flying ship. Let's go. Li Zongbao flew onto the flying ship and said only one word. He stood with his hands behind his back and looked into the distance. Xiao Hua did not dare to be negligent. He urged the flying ship and the 3 of them quickly rushed towards the northern sky. Behind them, several gazes swept past before slowly retracting. After flying for half a day, Li Zongbao did not say a word at all. When he saw flashes of lightning in the sky and ice pellets falling from the sky, Li Zongbao turned his head and ordered, Xiao Mao, you take over from Xiao Hua. I have something to ask Xiao Hua. Yes, I understand. Xiao Mao quickly walked in front of Xiao Hua and sat down cross-legged to take control of the flowing cloud flying ship. Xiao Hua walked in front of Li Zongbao and asked curiously, Senior brother Li, what's the matter? You killed Tu Hong. Li Zongbao did not open his mouth and only transmitted his voice. However, this faint transmission and Li Zongbao's unquestionable tone were like a thunderclap that struck Xiao Hua's heart. Crack. Coincidentally, a bolt of lightning struck the left side of the flowing cloud flying ship. Xiao Hua's pupils shrank slightly, but then he smiled without changing his expression and said, Senior brother Li, could it be that you want to take credit? Even if you want to take credit, you don't need to use me as bait. Although Xiao Hua looked as if nothing had happened, his heart was in a perilous situation. He definitely did not expect that someone would link him to Tu Hong's death, and this person was actually Li Zongbao. Therefore, although his reply sounded very calm, the words in his words could not stand up to scrutiny. However, Li Zongbao did not care about the inappropriateness of Xiao Hua's words. He stared straight into Li Zongbao's eyes and said indifferently, "I am very conflicted about Tu Fu's death. On one hand, he was a rare commander in our Dao sect. With his command, our Dao sect cultivators should be safe and sound before the nascent soul masters arrive. But on the other hand, he viewed human lives as grass and destroyed tens of thousands of lives in the blink of an eye. And junior brother Xiao and the others were also part of his scheme." Xiao Hua fearlessly met Li Zongbao's aggressive gaze and also looked straight at him, quietly listening. "Logically, I should protect him and ensure his safety. But emotionally, I want to kill him with my own hands." Of course, junior brother Xiao was tricked by him and many of us were in danger. I also feel that it is normal for you to want to kill him. However, if it was only because of this, I feel that you would not be so impatient. It would be best to kill him after the battle. But what he should not have done the most was to scheme against Dui Qiming. Dui Qiming is Cui Hongshan's dual cultivation partner. Although the majority of cultivators do not know about this, it is not a secret to Golden Core cultivators. If you had not killed Tu Hong that day, Dui Qiming would have held the dual cultivation ceremony with Tu Hong with the support of the Snow Region's Taoist master. By the time the dual cultivation ceremony was held, everything would have been too late, right? Li Zongbao looked at Xiao Hua's eyes and a trace of warmth flashed through them. Therefore, you had no choice but to take the risk and kill Tu Hong before the dual cultivation ceremony. He brotherly is really imaginative. These little brothers would never dream of it. And you can even think of the things that my junior brother Cui would dream of. This little brother really admires you. How could Xiao Hua admit it? Naturally, he replied with a smile, although senior Tu Hong put us in danger, this little brother benefited from the disaster. Apart from Cui Hongshan's matter, this little brother can't thank him enough. Of course, this little brother was indeed angry about Dui Qiming's matter, but now that I think about it, Cui Hongshan was already dead and Dui Qiming had no one to rely on. Dual cultivation with Tu Hong was not a bad thing. Besides, Cui Hongshan has always been at odds with this little brother. In the Myriad Thunder Valley, he was also at odds with this little brother. He always made this little brother call him senior brother. Why would this little brother care about him? Junior brother Xiao, don't tell me that you don't know Tu Hong's true motive for marrying Dui Qiming. Li Zongbao's cheeks twitched as he asked with dissatisfaction. What other motive? This little brother really doesn't know? Xiao Hua asked curiously. Even if Dui Qiming is a human cauldron, it is still a rare opportunity for Dui Qiming. Looking at Xiao Hua's face that was as pure as Xiantian true water, Li Zongbao really wanted to punch this guy's face. However, he still restrained himself and told Xiao Hua everything he knew. He then asked, "Think about it, if Dui Qiming married Tu Hong, what would happen to her? There is definitely only one outcome." Impossible. Xiao Hua's face was extremely shocked. Then he waved his hand in disbelief. If Dui Qiming died, how could my Imperial Thunder Sect's Lord not know? Dui Qiming's natal spiritual tablet is still in the Jade Archive Hall. Junior brother Xiao. When Dui Qiming marries into Sky Patrol City, her natal spiritual tablet will be handed over to Sky Patrol City. This is a valuable gift that your sect must give to Sky Patrol City during Dui Qiming's dual cultivation ceremony. It is said that the palace master of your Imperial Thunder Sect's Dui Lei Palace personally came to Sky Patrol City for this matter. However, because Tu Hong's scheme was exposed, she did not even get off the Thunder boat. Li Zongbao explained. Besides, Dui Qiming's soul was transferred into Yu Meng's body. How could Dui Qiming's natal spiritual tablet be damaged? This. Xiao Hua was just asking casually. When he heard this, he could only smile bitterly. This Tu Hong. I really did not expect him to be so shrewd. I am definitely not as shrewd as him. You really don't know? Li Zongbao laughed. That day the assassin even took out Yu Meng's corpse. How about this? That's an assassin, that's a Golden Core realm cultivator. That's something that disciples like you who have backing can know. If it wasn't for brotherly mentioning it today, I would never have imagined that there would be so many fishy things about it. Xiao Hua naturally didn't admit it. Ah. Li Zongbao raised his face and laughed. Junior brother Xiao, if it was someone else, they would naturally not think that the swordsman who looks exactly like Qin Jian is you. However, don't forget that I am acquainted with Wuxia, or secret technique. See, Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air. He suddenly thought, isn't that right? I originally thought that only Fairy Hongxia knew about the sky-stealing sun-swapping secret technique. However, I forgot about Li Zongbao. He has seen Kai Wuxia before. That's not right. Xiaohua suddenly woke up again. Although Li Zongbao and Kai Wuxia were a couple, he had only seen Kai Wuxia's appearance after she changed her appearance. He didn't know Kai Wuxia's true appearance. Ita was tricking him. Sigh brotherly. After Xiaohua recovered from his daze, he smiled bitterly. Don't be jealous of me. As the saying goes, the 9 sons of the dragon are all different. My fairy Hongxia is as beautiful as a flower. Wuxia. She is actually not bad. Don't suspect me just because of this Chapter 2485. Seeing Xiaohua's astonishment, Li Zongbao was already satisfied. However, after hearing Xiaohua's words, his eyes flashed with a trace of tenderness, but this tenderness was instantly extinguished by his indifference. Actually, these are not important. Li Zongbao said indifferently, these only show that you have the intention to assassinate Tu Hong. The most important thing is that you have the strength to assassinate Tu Hong. Moreover, you have the time to assassinate Tu Hong. Brother Li's words make me even more confused. Xiaohua shrugged his shoulders. His expression seemed relaxed, but the mana in his body was constantly on high alert. The matter of him assassinating Tu Hong had really pierced through the heavens. He had directly stepped on the face of Shui Yu's spiritual master. Xiaohua had already offended spiritual master Jianghu. Now that Shui Yu's spiritual master knew the truth, did he still want to live? Master Shui Yu and Master Shui Yu were different. Master Shui Yu did not dare to brazenly go to Sky Thunder Peak, but Master Shui Yu dared to. He could even directly capture Xiaohua and did not need to care about Master Chen Lazy of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Therefore, Xiaohua did not dare to be careless, even if he was facing Li Zongbao, who he trusted more. Little brother's cultivation is only at the early stage of foundation establishment. With the addition of my secret technique, I am at most at the late stage of foundation establishment. And even if I am at the early stage of gold core, it is still impossible for me to compare to senior Tu Hong. Xiaohua said innocently. If we are talking about junior brother Zhao's cultivation, how could others know more than me? Li Zongbao said with a smile. Previously, junior brother Xiao was brave and invincible. You killed a weapon cultivator and a beast cultivator, and you also saved Xiao Mao from a sword cultivator. And that terrifying phoenix name, you didn't get it for nothing, right? When junior brother Xiao used that technique, I'm afraid you didn't think about killing Tu Hong in the future, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have revealed it like this. Senior brother Li. Seeing Li Zongbao speak so bluntly, Xiaohua coldly said, if this little brother can kill Tu Hong, then senior martial brother Li probably won't be a match for this little brother. Senior martial brother Li, are you not afraid that this little brother will kill you? I'm quite good at judging people. You are not the kind of person who willfully kills the innocent. At this point, Wuxia also said. Back then, although you were only in the second layer of qi refining, she said your future was limitless. When I saw you for the second time, I was already aware of it. Li Zongbao seemed to really be at ease with Xiaohua and spoke without hiding anything. Xiaohua scratched his head and said very strangely, Brother Li, you're talking about so many strange things. This makes little brother puzzled. What does this have to do with me? Actually, I've been wondering about 2 things for the past 10 days or so. Li Zongbao did not answer Xiaohua's question. Instead, he muttered to himself, there is no doubt that you can kill Tu Hong. But how could you transform into Qin Jian? Furthermore, you can actually use a sword array. Then the 64 flying swords that killed Tu Hong in the end. Where did they come from? Xiaohua laughed out loud. So Li Zongbao really did not know about Kai Wuxia's secret technique. It was only because he saw that Fairy Hongxia's beauty was far from Kai Wuxia's that he lied to him. He then said, that was Qin Jian from the start, not me. How is it possible for Qin Jian to sneak into Sky Patrol City? Li Zongbao shook his head slightly. Do you think Shui Yu Dao Master is a golden core cultivator? Furthermore, that day was also strange. Why did Shui Yu Dao Master leave the city? Even until now, I still have not figured it out. Even my master can't explain it. Ah? Martial Uncle Heng Ming. Xiao Hua's face turned extremely ugly. If Li Zongbao was here to frighten him, he would not mind. But this matter actually involved Heng Ming. Do you think that you do things flawlessly? Li Zongbao saw Xiao Hua's expression change and said indifferently, do you think that the Golden Core cultivators in the meeting hall are all idiots? Do you think that after rescuing Xiao Mao and the Xuanyan school disciples from the Gale Snowfield Spirit Stone vein, you can brush it off with just a few words of evasiveness? Not to mention my master, even Tu Hong, he is famous in the meeting hall for strategizing. I'm afraid that he would have long suspected your cultivation level. But you can rest assured that I have already told my master that I will not report a word of your actions to him. He also knows my painstaking efforts and did not interrogate me. He just said some of his own thoughts in front of me. What? Xiao Hua almost cried out in surprise. He really did not expect that his actions were so secretive, but he was still seen through by others. And there is one more thing that I'm afraid you yourself did not think of. Li Zongbao glanced at Xiao Hua and said, when you finally escaped from under the nose of Shui Yudao Master, you used the Devil Sect movement technique. Shui Yudao Master had already seen through it. A few Golden Core cultivators, including my master, also received this news from Sky Patrol City. This news may be able to cover up something for you. But when it fell into my eyes, I could not help but think of the enmity between you and the Devil Sect cultivators on the way back to Sky Patrol City. Xiao Hua's face turned ugly. He junior brother Xiao, you can rest assured. Li Zongbao said again, my master and a group of Golden Core cultivators are just suspicious of your cultivation. As for the matter of you killing Tu Hong, I'm afraid they have not contacted you yet. Of course, it is precisely because of the conflict between the Golden Core cultivators and Tu Hong, the representative of Sky Patrol City, that you are temporarily protected. This is only temporary. Whether you will be protected in the future is not something I can guess. I did not assassinate Tu Hong at all. Xiao Hua immediately denied. Li Zongbao still ignored him and said, of course, from the current situation, Tu Hong did not have time to report your performance in the meeting hall to Sky Patrol City. That is to say, Shui Yudao Master does not know that your cultivation is close to the middle stage of Golden Core. Otherwise he would not have made such a big fuss. Instead, he would have gone directly to the Imperial Thunder Sect station to take you down. This is also the reason why I brought you out of Sky Patrol City last time and this time. At this time he has not seen Tu Hong's jade slip, but he will see it sooner or later. As long as he sees that you are a threat to Tu Hong, and you are Cui Hongshan's senior brother, then you will definitely be in trouble. The teleportation formation in Sky Patrol City is heavily guarded. Shui Yudao Master's divine thought is left there. If you are noticed by him, I'm afraid there will be some twists and turns. Therefore, I can only bring you out of Sky Patrol City through the gate. The gate of Sky Patrol City is guarded by a Golden Core cultivator, so it is not dangerous. Oh, no wonder Li Zongbao was so patient just now. So that's why. Xiao Hua immediately thought of the situation when he was about to leave the city gate. If it was before, he would have been angry, right? Thinking of this, Xiao Hua's heart warmed. However, he still could not admit it. He smiled and said, I am a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Even if Shui Yudao Master is a nascent soul cultivator, he can't ignore my identity as a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect, right? Even if he sees me, he can't directly say that I am a sword cultivator, right? You should say this to Qian Mo. Li Zongbao sneered, didn't you see Qian Mo's performance in the meeting hall? You killed many sword cultivators and brought back the corpses of the Imperial Thunder Sect cultivators. What was his attitude? Other than protesting, what else did he have? When you were forced to take out the flowing cloud flying boat, what was his attitude? Other than returning it, he could only let the younger generation solve it, right? Do you think he would offend Shui Yudao Master for you? It's good enough that he didn't sell you out. Moreover, don't have any illusions about Yanxi Prefecture. Don't forget that when Cui Hongshan and the others came back, all the Golden Core Masters knew about it. My master was also present. They interrogated Cui Hongshan and the others more than 10 times and almost searched their souls. They just wanted to know how they survived. But, did they mention Dui Chimeng? My master told me clearly that he just wanted to see the Imperial Thunder Sect make a fool of themselves. He wanted to see how the Imperial Thunder Sect would explain to Tu Hong and Shui Yudao Master. After all, that day in the meeting hall, Dui Chimeng had already said that her lover was the surviving Cui Hongshan. But he didn't expect that Qian Mo actually dared to hide it from Cui Hongshan. He still wanted Dui Qiming to marry Tu Hong, and none of the Golden Core cultivators mentioned this matter. They all wanted to see how this so-called heaven-sent karma would end up. Even Xiaohua, regarding your sect's senior Qian Lazy, don't have too much hope. This matter, he might not be completely ignorant. Qian Mo, he might not have such big guts. To put it bluntly, he is just a messenger. He can only shirk responsibility when something happens. Xiaohua looked at Li Zongbao with an uncertain expression. These words were what he suspected, and also what he didn't want to believe. But since Hung Feng said it, how could he not believe it? Actually, I don't need to say so much to you, but I'm really worried that you don't understand. Li Zongbao sighed at the end. These words. I'd rather rot in my stomach, but I have to say it to you today because I want to tell you that Xiaoyu mainland is not a simple place. This Sky Patrol City is a den of tigers and wolves. Now that you've left Sky Patrol City, then, don't ever step into Sky Patrol City again. Sigh, Xiaohua sighed and bowed. Thank you, Brother Li. Even if I'm not the one who killed Tu Hong, I'm really touched by Brother Li's frank and sincere words. No need. Li Zongbao waved his hand, a trace of sadness flashed in his eyes. Of course, when I bid farewell to Wuxia, she also asked me to take care of you. But I didn't expect. It's only been a few decades and I'm already unable to take care of you. Besides, in the future I owe Brother Li in the future? Xiaohua was slightly stunned. He felt that Li Zongbao's thoughts of loving the house and he was very worried. It's nothing. Li Zongbao laughed. My cultivation method is going to improve again. You should be happy for me. Oh yes, congratulations, Senior Brother Li. Xiaohua didn't understand Li Zongbao's thoughts, so he could only cup his hands in respect. Also, if you and I are free after the war, do you have time to accompany me to Luoyang? Li Zongbao raised his eyes and looked out of the flowing cloud-flying boat, seemingly casually asking. Chapter 2486. The dark clouds rushed forward and countless ice pellets hit the airship's defense. The future of the airship was boundless. Li Zongbao sighed and said, Wuxia is also the only one I can't let go of. Xiaohua's heart trembled. He nodded and said, if Senior Brother has an order, how can this little brother dare to disobey? And Li Zongbao didn't say anything else. It was as if he had said all the words he wanted to say in the past few years. Xiaohua was sad. He thought a lot in his heart. What Li Zongbao said was a huge blow to him. He really didn't think that his disguise would be so weak. As long as he knew a little more about him, he would be able to guess that he was the one who killed Tu Hong. His sword cultivation would also appear in front of everyone. If Zhu Qinghe, Xie Zhiqian, or Qin Yi knew that Xiaohua wasn't dead, they would be able to guess that he was a sword cultivator. Then his disguise of killing Tu Hong wouldn't be much of a disguise. This young master has always wanted to hide and not expose some of his strength. But after all, with this kind of strength, there are many things that can't be concealed. And all the concealment is meaningless. Everything depends on strength. Xiaohua sneered. Now that I have exposed some of my strength, it has fallen into the eyes of others. Fortunately, no one knows this young master's bottom line. Shuiyu's spiritual master? Although this young master can't win against him, if he wants to capture this young master, I'm afraid it won't be that simple. Thinking of this, Xiaohua's courage was boosted. He looked at Li Zongbao in front of him again. Li Zongbao's straight body, snow-white hair, and the pure words that were still beside his ear. Xiaohua's heart surged with a trace of warmth. I'm afraid that this kind of love, this kind of sincerity, is where the light of this world lies. Also, according to Li Zongbao's words, it seems, the improvement of his cultivation method is not a good thing. Xiaohua's heart suddenly trembled. He immediately turned to look at Xiao Mao. Xiao Mao closed his eyes and concentrated on driving the airship. He didn't hear the sound transmission of the two at all. Xiao Mao. Xiaohua transmitted, do you know what cultivation technique Senior Martial Brother Li Zongbao is practicing? Xiao Mao was slightly stunned. He opened his eyes and looked at Xiaohua. He also sent a message to Xiaohua. Senior Brother Li Zongbao is the leader of the 3 kingdoms of cultivation. We all know his skills. It's said that it's the secret book of the Utopia faction, Li Qing's treasure mirror. Big brother. Oh, what's so special about this cultivation method? Xiaohua didn't like the name of this cultivation method. Of course, I don't know the details, Xiao Mao said embarrassedly. However, the way of heaven is ruthless. If you want to get close to the way of heaven, you have to get rid of your human desires first. The leeching treasured mirror is said to be the skill that is closest to the way of heaven in the Utopia faction. The heavenly Tao is heartless, but cultivators have feelings. Just for the sake of pursuing the heavenly Tao, he had to cut off his lust? Is that still a cultivator? Xiaohua smiled bitterly. However, since this cultivation method was the secret book of the Utopia faction, and Li Zongbao also relied on this cultivation method to achieve such a high cultivation, it could only mean that this cultivation method was effective. What could Xiaohua say? Perhaps after Li Zongbao went to Luoyang and saw Kai Zhuoxia's corpse, he really abandoned the lust of a cultivator. Xiaohua understood. Moreover, during this period the indifference in Li Zongbao's eyes has become more and more. I'm afraid that his cultivation has improved greatly. That's probably why he said so much today. What does a cultivator look like without lust? An immortal? Xiaohua suddenly thought of Ling Yunwu, who had transformed into a sword, and the dead Yuan. They seemed very similar to Li Zongbao and Kai Zhuoxia. Could it be that Li Zongbao will become an immortal with outstanding cultivation in the future? Thinking of this, Xiaohua smiled and whispered, "Senior brother Li, I encountered a strange thing in Sky Patrol City." What's the matter? Li Zongbao turned around. Although he was curious, his face was cold as he asked. Take a look and see what this is, Xiaohua said and handed 2 storage bags to Li Zongbao. Li Zongbao scanned with his divine thought and frowned. Isn't this the corpse of a disciple of your Imperial Thunder sect? Why didn't you hand it over to the meeting hall? Brother Li, look at the other one, Xiaohua said with a smile. Li Zongbao opened the other one and saw that it was a thunder boat. He was even more puzzled. This thunder boat is so damaged. Where did you get it? Ha ha ha. Xiaohua laughed. It turns out that senior brother Li also has things that you don't know. It's not like I don't have divine foresight. How could I know so much? Li Zongbao replied with a smile. I got this from the Sky Patrol tea house. Xiaohua didn't hide anything and told him about the Sky Patrol tea house. Huh? There's such a place? Xiaohua didn't transmit his voice, so Xiao Mao also heard it clearly. Both of them exclaimed. Are you telling the truth? Li Zongbao's face was gloomy as if he was extremely angry. Of course. Xiaohua raised his hand and said, if I didn't pay the spirit stones, how could they let me out? And the Utopia faction and the Xuanyan school also had cultivators participating. Humph, you shouldn't have taken out the spirit stones at that time. Li Zongbao said coldly, just kill them all. Who dares to say no? Aha. Xiaohua smiled but didn't say anything. Oh. Li Zongbao suddenly realized something and looked at Xiaohua meaningfully. Xiaohua said again, I'm no match for them. Moreover, I'm afraid that this kind of dirty thing has been going on for a long time. If you kill these people, there will be others. You can't kill them all. Even so, you can't make a deal with the corpses of my Utopia faction's disciples. Li Zongbao sneered. At this time, I must investigate it personally and report it to the conference hall. Good. Xiaohua saw that Li Zongbao was about to enter the trap. He clapped his hands and said, however, before you show off your invincible power, can you help me take a look at this thunder boat? Why would I want to take a look at your broken thunder boat? Li Zongbao said indifferently, this belongs to your Imperial Thunder sect. How would I know? Haha, can you not always say that it's broken? Xiaohua said shamelessly, I exchanged it with a lot of spirit stones. I still want to use it. Stop dreaming. Li Zongbao snorted coldly. This thing is only used for war achievements. It's completely useless. No way. Xiaohua said with a wry smile. This thunder boat seems to be in good condition. Otherwise, why would I take out the spirit stones? To be honest, your Imperial Thunder Sect's thunder boat is still inferior to the 7 Skills Sect's flowing cloud flying boat in terms of refining techniques and ease of use. Li Zongbao pointed out the crux of the matter. However, the core of your thunder boat is different from the flowing cloud flying boat. It uses spirit stones to activate a simple thunder pool. The power of the thunder pool propels the flying boat. In this aspect, it's better than the flowing cloud flying boat. It's faster and has greater carrying capacity. A simple thunder pool? Xiaohua was stunned. He reached out to take the storage bag from Li Zongbao. Don't bother looking for it. Li Zongbao passed the 2 storage bags to Xiaohua. That simple thunder pool is the most important secret of your Imperial Thunder Sect's thunder boat. All the thunder boats' thunder pools have a self-destruct mechanism. Since this thunder boat is already useless, the thunder pool must be destroyed as well. Without the thunder pool, a thunder boat is nothing. Ha! Xiaohua laughed. It was not easy to make Li Zongbao say the word fart. This thunder boat is already useless. You can only use it to exchange for war achievements. Li Zongbao's face became cold again. He said, also, even if there is a thunder pool, it can only be used by people with thunder attribute physique. Oh, I forgot. Your Phoenix celestial body seems to be able to control heavenly lightning. I'm afraid it can also drive this thunder boat. However, a Phoenix celestial body of more than 400 Jianghu. Can this thunder boat hold anyone else? Alright. Xiaohua shrugged. He took the storage bag and immersed his divine sense into the thunder boat. He said, it's good that senior brother knows. Don't hurt this little brother too much. That's not a small amount of spirit stones. Hee, the corner of Li Zongbao's mouth could not help but reveal a trace of smile. When Xiaohua immersed his divine sense into the thunder boat, he discovered that the entire thunder boat had an array that blocked divine sense. Xiaohua was unable to see the interior of the thunder boat. Forget it. When I have time, I will use my Dharma eyes to take a look. Xiaohua was somewhat disappointed. He kept the storage bag and looked at Li Zongbao. He said, little brother, how about repairing it? You want to repair it? Li Zongbao rolled his eyes at him and said, let's not talk about whether you know how to refine equipment. Even if you know how to refine equipment, do you have the Thunder Roll Stone to refine the Thunder Pool? Do you have the Jade Scroll to refine the Thunder Boat? Forget it. You better exchange this Thunder Boat for war achievements. Just say that this little brother and you found it together. The corpses of those Imperial Thunder Sect disciples should also be handed over. All right. Xiaohua nodded slightly. At this time, outside the flowing cloud flying ship that Li Zongbao had rented for 99 years, it seemed to be already night. Strong gales mixed with palm-sized snowflakes and thumb-sized ice particles hit the light barrier. The light constantly flickered, and the moonlight could not be seen. However, the surrounding dark white snow flickered faintly, illuminating the path in front of the 3 people. It seemed to be both dark and bright. This rarely seen snowy rain lasted for dozens of days. It was intermittent and continuous. On this day, endless red clouds flickered in the sky. Rumble. The sound of thunder rippled in the sky. The entire world was brightened and darkened by lightning. Li Zongbao, who was standing with his hands by his side, suddenly opened his eyes and roared angrily, "Don't you dare hurt my Dao sect disciples." His figure immediately stood up and threw himself in front of the flying ship. Xiaomao, you take control of the flying ship. Big brother will also go and take a look. Xiaohua's divine sense swept over. He clapped his hand and took the Yi-Yang fan in his hand. His figure also flew up. Yes. Xiaomao's heart was itching, but he still controlled the flying ship and flew behind the 2 people. A few miles ahead of the flying boat, there were 2 groups of enemies. One group consisted of more than 10 Taoist sect disciples who were a mix of Foundation Establishment and Qi Refinement cultivators, while the other group consisted of more than 20 Brightsword sect disciples. Nearly 40 people were fighting together, and it was obvious that the cultivators were at a disadvantage. At this time, Xiaohua did not pay much attention to this kind of fight between Sword Sect and Cultivator. If it was a normal day, he would only let Xiaomao come out, and he would sit leisurely on the flowing cloud flying ship. However, he had to come out personally. This was because half of the Dao sect disciples were from the Utmost Happiness faction, and the other half were from the Imperial Thunder sect. Chapter 2487. Li Zongbao shouted, "Don't hurt my Taoist sect's disciples," and rushed into the battle. Before he arrived, the disciples of the Utopia faction shouted, "Uncle Li is here. We are saved." The morale of the disciples of the Utopia faction was greatly boosted. Even the disciples of the Imperial Thunder faction were overjoyed. The yellow talismans and magic weapons in their hands shone brightly. Since he was facing more than 10 swordsmen, Li Zongbao waved his celestial piercing whip again. Almost 20 whip shadows were displayed accurately. They flashed and whistled in the snowy sky, completely messing up the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. The ice particles and snowflakes within a radius of several hundred feet were stirred up and sent flying. This power was actually much stronger than before he returned to the Sky Patrol City. Xiao Huafei, who was behind him, saw the layers of whip shadows. The magic power on each of the whip shadows was condensed. As the runes on them circulated, they absorbed the spiritual chi of heaven and earth in a frenzy. Xiao Huafei narrowed his eyes slightly. Although he had obtained an opportunity in the past 5 years and his magic power had greatly improved, Li Zongbao seemed to be improving all the time. Now that he had reached the peak of the foundation establishment stage, Li Zongbao was not far behind. Attack! Seeing Li Zongbao's might, the 20 or so sword cultivators were shocked. They all abandoned their opponents and glanced at each other. Sword energy circulated within their bodies and the flying swords in their hands went to meet Li Zongbao's immortal piercing whip. The flying swords were either dotted with stars, falling rain, blooming flowers, or lush green bamboos. All of them transformed. Rumble. The 20 whip shadows hit the celestial piercing whip almost at the same time. The spiritual chi exploded and the flying swords screamed. The huge airwave even sent everyone flying. In the airwave, several flying swords screamed and fell diagonally. They were defeated in one hit and could no longer fight. Li Zongbao, who was resisting the 20 swordsmen alone, was also suddenly sent flying. The Taoist robe on the arm that held the celestial piercing whip was completely gone. Pieces of the robe turned into butterflies and flew into the sky. Soon after, they were swept into the night sky. Looking at Li Zongbao's bare arms, a faint brilliance flashed. It was a protective restriction. Hiss, the true essence in Li Zongbao's entire body was in disarray, almost out of control. As he did his utmost to operate his heart technique to collect his true essence, he was still somewhat regretful. Compared to Xiao Hua, I'm still lacking by quite a bit. As it turned out, Li Zongbao had gone head-on against more than 20 drawn swordsmen, and actually, he wanted to compete with Xiao Hua. If Xiao Hua knew what Li Zongbao was thinking, wouldn't he be so cocky? Senior Li. Xiao Hua scanned Li Zongbao with his divine sense and saw that his face was pale gold, and there were even traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. He was a little shocked as he didn't know why Li Zongbao was so reckless today. He hurriedly shouted, "Senior brother, don't panic. Little brother will help you." Just as Xiao Hua shouted, the disciples of the Utmost Happiness faction and the Imperial Thunder faction, who were slower than the Sword Cultivator, once again activated their magic weapons and attacked the defeated Sword Cultivator. They wanted to take advantage of the situation and beat the Sword Cultivator while he was down. Nothing. Li Zongbao took a deep breath and suppressed his true core strength. He looked at the yang leaf fan in Xiao Hua's hand and frowned. Obviously, he didn't think highly of this so-called magic weapon. You and I each take 10. Let's see who can finish killing them first. Oh. Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows and was about to speak when he saw Li Zongbao's figure spread out again. The holy whip in his hand stretched out slightly, and with a whoosh, it rushed toward the 2 sword cultivators closest to him like a yellow dragon. What is Li Zongbao doing? Xiao Hua was even more puzzled. This was a little different from the previous Li Zongbao. However, Xiao Hua waved the yang leaf fan as well, causing a flaming dragon to sweep up and charge towards the 2 sword cultivators that were attacking the disciples of the Imperial Lightning sect. He said in high spirits, "It's as you said. Killing people without blinking an eye." The disciples of the Imperial Thunder faction and the Utmost Happiness faction were fighting fiercely, so maybe they didn't hear it. However, Xiao Mao, who was driving the flowing cloud-flying boat in the distance, heard it clearly. He had goosebumps all over his body. Damn it, Big Brother is a poet. These 2 sentences really rhymed. Although Xiao Hua's yang leaf fan was only a magic weapon, that fire dragon was not inferior to the holy whip in the slightest. In this snowy region where the fire attribute spiritual chi of heaven and earth was not abundant, that fire dragon flew to the 2 sword cultivators and had already absorbed a lot of spiritual chi of heaven and earth. It expanded to several feet in size and wrapped around the 2 sword cultivators in an instant. Buzz. The 2 sword cultivators were somewhat caught off guard and hurriedly withdrew their flying swords. They first protected their own bodies and then tried to counterattack. However, that fire dragon was far more intense than they thought. The tiny flames were like small tentacles that completely covered the sword light. With a sizzling sound, it was as if cold water was poured into hot oil. All of the sword light was eroded by the fire. The two sword cultivators hurriedly urged their sword origins to resist the fire with all their might. Xiaohua stretched out his hand and took out a magic staff that was as thick as a bull's mouth. His figure swept through the air, and he didn't pay attention to the two sword cultivators at all. He raised his head and smashed the third sword cultivator. This person? Isn't he too fierce? The third sword cultivator's sword light was somewhat strange. It was like a huge mountain. When the huge sword danced, the sword light smashed down like a mountain. The heavy sword light also carried the sharpness of the sword light. He also had the same thought as all the sword cultivators who had fought with Xiaohua. At the same time, he also sneered in his heart like all the sword cultivators who had fought with Xiaohua. He unsheathed his huge sword and the mountain mixed with the sharpness rushed over. Rumble. A loud sound rang out. This loud sound was even more shocking than the sound of Li Zongbao fighting against the 20 sword cultivators before. And this sword cultivator also ended up together with all the sword cultivators who had fought with Xiaohua. That seemingly majestic mountain was smashed apart by Xiaohua's magic staff. That snow-white sword light collapsed like an avalanche. Soon after, it was like a myriad of dandelions that spread their wings and escaped far away. That huge sword was actually shattered by Xiaohua's magic staff. There was no most fierce, only more fierce. This sword cultivator's huge sword was shattered and his own primordial spirit was also injured. His sword origin stagnated and fell from the sky. That clever thunder-controlling sect disciple swung his hand and shot out more than 10 lightning talismans, trapping this injured sword cultivator. That disciple even rubbed his body and rushed forward. A black lightning seal flickered as lightning threads rushed towards the sword cultivator's chest. Xiaohua was delighted in his heart. His figure flashed and he grew more than 1 zhang tall. His left hand grabbed and formed a lightning-attracting technique. Once again he drew a line in the air. Kacha. Several thick lightning lights appeared out of thin air. They flickered with a sinister appearance and hit the 4 sword cultivators who had drawn their swords within several zhang in front of Xiaohua. This lightning light was really too fast. The sword cultivators who had drawn their swords didn't have time to defend. 2 of them were struck in the forehead and immediately fell from the sky with a blood-curdling scream. The other 2 hastily dodged in panic and barely avoided their vital points. That lightning light hit their backs. However, how could these 2 sword cultivators withstand Xiaohua's heavenly lightning? That lightning light not only tore apart the defense on their backs, it also deeply penetrated their bodies. As their flesh was torn open, countless purple lightning lights also spread all over their bodies. Ah! The 2 sword cultivators clenched their teeth as if they wanted to resist this unbearable pain. They even tried their best to urge their sword origin to resist the sword light that was corroding their sword origin. However, they only saw a black shadow sweep past them. Another black magic staff flashed past and the magic staff accurately hit the top of their heads. As the corpses of the 2 sword cultivators fell to the ground, the fire dragon that Xiaohua had driven with his sun leaf fan earlier also destroyed the defensive sword lights of the 2 sword cultivators. That powerful magic power drove the scorching flames to attack the corpses of the 2 sword cultivators. The sword energy of the 2 sword cultivators only lasted for a few breaths of time before their corpses were completely burned. Although their corpses didn't turn into charcoal, they lost their balance and fell to the ground. They also suffered the same fate as the last 2 sword cultivators. The disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect were in an uproar. The disciples of the Utmost Happiness faction also cried out in surprise. Xiaohua killing these 5 sword cultivators was really too beautiful. Not to mention how profound Xiaohua's magic power was and how meticulous his control of the magic weapon was, just the way he flew over like moving clouds and flowing water without stopping to rest. The corpses of the 5 sword cultivators fell from the sky at practically the same time. Moreover, the spells he used were all different. This simply surpassed Li Zongbao, who was known as the number 1 person below the Golden Core stage. Because at this moment, although Li Zongbao also effortlessly killed 4 sword cultivators with his immortal piercing whip, not only was he 1 sword cultivator inferior to Xiaohua in terms of numbers, his methods were also lacking. The 4 sword cultivators all used the same move, the immortal piercing whip swinging down. Countless whip shadows fell down with earth-shattering momentum, directly knocking away the sword cultivators' flying swords and smashing the sword cultivators' corpses. Besides this move, there was nothing else. Huff huff. After Xiaohua finished killing the 5th sword cultivator, he immediately panted. He flipped his hand and threw a medicinal pill into his mouth. He pointed with his finger and said, "Junior brothers, the rest is up to you. I've already done my best." Yes. The spirits of many Imperial Thunder Sect disciples were greatly roused. With a senior brother who could compare to Li Zongbao by their side, they naturally couldn't show weakness. Each of them was much more ferocious than before. Under the surge of their magic power, they reversed their previous decline in one fell swoop and suppressed the Sword Cultivator's attacks. Killing all of the Sword Cultivators was only a matter of time. Huff huff. Xiaohua looked on proudly. He pretended to be pale and his figure once again slowly flew back. Over there, Xiao Mao had already put away the flowing cloud-flying ship. He took out his Dharma treasure and hovered in midair. Li Zongbao was different from Xiaohua. His hands were extremely ruthless. After killing 4 sword cultivators, he still wasn't willing to stop. As the shadows of his whip danced, several sword cultivators lost their lives one after another. And with the harvest of one life after another, Li Zongbao's magic power became increasingly smooth. The immortal piercing whip also whistled happily. Even in Li Zongbao's already faint eyes, there was a hint of human radiance. Senior brother Li is indeed powerful. Xiao Mao also saw the difference and said very enviously, "Junior brother's master once said that using killing to stop killing is the highest Tao, and using killing to cultivate is the Tao of cultivation. Junior brother has always been unable to attain the Samadhi realm, but senior brother Li seems to have already mastered this Tao." Bullshit. Xiaohua originally wanted to say bullshit, but when he remembered that it was Xiao Mao's master who said it, he hurriedly covered it up. You don't want to walk the great Tao that leads to the heavens, but instead choose to walk the path of bloodthirst? Senior brother Li, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Chapter 2488. Xiao Mao shook his head slightly. "I don't think it's inappropriate. Big brother, don't you see? This holy piercing whip is the Utopia faction's killing weapon. Senior brother Li can only skillfully activate the holy piercing whip now, but he hasn't really integrated with the holy piercing whip yet. If he reaches that step one day, I'm afraid he won't be far from the great Tao." Is that so? Xiaohua was a little confused, but then he smiled bitterly. The Utopia faction has been around for so many years. They naturally have nascent soul stage elders and spirit-severing stage elders. Li Zongbao is their pride. How can they destroy their own wall? Using killing to refine one's nature is also a great Tao from ancient times. There must be a great reason behind it. Kill, Xiaohua was thinking, but he heard Li Zongbao's voice like spring thunder. With a roar, the holy piercing whip suddenly expanded. It didn't draw out any whip shadows. The runes on the holy piercing whip swelled, and it lashed out at the 10th swordsman. Before the holy piercing whip could hit that cultivator, a few feet away, his whole body flashed with brilliance, and the protective sword chi quickly dissipated. That swordsman didn't turn his flying sword to attack Li Zongbao, and the holy piercing whip firmly knocked him into the air. And from beginning to end, the holy piercing whip didn't touch that swordsman at all. Good. The disciples of the Utopia faction shouted loudly. Li Zongbao's move had suppressed Xiaohua in an instant. In the hearts of the disciples of the Utopia faction, Li Zongbao was still the pride of the Utopia faction. He wasn't someone Xiaohua of the Imperial Thunder sect of the country of she could compare to. These nearly 20 bright sword swordsmen didn't have high ranks. Their bright sword 1st grade to bright sword 4th grade weren't considered tough bones. After Xiaohua and Li Zongbao jointly killed 15 of them, the remaining few sword cultivators had long been flustered. They were surrounded by more than 10 cultivators. After another 2 were killed, the remaining 2 swordsmen risked their injuries and tried to break out of the encirclement by stepping on their flying swords. However, even though their idea was good, they were surrounded by more than 10 cultivators after all. How could it be so easy to escape? With a single glance, Xiaohua knew that the 2 of them were most likely doomed. However, right at this moment, Li Zongbao tossed the immortal piercing whip into the air once more. With a buzzing sound, the immortal piercing whip transformed into a rainbow and struck down one of the swordsmen. The sword light surrounding the swordsman was completely shattered, and the magic tools of the 2 cultivators immediately took the life of the swordsman. As for the last sword cultivator, he was even worse off. His eyes trembled as he looked at the majestic immortal piercing whip. He was struck by the magical artifacts of more than 10 cultivators and died. Seeing Li Zongbao's state of mind, Xiaohua couldn't help but shake his head. Greetings, senior brother. The dozen or so cultivators were divided into two groups. About 6 or 7 disciples from the Imperial Thunder sect rushed over and bowed. Thank you, senior brother, for saving our lives. May I know which Thunder Palace you are from? Although they saw that Xiaohua's cultivation hadn't even reached the middle stage of foundation establishment, who still dared to call him junior brother. This Xiao is a disciple of the Thunder Palace's myriad Thunder Valley. My name is Xiaohua. Xiaohua smiled and cupped his hands in return. So it's the Thunder Palace's senior brother Xiao. When those disciples heard that Xiaohua wasn't a disciple of the Heavenly Thunder Palace, they were even more delighted. One by one they rushed to announce their names, seemingly wanting to befriend him. Damn it, this job really isn't something an ordinary person can do. Xiaohua listened to each name and nodded with a smile on his face. However, his brain, which could remember jade slips and cultivation methods in the blink of an eye, was unable to remember these strange names. Nonsense, if it was Dui Qiming and Dui Lingba, they both had the same Dui. Only the last 2 words were different. Some even only had a single word difference. Even Qianemo had 2 different words. This basically didn't have any meaning. How could Xiaohua remember it? Perhaps only that guy Cui Hongshan has this kind of amazing ability. Xiaohua muttered in his heart. This ability, this young master can't catch up to him in this lifetime. When everyone had announced their names, everyone looked at Xiaohua with a smile, seemingly somewhat expectant. Xiaohua blinked his eyes. How strange, he was somewhat puzzled. Seeing Xiaohua's bewilderment, a quick-witted disciple said in a low voice, Senior brother Xiao, these are close to 20 bright swordsmen. They're storage pouches. Oh, I understand. Xiaohua, who was confused by the numerous names, suddenly came to his senses. He pointed his finger and said, You? Oh, Kun Peng, the disciple who spoke said with a smile, Senior brother Xiao, what instructions do you have? And I'll have to trouble junior brother Kun Peng to bring those storage pouches over. Xiaohua instructed. Bring them all over. Kun Peng was a little hesitant. He whispered again, Senior brother Xiao only killed 5 swordsmen. We will only take the storage pouches of those 5 swordsmen. The rest will be distributed by the cultivators of the Utopia faction. If I tell you to go, then go. Xiaohua's tone was very unyielding, without a doubt. Good boy. Those are the cultivators of the Utopia faction. That's Li Zongbao. Kun Peng almost stuck out his tongue. However, since Xiaohua had instructed, Kun Peng obediently flew down. First, he took the storage pouches of the 5 swordsmen killed by Xiaohua. Then he looked at the cultivators of the Utopia faction. Originally, a disciple flew out, but seeing that the Imperial Thunder faction's disciple had gone first, that disciple obediently stopped in midair. Thus Kun Peng didn't hold back. He took all the storage pouches in his hand and flew in front of Xiaohua. Go, give these storage pouches to that Utopia faction's disciple. Split them in half in front of him. Xiaohua said casually. This can be done. Kun Peng's face was full of joy, and the other cultivators of the Imperial Thunder faction were overjoyed. They could calculate the difference in the number of people even with their heels. Sure enough, Kun Peng took the storage pouches and divided the things in half a meal's time. The Utopia faction's disciple was obviously surprised, but when he turned his head and said a few words, his face was even more stunned. He took the storage pouches handed over by Kun Peng with a wry smile. The 10 swordsmen were killed by Li Zongbao. Li Zongbao himself didn't have any objections, so what could he say? Besides, Li Zongbao had never divided things with them. They each got a storage pouch of the swordsmen. What else was there to be unhappy about? It was just that they were not used to it. It was probably the first time that they compromised with the disciples of the Imperial Thunder faction, which was not considered a first-class cultivation faction. Kun Peng happily took the storage pouches and handed them to Xiaohua. Xiaohua couldn't compare to Li Zongbao, so he used his divine thought to check if there was anything special. Then he smiled and said, You can divide it by yourself. I don't want it. Really? Kun Peng and the others were even more surprised. This was really, once again, beyond their expectations. Senior Xiao, these are the cultivators you killed. If you don't take some, our faces will be red. Forget it, take one more. Xiaohua pointed to Xiao Mao next to him. Leave one for the junior of the Xuanyan school. Okay. Kunpeng knew that Xiao Mao came with Li Zongbao and Xiao Hua, so he didn't dare to neglect it. After distributing it nimbly, he asked, "Senior Xiao, where are you going?" "Oh, I and the others are going." At this point Xiao Hua couldn't help laughing. Until now he still didn't know where Li Zongbao was taking him. "I'm going to the Huan country with Senior Li Zongbao." Xiao Hua covered it up. "So it's like this." Kunpeng blinked his eyes and whispered, "Senior Xiao, we are here to ask for help. If you have time, please go to the 7 Extremes Mountains." "Oh, what?" Xiao Hua was surprised. "My Imperial Thunder sect was sent to the 7 Extremes Mountains to attack the sword cultivators guarding there. However, before we reached the 7 Extremes Mountains, we encountered a lot of sword cultivators and beast cultivators. Among the sword cultivators, there was an illusory swordsman which was quite powerful. My Imperial Thunder sect suffered heavy losses. Therefore we were sent back to ask for help from the conference hall of the Sky Patrol City, and to see if there are any disciples of my Imperial Thunder sect or disciples of other sects nearby to ask for help." As he spoke, Kunpeng looked at the Utopia faction and whispered, "Senior Li Zongbao of the Utopia faction is famous. If he can take the disciples there, it will be a great help." Xiao Hua frowned slightly and asked puzzledly, "Isn't Junior Kun with the disciples of the Utopia faction? What are they doing?" Kunpeng was embarrassed. He looked at the other disciples next to him and smiled apologetically. "We are the last group of disciples to go to the 7 Extremes Mountains. Haha, because we left late, we didn't encounter the ambush. Instead, we met a junior who escaped from the ambush. Therefore we didn't go to the 7 Extremes Mountains and flew out to ask for help first. However, we encountered sword cultivators nearby. When we retreated, we also encountered the disciples of the Utopia faction who were being chased by swordsmen. In fact, we didn't know them at all." "Oh, I see." Xiao Hua nodded. At this time, Li Zongbao also flew out from the crowd. "Greetings, Senior Li Zongbao." Kunpeng and the others didn't dare to neglect and hurried forward to greet him. Li Zongbao casually made an obeisance and said to Xiao Hua, "Junior Xiao, have you finished your business? My disciples of the Utopia faction were ambushed by sword cultivators in the Flowing Ice Valley. Can you go to the Flowing Ice Valley with me now?" This. Xiao Hua hesitated. He was in the same team as Li Zongbao, so he had to listen to Li Zongbao's orders. However, the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect were also in trouble. "I'll let Senior Li Zongbao know." Kunpeng was very clever. When he saw that even Li Zongbao wanted to invite Xiao Hua, he hurriedly made an obeisance and said, "My disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect were also ambushed by sword cultivators in the 7 Extremes Ridge. My Senior Xiao." "Oh, I see." Li Zongbao nodded slightly and said, "In this case, Junior Xiao, if you want to go to the 7 Extremes Ridge, take Xiao Mao with you now. Time is tight. I also have to go to the Flowing Ice Valley. When the 2 battles are over, we'll meet again." "Okay, thank you for your understanding, Senior Li." Xiao Hua was relieved. He looked at Xiao Mao and said, "Let me drive the flowing cloud flying boat and follow Senior Li. My flying speed is fast, so I don't need it." Li Zongbao glanced at Xiao Mao and nodded. "Then Xiao Mao will follow me." Immediately Li Zongbao didn't delay. He took out a jade slip and gave it to Xiao Hua. He asked Xiao Mao to release the flying boat and flew away with Xiao Mao. The disciples of the Utopia faction were still flying in the direction of the Sky Patrol City. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.